Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to
Hey
another
there.
Shadow Night. Shadow Whispers in the Night. Why does nothing ever work for me when I do it? And it's kind of a click, 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 and I've got a million boxes open and it's not working for me. But we're here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay. You look like
I
you're
have
in.
nothing running here.
You okay?
Are you hearing something in the background? No?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How are you, my darling?
Oh, it's been busy. Great. Let's see. Great grandbaby born.
Hey.
Let's see. Yeah, just crazy busy like everybody else is these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. We have two fantastic guests here with us tonight. I'm so excited to speak with them. I know they have toured around Ireland and some beautiful, amazing locations. Some of them are in my back garden, or my second home. My second home, I know one of the owners says, Jenny, I'm waiting for you to come down the next time with your suitcase because I'm always there. We are back in a few weeks' time to my favorite location, one of many, but this is my home from home. So I am going to bring them in. They can introduce themselves and then we'll get cracking tonight. Let me just bring them in here now. Good evening.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
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 hi
We're
guys.
good.
We're
How are you
good. Yeah,
guys?
Good. Well, good. Good. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank
thank
you.
you. Yeah,
How
we're
are you?
excited to be here.
Thank you for being here. We're talking
Yeah,
about some fantastic things that you've done, places that you've been to in America and in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. We've been lucky, that's for sure.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, I
Yes,
don't know how that quite happened, but yeah, we got extremely lucky, and yeah, we had a great time so far.
brilliant. The luck of the Irish. You've
Yeah,
been to
that's
amazing
true.
locations. Do you want to tell everyone about yourselves, who you are, what you do, and so on?
Sure.
Yeah. So we're Generation X Paranormal. We're a podcast. Kind of started off with just me. Probably what couple episodes in.
Hmm.
I finally talked her into coming on the show. She kind of did it reluctantly.
I
I
was
think
hesitant.
that she was hesitant at first. Couldn't get her to talk, but now it's a lot different. Um,
Yes.
but but no, it was really kind of just started out of kind of a personal thing. Kind of wanted to explore more of this because of a personal issue that I was going through, and I just started looking into more of the paranormal side. But what's funny, we've both been part of the paranormal forever, and we both
Hmm.
had a lot of experiences. Some pretty rough, some not so bad. But when we got together and we actually first met, the very first thing I ever bought her was. Do you guys remember Unsolved Mysteries, the show?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well, they used to have, for some of the younger audience, they used to actually have these thing called DVDs, and there was a box set
That's
of
funny.
the Unsolved Mysteries of just the ghost episodes, and that's literally the first gift I ever bought her.
First gift.
A
Yeah.
So,
box set. Oh, that's cool.
We
so
still have it.
yeah,
we
we
can't
still
watch
have it.
it,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we
got
have
nothing
it.
to watch it on, right?
Wow. I mean, people say what was your first date and so on and so on, and people say
Oh,
a paranormal investigation. I'm like, don't bring me to a restaurant. Bring me to movies. Come on, if you want to catch me, bring me to an investigation. But I had to do that one myself. Miss Kimmy, my love,
and
how
she's
are
a
you?
Gen Xer.
Hey, awesome.
Hello.
Next, in the
She is.
Google, in the Google, I keep saying Alabama all weekend. Oh, I say it all the time, Alabama. Because every time
Yep,
Yeah, Hizzle's not a Alabama thing. It's a Gen X thing.
yep,
Hmm.
yep.
well,
All in the hizzy.
It
I'm a,
is.
really, I'm a Gen
Yeah,
X, but I don't know that. Is it? I mean, like I'm in Ireland. Is it? I never heard of that one before.
It's got
yeah.
to
I mean,
be an American thing, I think.
American
probably
thing. Yeah.
regional kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Hmm.
But yeah, we just kind of had this thing, but we never really explored much of it. We
Right.
both knew that we had it.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it, but it was more of a, hey, we'll watch it, we'll talk about it every now and then. And of course, in the early mid '90s when all the shows started coming out,
Oh yeah.
early 2000s. I can't even remember now how long it was.
Well, we weren't together in the 90s, so
Yeah.
early,
Okay. Yeah. So it early
early
2000s.
2000s.
It's been a while. We've been together for almost 20 years. Actually, next month,
Wow.
20
Next
years.
month, 20
Yeah,
years. Yeah.
Oh my
But
goodness.
yeah,
I know, right?
You're
But as
still
the shows-
doing this together. That's
yeah,
awesome.
it's
Yeah.
wild. And she doesn't hate me that much yet, which is nice.
Not all the time.
Not all the time.
Just sometimes.
Same, I'm the same. But my
Yeah.
partner, like he'll come on investigations with me. He's been on 2 investigations with me, but he's back out with me again next month. But he's never done paranormal before, ever.
Wow.
And I'm like, this
Wow.
is why I'm original. This is
Yep.
why I'm original.
For sure.
But he's never done it before. But you know, he's not really into it, but he's into it because I'm into it,
Right.
kind of
Right.
thing, you know.
By proxy kind of thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
He looked horrified when he first started up.
Yeah.
thanks, Patrice.
It's-
Hi, Patrice. Hope you're well.
Hey, Patrice.
Hello, Patrice.
Hello.
You're well, Patrice. Hope all is well with you. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Patrice, we're going to be talking about a few locations that you know as well yourself now. But Nancy, has Scott ever been on an investigation with you? When you go down into the basement,
He was well, not per se. He's more involved because
Mhm.
stuff happens here. So, he didn't believe until he saw it. Like it literally a butcher block cutting board fell like slammed onto the floor in front of him for him to go, okay. So now when I walk through with like whatever I'm burning or whatever and saying whatever I'm saying, he's like, just
Yeah.
So he believes these,
Right.
but he hasn't investigated. Although I have heard him when he hears the camera or when the camera does something, takes a picture, he'll
Hey. Oh,
or
wow.
hear a voice or something, he'll talk to it. I hear him doing that, but I don't.
Oh, you'll have me and Kimmy on a video call at say 4 a.m, and we tell Nancy to go down into her basement, and we will do the call out when Nancy leaves the basement, and we do a call out, and I have a recorder running here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've done that. Yeah, we've done
Yeah.
that.
We definitely have, we're not alone in this home, not just talking about the people that are living in the home, but we are definitely not alone.
No.
And, we've got a lot of equipment that I'm staring at on the other side of the screen. And we're very reluctant to turn some of that on because we're like, once you open that can of worms, you're not putting them back in,
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we'd got a DR60, and I know that some people find it, it's kind of
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
it's a half and a half. But anyway, we got it, and I'm like, I really want to test this in here, but I
Right.
kind of really don't. So we did not test it in the house.
No, yes, you did.
Oh,
You
that's
turned
right,
it
I
on
did.
for like a few seconds.
And got
then
immediate response.
Immediate response. I'm like, and
Yep.
that's enough
And,
of that.
we got that.
Right.
Oh, listen, I would be
Nope,
sick
that's
of it.
when you go, nope,
I-
nope, time to go in the house, out of the backyard, kind of thing.
No,
Yeah.
so I'd sit
I'm
here
with
on my
ya.
phone and I do a call out, and I've done many calls out in my house with the spirit box and so on.
Mhm.
And I remember that my couch was behind there a few years ago, and the girls were not here, my daughters were not here, and I had a little gin and tonic as you do, and and then Billy Big Balls came out. That's my alter ego. Billy Big Balls came out, and I, saying, if there's someone here, I know you're here. I've heard you before. I've seen you, or you have been seen, and so on and so on and so on. Well, now beside me, I heard my name, Jenny.
Mm.
And then on the recorder, you'll hear me saying, did you just try and say something? Did you just try and say something to me? So it meant I did hear him. My response is on the recorder, plus his voice is on the recorder. So I have a DVP and an EVP.
Wow.
I still have
But
that.
with some of the
That's
things
cool.
that you
Out of my
see,
house. Yeah.
with some of the things that you see, you're
Yeah.
like, you don't know who it is you may be talking to. I mean, some of the stuff I've
Mhm.
seen in my house, I mean, some black blob going across the ceiling, whatever. I don't want to be contacting that. That's why I'm
Right.
more like, okay, never mind. Or something makes a noise, I want to identify it, but I don't want to call it out because you got to watch what you wish for, And if it's is that still in my house? Is it not in my house? I don't know.
Right. Well, we
That's
always get
the
a lot
hard
of spirit
part.
communication everywhere we go. So I'm like, if we start talking to them here, we're gonna they're gonna just
Yeah.
bother us all the time.
Yeah.
Because I know we get followed home all the
Yeah.
time from our investigations. So
When
we just
you-
don't do it.
When you won't put the recorders on or any equipment on in your home because you know there's something there, what made you feel there was something there? Think there was something there?
Oh, it wasn't even
This
just
was before we
feel.
even moved in. We
Yeah.
were still painting the house and stuff. Yeah, it's just feelings. We saw shadows under the door.
hmm
All that stuff happened before we even moved our furniture in.
And then once we did, we have actually, we have had, so in our bedroom, which is not too far from where we're at right now, one time we had a shirt that was from was it Christmas or something like that?
Oh, I forgot about
It was
that.
an
actually.
elf shirt, with
from the movie Elf.
yeah, with
Yeah.
Will Ferrell on
And
it.
it had
and
a-
he-
Yeah.
when you
Yep.
press the button, it would go Santa and all that stuff that he does in the
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Well, 3 o'clock in the morning, we are dead asleep, and this thing goes off. It's literally on
Right.
a chair, and we've never gone from horizontal to vertical so fast. We're like, what was that? And it just happened out of nowhere.
And the voice thing on there starts with a big scream
Yeah,
when he
Oh.
Will Ferrell screams, and then he says whatever he says. So we both just bolt upright. There's
Yes.
it doesn't
Oh
make
my
any sense.
gosh.
And I guess those things would randomly go off, but it's never. It's in the other room inside the closet now until
Okay.
Christmas time.
And has it ever gone off again? Because me being my brain, the way it
No.
works, and I'm a pain in the arse sometimes. Is it battery that was dying out? Is it wiring that was?
I'm the same way. And
That's what we thought, but I'm like, there's no way to change it. It's one of those sewn-in sweaters unless you take it out. But it's
Mhm.
never gone off again. It still works
Yep.
because I've worn it at Christmas time. I just don't keep it in our bedroom anymore.
Mhm.
It
Oh,
stays in the
right.
closet unless I'm wearing it.
Get a
and that's
talk.
it.
It can talk over there.
Yes,
Yeah.
So,
precisely.
all of those.
Mhm.
in the closet.
I understand that completely.
You were saying before that you've had some rough experiences on investigations or on paranormal. Well, I mean, I know we've spoken to one of my favorite people, Bishop James Long, and he's an exorcist and so on.
Mhm.
And my goodness, he was on a few weeks ago. Yes, I would have stopped doing what he was doing if that was me, because the
A long time ago.
Yeah. What was your roughest experience in the paranormal or investigation?
I think the roughest for me was I got very ill, like extremely ill. And I knew that it's hard to explain. You know how sometimes you're sick from just either bad food or you're just running ill or whatever have you. This was like a squishing in me, and it was like I knew it wasn't coming naturally. Let's just say it that way.
Okay.
Uh,
Wow.
And I just felt like I needed to purge a lot. And
Mhm.
without going into too much detail, I proceeded to do that.
Good. Yeah.
And that was rough. That was a pretty rough one. Now we've had, we've gone to hotel rooms and things like that where we've seen things out of the corner of our eye that we know, okay, after a long investigation, we've been like, okay, that's probably something that hitched a ride with us or is just hanging out.
Mhm.
And we always do our best to try to say, hey, look, this is, you guys need to stay here. Thanks for letting us, be with you and talk to you. But your place is here.
Oh, yeah.
And that doesn't always work. But
I mean, I think ours are different. My roughest experience has not come from investigations.
No,
It's a childhood experience. I grew up in a haunted home, and I'll never forget what happened. It was like a deep, long rectangle type closet with the dark wood, walls.
Yeah.
And one night I woke up, and my mom had seen stuff all the time growing up in that house, so this
Right.
is nothing new. But there was something with a face that looked like my aunt coming from the back, rushing out from the back of the closet with a smile, which turned, I don't want to say evil because I don't know that's what it is, but at the time it looked, took on like the Grinch's grin, and the eyes were red and came flying out of the closet. So this is why I'm into this now. I'm like trying to understand what exactly happened in that house. Haven't figured it out yet, of course, but I mean, I'm empathic, so I do get feelings and stuff when we go into investigations, but nothing has really harmed me. I mean, sometimes I get a little nauseous to my stomach.
Yeah.
I'll feel pressure on my chest, which actually just, happened not that long ago, where I had labored breathing and stuff. But I think it's more communication of, hey, this is what I was feeling before I passed away, or they're trying to explain something to me. That's how I take it now. So really in investigations, I really haven't been that scared that much. It's more just my childhood experiences and trying to figure out why that was shown to me or what it was.
Did you ever look up the history of the land or the age of the house?
The age of the house is old. The only thing that we know for sure is that the original foundation of the house, there used to be an old house on top of it that was burnt down in the Civil War. And they rebuilt the house that we were living in on top of it. We did know there was a family cemetery out, like not on our land, but on our neighbor's land, where they were growing corn. We know that. But as far as like anything that happened, no. I'm still trying to. I wish I could go back in that house, honestly. Now, I don't know how well that would be taken in the community or not, or if I'll ever get access. But
Yeah,
I mean,
don't you want to go back and go, are you experiencing anything in your house? But you
Right.
might scare the crap out of them too.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like we live in Missouri, so there's a lot of Civil War. You know, we've got history of Civil War, Revolutionary
yeah.
War, of course. You've got Native American land all around
Hmm.
this area. So, I mean, it
Oh.
could be literally anything. And that's going to be really hard to figure out. But I want to know what that was
What about
and
your
some of the
own-
other stuff.
oh, sorry, what about your own home, that the land of your own house?
Yeah, so that we do know a little bit about. We know that the
Mhm.
house that we're in right now is still fairly new, at 93.
We're
I
the
think.
only the second.
Yeah, we're only the
owners.
second
Yeah.
owners of it. However, this was part of a big farmland,
Mhm.
and not too far from where our bedroom is an old mulberry tree. And from what some of the people around here that have been here for a long time told us is that there used to be a swing there,
Mhm.
and that people used to go down there, and there was actually a body of water in this kind of downgraded area in our front.
It was
Oh,
a spring,
yeah, like
an
a
old
spring, an old spring.
Mhm.
So we're pretty sure that that's kind of where a lot of this starts to come from, is from that part of the land.
Well, and we've got these huge rocks
Yeah.
right there where the spring used to be, and they're all limestone,
Mhm.
which
Oh,
we
there you
know
go.
can record
They're all
things,
limestone.
right? So who knows? I mean, it's
And water
Yeah.
conductor as well. The water
Yes.
conductor.
and the water and the river's what, maybe a couple miles behind
Yeah,
us.
not far at all.
So there you go. That's charging up stuff.
You
But
did.
it's also just us. I think everywhere we live, we have stuff follow us.
Yeah.
That's
So
true.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and I know someone was saying before about the man who's always in my house. And people were saying, does it bother you? No, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I feel
Right.
like dogs. If anything was ill towards me, my dogs will know. And at that,
Mhm.
they're all very spoilt and very broken.
yeah.
And they don't sense anything, you know.
Mhm.
If it's anything bad, you know, they I mean, I've got cats, and cats can be assholes. I know there's a lot of cat
Oh, yeah.
people here, and we get that. I listen, I've got cats myself. But
Yeah.
my cats are, you know, one of them would kind of take you out. And the other one is kind of lazy a little bit. But there's nothing. I mean, I remember when
Right.
my cat's Mimi, while I was getting ready in my room. This is when I first moved in, and she was staring at the wardrobe behind me. Just staring at it too long. And it's a
Yeah.
big wardrobe. And it was only like a new house. Brand new house, about a year, 2 years old, 3 years, something like that. But she was staring at the door. So I had
Yeah.
to go and tap her, you know, to take her out of the zone. But where I live is beside, if you've ever heard of the Battle of the Boyne.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we have.
Yes.
Mhm.
I live 2 minutes, 3 minutes away from it.
Oh, so you're
wow.
you're real close.
I'm on it. I'm on the land,
Mhm.
I'm on the battlefield, the battle lands, you know. And I heard,
Wow,
yeah.
I heard a little girl in my house as well, which I thought, well, I never heard her before, but I did. I heard her in my house, and that was a WTF moment. Like I
Sure.
knew
Mhm.
that was like, well, where did you come from?
Yeah,
Well,
right.
Right.
little girls, no.
No.
I don't
Mhm.
want my house. I don't want any children in my house.
Yeah, I mean, we know the entity that we have here, and
Or we
actually we've got a
think,
couple,
yeah.
and we believe one for sure. But both of them have been they're very nurturing. They're very
And
warm and
supporting.
supportive.
Mhm.
They've come and they've made themselves known. We've had some
Distress.
distress in our lives, so we're actually extremely comfortable with them. But I think for me, it's a lot of the I want to be able to reside here with them without, I don't know, just really not infringing on them, and they don't need to infringe on me. And it's just sort of like an understanding that, hey, we all know we're here, and it's just we're all living together. That's it.
That's the same here. You know, I did say before, don't
People
you,
have a hard time understanding that, though.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fear. It's a fear-based thing.
Mhm.
It's even though, like, I will be sorry, Nancy, I will be honest. If I'm in the house on my own, I won't shower. I listen. My name is Billy Hunt, not Bleepy Bleep. I've seen too many movies. So
Right.
I place all my dogs outside the bathroom door if I really must go in for a shower and there's nobody here.
Right.
But I did say, don't touch my children, don't upset them, don't be in the bathroom with me, don't be in our bedrooms, don't be X, Y, Z. You know, you're
Yeah.
not invited to stay, but don't do any of these things. And
Right.
my daughter, a few years ago, I was doing my bedroom upstairs, and my daughter said, "Mom, I've seen something black going across the wall." And I'm like, well, you know, me being me, is it a fly? This was in October, November. Was it a fly? What size was it? And she said it was like kind of like this size, like tennis ball size.
Hmm.
I'm like, was it fast? Was it slow? She said it was just kind of like going across the wall like that. and
Wow.
then into the wardrobe. And I was like, okay, that's okay.
Mhm.
But then recently, myself and my partner were sitting upstairs in my bed, say about like 5 or 6 in the morning. We're sitting there talking, the curtains are open, there's sunlight coming in. We're sitting on the bed talking. I think he's sitting at the bottom, I'm sitting at the top. And then we're talking, and I'm like, did you just? And he said, I seen you looking at something. I said, did you see that? And he said, no, but I seen you looking at it. And it was something black, but it wasn't a ball shape. It was like,
Mhm.
Yep.
does it make sense if I say an unshaped?
Yes.
Yes.
It absolutely makes sense. We've seen same things. Yes.
Mhm.
Right? And I saw
Mhm.
that, and I was like, woohoo, get in there.
Oh, no, I was like,
Yeah.
if you're going to crawl across my ceiling, you can have the room. I actually dove out of bed, crawled across the floor, and went into the hallway and shut the door and went, you can have the room, and left it alone. Don't
Yeah.
know what
I-
it was, but
When people go into locations,
everybody handles it differently, I think.
Right.
and
Yes. Yes.
I've had, it sounds stupid. I've had my bed slam into the wall, like bounce and slam into the wall, and like,
Wow.
Mhm.
that would be a no.
what did you jump? Oh, you run away? You don't jump out of a moving bed. Number one. Number two.
Right.
No, I actually went back to bed because it's my bed and I'm comfortable in it. And you
Mhm.
feel it when it's kind of clear, kind of the energy is not
Right.
mean energy. It's
Yes.
lighter
Yes.
energy, or it's removed itself and you can feel that. It's a
Oh, yeah.
whole different feeling, right?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's hard
You guys have
sometimes when we
done-
oh yeah.
No, go ahead.
We-
Go ahead.
Sometimes we'll have guests at the house, and obviously a lot of them now kind of know what we do, but it's one of those things where I
But because of that, they're always like,
yeah, Did
looking
always
out for
looking at
things.
everything.
Really?
And it's always hard because it's like, is there something here? They'll ask us, and I'm like, it's probably better you don't ask the questions you really don't want answers to.
Would you like to see
Yeah.
pictures?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, there's
Please.
nothing bad, of course. So
Mhm.
Yeah. And when you go to, when people go to locations and they'll do a grounding prayer, or they'll do a
Mhm.
protection prayer or something like that. And, I've done a few of them, but only because I was invited to another team and investigate with them. And I will do, if they want me to do the grounding with them, I'll do it with them. That's no problem at all.
Mhm.
But my mantra is, today's not the day, and I am not the one. I think life has given me enough, and humans have given me enough. And I'm like,
Right.
yeah, today is not the day. And I'm like, do you scare the bejesus out of me? Yes, you do.
yeah.
Mhm.
You do. And there was one particular place where something like made me go, Jenny, I'm getting a reaction to my questions.
Mhm.
And this is a location I know very well, very well. And it's my home from home. And it kind of, yes, of course, left the beautiful picture of the twins. I see.
Yep.
I was like,
We thought that would be the perfect one.
I
put
love
up.
this. I'm obsessed with it. I'm healthily obsessed with it. But that place will put you in your place.
Yes, it will. Absolutely.
I could see that. We didn't get to be there for too long.
I wish we'd
but
have been there longer. Yeah.
Oh, come over and I'll give you the weekend there, and we can
Take
sleep
that,
in the castle overnight. We're back on the 15th of August, and we sleep overnight in the castle. And I sleep in the room that I don't like, but my goodness! But I'm not going to tell you too much about it because I want you to tell me.
Okay.
What
Yeah.
you think?
Lep Castle.
And let's preface this with Lep. I mean, we watched when we were dating. Was it dating or were we married?
I think
I
we're still
can't remember.
just
It's
dating at that
been
point.
so long now.
Yeah.
When the Ghost Hunters went there, because we watched that back then, early on, way original, when they went to Lep.
Mhm.
And I was like, that would be the coolest thing to ever get to actually visit Lep.
Mhm.
And the fact that we've been there now, it's just like you never know where your life's going to lead you and where you're going to end up, right?
Yeah.
I just remember when you kind of walk through the gates and you have to walk down that little path to get to the left, and when it opens up and you see it, I remember we both just stopped because we had to take it in that we were actually there.
You walk
You
around
know
the
what I'm
corner
saying?
and then
Yeah.
you
Yes.
see this beautiful.
Yeah.
Then to you guys is like, whoa.
Even
Well-
I get that when I still drive around, and I get that, the beginning, the first time I ever went to it, and I was like, holy
Yeah.
shit.
Exactly. And the crows are all flying around the top of the
Yeah,
turrets and
that's
stuff,
what got
and I'm
me
just like,
too.
oh my god! And you get a little bit closer, and I just felt like the energy poof, it just hit us in the
Doesn't
face.
it? Doesn't it? I just want to answer very quickly here, Patrice. Is that the oubliette, Patrice, that you're talking about? The bloody chapel, the catacomb tunnel.
Catacomb.
Oh, no, Patrice, that's Shane's Castle up in County Antrim, if that's the one you're talking about. Let me know. And the oubliette is in Lep Castle.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Then you have Shane's Castle up in County Antrim that I took you to. Yeah, I took you to. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
you're good.
No, that's
You're good.
fine.
So
Yeah,
how-
it was interesting. Kind of, you're right, Jenny. You kind of walk through that walkway, and of course, you go through the big entry that says Lep Castle right there.
Yeah.
We had to stop and just take
Yeah,
pictures
gotta
of that.
stop
I'm
for
like, we're
pictures
here.
there. Yeah, and we kind of, it's beautiful. And then there's the ruins of the I forget what's to the right. It's like a home
To
or
the left.
or to the left. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little backwards.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Is this in Lep Castle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to
Was
the left, so you have the front door. To the left side of it, it's rooms. To the right
Right.
side is where they will live.
That's what I was thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was kind of had my attention at that for a minute, and as we made that left corner and we look at it,
You're talking about outside.
yeah, outside.
Yeah.
Oh, was it like Monk's Quarters or
Yeah,
something like
something
that?
like-
That building that's kind of dilapidated.
And to the left of it, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Well,
Okay.
and then it just towers there. And Nicole's right. It looked, you know what it reminded me of? And this will tell you how Gen X I am.
Yeah.
Do you remember Scooby-Doo when the
Yeah.
tower and you see the crows running around the tower and everything at the very beginning?
Yeah.
I like immediately was taken back to like 8 years old. And I went, holy crap, that is freaking, you just,
Yeah.
first of all, it's really cool to see up front, but you're just like, at a moment there, I had to look at her and go, are we in Ireland and staring at Lep Castle? Is this what's actually happening right now?
Surreal moment.
With me. I even last October we were in Lep Castle and I dressed up as we all had to dress up. It was mandatory. You must dress up. Patrice was there as well, and I dressed up as a Thelma or Velma.
Oh yeah,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But it was
that
very
was
Velma.
cute.
Patrice was there
Yeah.
as well with us. Yeah, Patrice. But yeah, it's I went once and I haven't left. 10 years later, and I haven't left.
I don't
Yeah.
blame you
No,
at all.
neither.
It scares
But
the crap out of me.
It's interesting too because when you walk in, granted we were with a larger group, but it was like the inside at that first part didn't match the outside. It was very, there's like a home in there. There's plants. There's that
It's
like
gorgeous.
atrium in the
Yeah.
back, and it's
Fire
lived
was
in.
lit. Yeah, the fire was always lit.
Right. And it's like, okay, for a second there, you're like, okay, this is somebody's home. We're just hanging out here.
Yeah.
And you don't get the breadth of everything until you leave. That
Well, I
area.
was kind of standing in the back and I just kept looking up to the right because that's where the staircase is to go up to all the levels, right? And I just like
Yeah.
staring up there. I'm like, "Ooh, this is going to be cool." Because I noticed like the stairs are so old, they're like rounded,
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
Yeah, yeah.
narrow. And I'm like, oh God, I can't believe we're here. I can't
Yeah.
believe we're here.
I know it's magical as well, and it's just as my darling Chantel, my sister from South Africa. I love her. We have the funniest of texts. But I know when you get into Lep Castle and you're thinking, right, what's it going to bring?
right.
Mhm.
What's going to happen? We've heard about this. We've heard about that.
Mhm.
And you're willing it to happen so much.
Oh, yeah.
I do all the time. I go. I know what I have, and I know what I've used, and I have the best of the best from there, the creme de la creme, I call it. What did you get anything from?
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And, I want to preface this. We were there in the middle of the day or like afternoon time.
Yeah, it was like
And
that.
that, people always think, oh, it's got to be at nighttime and all these things for anything to happen. Absolutely not. Absolutely
No.
not. I mean, this is the middle of the afternoon. We're with a large group anyway.
Yeah.
And I still can't believe what we got. Now, we went up to that second level. What is that room called? The one off to the left that's got the
Table?
yeah,
the
table
big
in it.
table in it.
Yeah, what you get from that room? That's my favorite.
Oh my God, that
That's
place.
called a banquet room.
Yeah, the banquet room.
Thank you. Okay.
So,
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you.
you're fine.
See, I'm already going to get in. but we're very excited. No, so we went in there, and of course, Chris and Nicole and I were on one side, and a few other people on the other side.
Yeah.
And one of the people with us, Mariah, had brought an EDI, and we put the EDI on one of the chairs. So we're in there, and we're having a conversation with Chris Fleming, and he's doing kind of a,
Question answer
question
session.
answer thing from when he had
Mhm.
been there in the past. And as he's doing it, you know, you're starting to hear all these weird footsteps in that like kind of atrium thing that hangs off to the side there. And I don't know what that's called either. It's kind of
I
like
think that's where they may have performed for them in the
Yeah,
past.
I'm not sure what
Oh,
that is.
but the balcony.
Yes,
Yes,
the balcony.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we start hearing a bunch of footsteps in the balcony, and myself and a few other people, you can see us in the video that we shot. We're looking at it right away. And I was like, I could hear it.
Yeah.
And then as I look back over to Chris, he's got his head down, and I look and I start to veer to the left, and I see the EDI
Yeah.
move on its own once. And if anybody doesn't know what an EDI is, it's got like a rubberized kind of case to it.
And it's on the arm of the chair.
Right, and
we
it's on
should
the
say
arm
that.
of the chair,
And it's been
right.
sitting there for like
Oh, forever.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
At this point. Yeah.
So you're not going to just move something that's rubbery like that. It kind of has that like
Yeah.
friction, right?
It would be secured, stopped.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
So we see it move once, and a few of us got it, and we all kind of looked at it, and then we see it just go to boom, and it just falls right off the armchair.
So it's not even, it shifts to the side first
Right.
before then falling to the, like tipping over.
Right.
So it's like something grabbed it and moved it this way
Mhm.
and then
Hello, Pam.
tipped it over.
Right.
Hey, Pam, my darling. We have to have a video call. We haven't spoken forever.
Yeah, it would be like you can't jump up and down by there because everything's made
No.
of stone, right? So
Well,
right.
it wouldn't
the
be vibrations or anything like
No.
that.
And,
and
nobody's moving.
No,
like
we're
we're
all
all
sitting
sitting
down.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it
I know the floor. I know the floor, and I know the chairs, and you have that long bench, and then you have that chair at the top
yes.
Mhm.
table, and you have one on each side.
Mhm.
Yes.
So that room is my
It's
favorite.
supercharged.
Room. That's where I got that. The last time I was there was a few months ago, and that's where I got something to even make me stop for a second and catch my breath when I think
Mhm.
about it, because I'm thinking, you cheeky little.
Right, like right in front of everything.
Yeah, because that audio that I have from it, that one piece of audio I have from it, and it's kind of, I've never aired it out. I mean, I can send it on to you and listen to it privately, but it has never been aired out. And it's oh my, listen, my God, you'll be booking your ticket to come back to Ireland.
Trust me, we already want to do that.
Yes.
Oh, when you hear this now, it's like, Jenny, we're coming to the inn, okay? This one was, and I know, actually, I'm not going to tell you yet, because I want
Okay.
you to tell me more, because I just get too excited as well, even though I'm at it for 10 years.
No, we
Yes,
totally
we do.
understand.
Yeah,
we
we
have
do. We
places
get
like
it.
that ourselves here in the States. So
Mhm.
but then after that, I mean, there's not really much more that happened. You know, we had like 2.5 hours. I can't remember
Yeah,
exactly
it
because
wasn't
time
super
passed so
long.
fast for us, but we
Yeah.
decided to go up to the Bloody Chapel area.
Yeah.
That was amazing, just stepping through and knowing that we were
No,
actually
it's-
there and walking
Right.
around and looking out the windows. It was really super windy that day, and I was sticking my phone out the windows to try to get pictures, and I'm like, I'm going to drop this. Lose my phone.
So there's a holder at the back of my phone that, you pull it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
I had a death grip on my phone.
and then hold on to the wall, because the frame of the window, because the level there is kind of like less
Yep.
than, you'll be joining the red lady.
Exactly. We were just doing question answers like we were before, but what's crazy is the storm came up
Yes.
and the wind got really high. It started raining, and for us it got cold.
Yeah, it
you
dropped
know?
real fast.
And you could
Yeah.
feel it coming through the windows, and it was
Yeah.
super loud up there, because there's no
Yeah.
glass in the windows. And
Yeah.
we kind of move off to the side.
Mm.
So if you come up inside the door and you're looking straight out, we move to the left side, like in that corner, to get away from the windows because all that was blowing in on us.
Yep.
And we're standing there still talking, and then all of a sudden we all hear it. In the moment, it kind of sounded like a growl, like this. Ah.
Oh, yeah.
was
But
not a growl.
You were recording on your phone.
Yeah.
And when we got it home and listened to it, you can hear it is a full-bodied scream. It sounds like it's falling, and it's coming from outside of the windows. That's the one thing we did know at the time, is it sound like
Oh.
outside of the windows.
Yeah.
That's just what I said to you there now, that if you stood too close or your foot's rocky, you're going to join the red lady. That's
Yeah.
Yes.
the red lady who's fallen from the window.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we ended up on the show that we did on it. We put it on there because it was
Yeah.
just like, at the time we thought it was a growl, and I figured, well,
Mm.
the rain came in. Could it be, wind whistling through some of that. You know, I'm a skeptic believer,
Me
but I'm
too.
also
Yeah.
I'll immediately try to explain it away as quick as I can because you know I got to make sure.
Yeah.
And at the time, Chris and I are like, oh, it's a growl, or you know, and we're all it's a growl and not a big deal. But we marked it on when we were filming it, so I knew to go back to it.
Yes, yeah.
And yeah, I would say as soon as we got back home to the States and we started reviewing it, then I realized we did not get that growl. And it was like Nicole's saying, it didn't sound like it was inside the Bloody Chapel. It sounded like it was just beyond the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, over the area of where the ruins are to the left side of the castle. And so then we started, okay, with one of the other investigators that was there with us and heard it. We talked about like, okay, could it have been any of our group? Because not everybody was up there. You know, could it come from down? It was definitely outside, but I'm like, could anybody? You can't really walk around down there where those ruins are. You know, playing the typical debunk investigator thing, and I'm like, it's raining really hard. It's cold. You can't walk around in those ruins. There's nobody out there that could have done that, and it did not come from below us. So what else could it be?
Okay, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
Stand out there and like make noise and make it sound exactly like that.
Yeah.
And it was moving. That's the thing. It
Right.
wasn't like it was like like that had that movement sound to it.
Yeah, she's known there. So God, I could talk all night about Levitt Castle. I remember there was one person I had on an investigation with me, and they were upstairs not in the bloody chapel, but in the room down before it, where there was a chair. It used to be, I think it was called the priest room or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't remember, but it was a chair. So this where this person was sitting, and so I'm downstairs. I didn't even know I was being filmed or videoed, and so I am radioing to the person who's upstairs. I said, okay, blah blah blah. Let me know if something's happening. So there's a video on him and a video on me. So I turned my radio off and I just said, I'm going to tell someone to touch him. And I said, can you touch him on the left leg? Just touch him on the left leg. So he can't hear me saying that. And he's a few floors up, so he can't hear me. Can you touch him on that left leg? So I will watch the video, and then, you know, it's a great video because it's like I'm on the video and this person's on the video as well. So you'll show there's nothing going on between us. And then you'll see this person kind of like shift his leg. About 5 minutes later, shift his leg, and he goes, radio, Jenny. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, I've just been touched. And I'm like, oh, where were you touched? And he goes, I've been touched on the left leg. And I was done after. I was like that. And I just said, thank you very much. Thank you. Like, really appreciate it. But I have that on video and I'll send it on to you. But that banquet room, when I play back audio in that banquet room, there's one particular audio I play back, and I played back, and I just said, you know, it's a very malevolent piece of EVP. And it sounds very residual. So I, you know, played back for the person to hear it. And you know, what we don't do is we never provoke. We never provoke.
No.
Ever. That's just
silly
beggars. But I do come out with the truth. That is there on audio. I don't have to make it up and read it in a book. It's there on audio.
Exactly.
So I'm very real with this person. And I said, no, I hear you now. I wouldn't like, you know, we hear you now. How do you feel hearing yourself back, knowing what you were doing?
Right.
We hear you. We heard this woman. We know exactly what you were doing. And from, you always say, keep your personal life at home kind of thing. And this hits hard with me. So I'm thinking, you bleep, 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 bleep. Not all the time, but, you know, let's not do that horse shit. Let's not, you know, I know. And people say, no, you know, be careful. And I'm like, trust me, I'm okay. I don't go in with guns blazing, but I go in with fact from that piece of audio. So anyway, you know, it was a bit of a quiet night. Well, so I sent the men out of the room because this person doesn't like men. He likes women. So I sent the men out of the room. You can hear the men downstairs talking. So we're sitting up around the table, having a conversation. Recorders were running. I'm sitting. You know, when you walk in and you have that first long bench, and then the bench, then the bench is on the other side. I'm sitting on that other bench.
Okay. Yeah.
I can see the door. That long velvet curtain.
Yep.
And so you will see at the top of that, everything is dark down, but at the top of it, it's bright it's bright. You can, you're going to see a shadow or something like that, but
Sure,
you don't
yeah.
high up. So I'm just sitting there, whatever. Well, now let me tell I'm back in the 15th. I'm a little bit okay. I won't say that again. So I seen this head, but it didn't come out like that. It was as if the head was tilted sideways. So the head shape was coming out like that.
Mm.
You couldn't see any hair. It was like bald, but the head was coming out sideways like that. And I went little up and down and just stayed. I'd say it was like that for about 15 seconds. And I'm sitting there and I'm kind of like scanning my eyes around to the ladies in the room. There was only one other person sitting beside me on the left side, and she wasn't doing it. And it wouldn't have been on the other side of the table where there'd be 4 or 5 women sitting, because they didn't have that light source for it to give it shadow.
Right.
And I'm staring at it. And, instead of like too quick to get your camera or too quick to get something and to look at it, and I'm thinking to myself, holy.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you doing that? I'm like, and I'm staring at it. It's not often that I'm quiet.
Right.
I was, and I'm staring at it. And I was saying, and when his head just went pulled back in, I said, did anyone see that? And they all said, obviously, no.
What?
Then he comes back out again for a few seconds and bobs his head up and down, or just little. It was like clear and then blurry,
Mm-hmm.
and then clear and then blurry and then gone. And I'm thinking, was it him, the one that loves to goat me? And I think he was goating me.
Probably.
Probably.
Just
Yeah.
goating me, and I'm thinking,
Some of the stuff that you see, that you
Embarrassing.
personally experience and you
Yes.
don't catch,
right.
just makes you want to find out more and more, because you've seen it. You can't unsee it. It's
Right.
something that you saw and you're like, that is not like me misconstruing anything.
Mhm.
So do you
Agreed.
guys each have one of those where you saw something,
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
damn well you saw something, can't show it to anybody else?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Several,
When-
many.
Oh,
Lots and lots.
crap.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's a good thing that we didn't have a camera on us, because I think
Yeah.
part of the time, and we talk to all these other investigators all the time that are super experienced, and they all agree, like, if we would have had the camera out, maybe that wouldn't have happened to us,
Exactly.
because sometimes they
Right.
don't want to be caught doing these things, and we wouldn't have
100%.
personal experiences. But I'll let you talk about whichever ones you have. I know which ones I have.
I mean, I wish I could count how many times. But
Mhm.
even just in the Ireland trip, there was, oh my gosh, Cork Jail.
City Jail,
Cork
yeah.
City Jail is just wow.
That
But
was my first of something.
yeah, that was your 1st.
Mhm.
But and you've been there, right, Jenny? You've gone through it.
I haven't gone through the
Oh,
course.
you haven't. Okay.
No.
Oh, you gotta
Yeah,
go.
it's wow.
I've been to the convent. It's sister
Okay.
the convent, but I haven't been to the jail yet.
Yeah, it's
Probably. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah,
about
you gotta go. You gotta
it's
go.
amazing. But when you first walk in, they give you a tour of the grounds before it, and the jail's kind of offset to the back.
Yeah.
And we, of course, see a lot of shadows and stuff like that. But when you're going in and you go up the stairs, there's a punishment room. That place was wild. But on the other side, there's sort of like what are there jailer quarters?
Well, I mean,
like,
they've turned the jail into somewhat of a museum,
Right.
So
Yeah.
when we say punishment room, it wasn't the original
right.
punishment
That's
room.
probably
It's
not
just
what it
like
was at the time. Right.
It's just a museum talking about the punishments they would do.
Okay.
In the jail.
Yes. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
a speaker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this was like it was displaying what the guard room
Yeah,
or
like a
something.
guard
It
room, like a
wasn't
day
the
room or
wasn't the
something.
guard room.
Right.
It's just what's on display in
Right.
this room. Yeah.
So when we're walking towards sort of the cell block area and it opens up, I can see on the side, I see somebody in there.
Okay.
And it was so real that I'm like, who in the hell in the group is that? Because I'm like, at this point, we all know each other pretty well because this is well into the trip.
We've all spread out.
Yeah, we've all
and-
spread
yeah.
out. And I'm like, I wonder who that is. And when I look, it is nobody in our party at all. And this was a private event. So there's not like there was anybody else there. And I'm like, holy, what? And I tell people, it's not that I don't get scared anymore. I do get scared, but it's a different type of fear. It's like trying to rationalize it and explore.
Yeah.
This immediately, I got like my whole body turned into like
Hair on end.
yeah, just hair on end. And if I had hair on top of my head, it would have stood straight up. But I'm like, oh my God, that is the first. Now I've seen stuff that I would say was like an apparition, I've seen faces, I've seen hands, I've seen shadow figures.
Yeah.
This was my first full body, full visual apparition. That's the first time that had ever happened to me. And I remember talking to some other people. I'm like, look, of all the stuff we've ever seen, I'm always like, yeah, you know, you can kind of place this or that over it and you try to rationalize it. The first time you see a full body apparition, you know.
Yes.
You know it.
Was it all black or was it?
It was like I'm sitting here talking to you right now. It looked like another human being. Well, it was a human being if you think about it, but you know, I could have walked up there and gone, "Oh, I'm sorry. What group are you in?" Or "I'm sorry, am I in your way?" Am I, you know, like I was going to converse with it, and it was there and gone as soon as I saw it. It literally vanished right in front of me. And you know, look, I got to admit, sometimes when I would talk to some of these people and they'd be like, yeah, I saw a full body apparition and it disappeared. I'm like, well, it's got to leave some kind of trace. And then when it happens, you're like, no, that's exactly what the MF it does. It just gone.
Yeah.
Right.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen one. Mine was just black figure in Shane's Castle up in County Antrim. And with myself, I talk very fast. Myself and my friend were late to an investigation. They were all underneath the ground in the tunnels. And the toilets were outside, the men were here, the females were here, and we're sitting in the car, and I looked over and I seen the shadow going from right to left. Pure solid black, but you'll see the head, the side profile, the head, the nose, the mouth, the chin, the neck, the shoulders, right down. And it was just walking, just like that, going by. And I'm watching it and I'm like, what? Yeah. And then I said nothing to my friend beside me. And she said, I said nothing because I'm dissecting it. And then she said to me, oh my God, did you see that? And I like, what did you see? What did you see? And she goes, I seen a waist and legs just walking by. Put the key in the ignition now. Why? But that was like, so I know what you're talking about, Logan. That was a what WTF moment.
Right.
What we do, and we do for these
holy
yeah.
That's fine.
we do for these reasons.
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is if you'd told me, you know, 20 years ago that if I'd have seen something like that, I would have ran for my life, you know, and I didn't. Immediately, I'm like, I tell Nicole and I tell the people who are with, I'm like, guys, you got to check this out. So we go in there and we start doing a small investigation, and I'm like, it's amazing how when that happens to you, either you run from the fear of it because it's so unknown, or you just dive head first. And I'm like, we dove head first right into that thing. Yeah, we ran to it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And to add to that, I don't know if you remember this, because it was 2 rooms together. There was the doorway where you saw it. So we were done with the investigation and we were packing up the equipment, and Chris Fleming starts walking in from the other room, like in a rush around the corner. And he's like, were you guys just in here? And we're like, no, he saw the exact same thing in the doorway.
Yep.
So that was the 2 of you both seen it. And because he came rushing around the corner, he's like, did one of you guys did you step in here and then come back out? And we're like, no, we've been packing up equipment.
Well, and you know, Chris, I said to him, I'm like, I explained what he said, and he goes, get out. No, you didn't. He got real animated, and I'm like, no, dude, I'm telling you, that's exactly the same thing I saw.
Crazy.
And like Nicole was saying, if you have a camera running, you'll not get it.
Nope. And we didn't. I had turned it off at that point. Yeah, we didn't catch it.
Even when a camera is running, I remember on location, my camera was running on stone staircase. And I have toys on it because I know there's children there. So I have cameras on both ends, top end and bottom end. And the one at the bottom, I had it plugged in. So the battery cannot be an excuse. I had it plugged in. But I left it there for about an hour, 2 hours, went back to checking it. And the ball was at the bottom of the stairs. And I was like, great, we got that on video. We don't. It turned off. We have a recorder on the stairs. We have a REM pod. We have toys on each step. And then my camcorder down at the bottom stopped. But we do hear the REM pod going bleep, 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 bleep. And then a push. And then the ball goes bounce, 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 bounce. Now, I will tell you what I did was, and I'm not ashamed to say it, I cried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I genuinely cried. I was too upset. I was annoyed. But, you know, sometimes now what I do is put cameras and I hide them in the location so they don't see where I'm hiding them.
Yeah, we've learned our lesson with that too. Like we've got a regular camera that we shoot most of the stuff that we put on the show, but then I'll put a GoPro here or there, or, you know, maybe stick a like I'll put my phone on a gimbal and kind of put it out of the way,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I've been down that road. We had something here locally happen to us where I had my phone, we had a GoPro and a stuff set up, and I have never seen such a powerful entity come into a room where it dims all the ambient light. Like there was a very small couple ambient lights where it dims it all. You
Yeah.
feel the oppression, and both the K2 and the REM pod are going crazy,
Mhm.
pegging out, going nuts, and I'm like, I mean, it was almost so electric that you could almost feel
You
the
could feel it in
electricity
the air. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I caught it on the phone because I'm recording it. And I walked over, and not only had it stopped recording, it shut my whole phone down.
See?
It was booting back up.
Oh my gosh.
And I looked at her.
It had plenty of battery.
Oh, tons
Yeah.
of battery. And she looks at me, she's like, tell me we didn't get it. And I'm like, we didn't get it.
Oh no.
We
I
didn't
was
get
so
it.
upset.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
horrible.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mhm.
But-
makes so much sense that you guys say that, because I called him Strider. Used to walk through my yard, just the shape of a long slicker like they used to wear way back when. They called them slickers, I think. And like
Mhm.
a cowboy kind of hat. Just would walk like out of the shed, through the yard, through the fence, and gone. And then
Mm.
so I put a camera out there to try and get it. And I've gotten some things on the camera, but when I put it in the spot that would actually catch it, it's right out in the open. Nothing's happened since then. And I used to see it like on a regular basis. Not anymore. Not at all. Not
Yeah.
since I put the camera out. So that maybe that's
They
one way
know.
to get away.
They know,
Yeah.
and I don't think they want to necessarily be captured.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that had to be residual. That's why I don't understand why,
Right.
unless it's just the universe in general going, no, yeah, you're
Yeah,
not gonna
we
put
don't
my
know
camera.
exactly how it'll work. So
Yeah.
Right.
And what's funny about it
just-
is,
Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, let me cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say what I think is interesting about your situation and a few things that I've run into with cameras too.
Mm.
You know, they talk a lot about frame rate. Was the frame rate off so that when it was walking, your frame rate wasn't able to catch it at the right time, and you just didn't see it.
Just give me 1 second.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, you're good.
No.
Yeah, but yeah,
Oh.
sometimes I'll see that where the frame rate isn't. Like if you're running 60 frames per second, this is very nerdy, and I'm sorry. This is what I do.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I love tech. I do. I love tech.
Okay, good. Well, you know, if your frame rate's too high, sometimes you may not catch it because of how it's going through that particular spot.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
like
so
it's
I've told
going
people,
really fast.
right.
Mhm.
So what I do tell people is if you're ever doing something like that, you know, try different frame rates. See if you can, if your camera allows it, you know, maybe put it down to 30 frames per
Dumb down the
second.
tech on it.
Right. Dumb down the tech a little bit and see if you get anything. Because
Oh yeah, because I always have it on high resolution, so I'm going to catch
Mhm.
everything. You know, I never
Right.
thought of that.
yeah,
Oh,
and-
good idea. Because I've caught stuff like in the window, like pulling aside the curtain and stuff. Going,
Yeah.
what the? My husband's not home. I mean, and I didn't even catch it. My friend Kimmy did when we were looking at some stuff. I'm looking at for something in the yard,
Mhm.
and she was going, "Are y'all not looking at your window?"
yeah.
No, I guess not. If that's what I saw, it was just bizarre, but that makes perfect sense on that because it tends to on the high def because of weeds moving maybe in the wind a little bit when it goes on motion detect. And I
Mhm.
didn't want it to be like catching every little thing. That makes a lot of sense that if I just dumbed it down, I was worried it wouldn't catch something, but maybe it shouldn't. And then it
Right.
would only pick and choose what is definitely can see then,
Mhm.
as
Mhm.
opposed to every little nuance of it.
Right. And
Do you
I've
get
told a
that
lot.
with your cameras where it goes in
Yeah,
and
I'll
out,
change
like
it. Yep. I
looks
will sometimes
grayish,
play
like,
with my
what is
Mhm.
that? And there's
Absolutely.
nothing, yeah, it's just the camera
Mhm.
adjusting because it's a higher
Mhm.
frame rate. Is that what that
Exactly.
is?
Well, it's that, and
Ah.
plus it pixelates a few things. So if you think about how, and I've told other investigators the same thing, because they always say, well, you know, back in the old days, they used to catch this really good stuff. I'm like, well, they were using film and they're still getting frame
Yes.
rate. It's not that, but it's using a film. So you're able to get some nuances that you can't digitally because digital actually takes little sections of things. Now it does it at an
Right.
extremely fast rate so that when you're looking at it, it looks kind of like what we're doing, everything's moving. But in reality, it is just a reassembly of billion different segments, right?
Images, yeah.
Right. So if you're not catching it at the right time on a digital readout, you may miss that. Whereas kind of like in the old days, it was more analog. You would have more fluidity. You could catch things because it was a bit more, I wouldn't say dumbed down. It was just a completely different medium. And if you think about it in sense that a lot of us, I think, believe a lot of the same things about the electrical part of what we do. You think about if it's an electrical signal, it may not be able to catch that.
Right. Well, and you guys being Gen Xers, I mean, you will go old school as opposed to
100%.
because I mean, you know what records are, you know what all that stuff
still
is.
have
I mean,
records.
my nephew, so do I. My nephew
Yeah.
actually asked me if the record was is that like a DVD or a CD or something?
Right.
No,
Yeah.
that's a record. You'll learn what that is later on. But
That's
yeah,
their ancestor.
Yeah. And, you see a lot of investigators, right? You see a lot of investigators now. They're actually buying some of the old cassette recorders.
We've got some friends
know.
that
We got
some
recently
friends
did that. Yeah.
Right. And I'm like,
they're doing
Oh,
that
yeah.
too with the old TVs. They want the old
Right.
TVs because it will
Mhm.
show some of the stuff better than it
exactly.
will on the newer TVs.
And that's
No,
why
that
it's
I
that
completely understand.
Like
it's
these,
that analog.
like these.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
just like that.
Yeah.
But
Just
yep.
oh
Yeah, and
Yep.
the same thing. Like you're getting an analog signal at that point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is gonna get really earthy and woo woo, but if you think about how things are naturally, that's frequency. So you're gonna pick up frequency on analog and all these sort of things.
Yeah.
Digital is just like I was saying, Nancy. It's a reassembly of a whole crap ton of digital images. So I just think that sometimes you're not going to catch things because of kind of what we were talking about.
It's
Right.
like blink if you miss it. It
Right.
has to blink at some point when it's
Exactly.
refreshing each
Yes.
picture.
I find
And
the
you may
cassette tapes
miss it.
are, sorry, Nancy. I find the cassette tapes are very rustic
Yes.
to listen back to.
Mhm.
The pop and the hiss.
Yeah, it's like shh behind
Mhm.
it, like old, and it's kind of like oh. And I am the EVPer. Jesus, I live and breathe the EVPs, and I need something that's clean and clear.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I do have the Zoom H something, I forget what it is, but I've stopped using it because it's taken up the battery. You go to look, you have to keep it plugged in all the time because the battery drains from it. But then you
Yes.
go to castles, there's nowhere there's nowhere proper that you can plug it into. Say if I want to go to Bloody Chapel, it's
Mhm.
gone. And but the listening back to is like it's like stream. It's beautiful to listen to. It's lovely.
Mhm.
There's a quick question here from Patrice because you've investigated with Patrice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Patrice was on the toy theater. She's saying, Nicole, remember the staircase with the kids and the red ball rolled down the stairs right next to me with no camera on it. You two were below talking to Spirit.
Yes, she's
Charlottesville.
talking about Charlottesville Castle,
Mhm.
right there by the staircase where Harriet passed away.
Mhm.
Yeah, we were on the one side. Patrice was on the stairs, I believe, with Karen. Yes,
Might have been, yeah.
I think it was Karen. And yeah, I didn't actually get to see it. I could only see the light flashing from the cat ball. But yeah, they rolled down the stairs when we were asking questions.
It's
And not a camera on it.
No, of course.
the
We were on the other side.
usual. And she's saying, good to see you all. Where's our next investigation? You are all wonderful. Where is your next investigation?
Oh man.
It'll be actually close to us here. There's a Titanic museum close to us.
Oh, we love that.
And there's some investigators holding an event there, and we're going to go investigate the artifacts from the Titanic.
I am horribly
nice.
jealous.
Yeah,
I am horribly jealous.
pretty cool.
Oh,
Pretty cool.
We
I
just
heard
got
that's
back
a
from.
pretty active location.
Yes, it is.
Titanic.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's very active, and it's weird because it's not. Everybody talks about locations and things like that. It's on the Branson Strip, so it's kind of organically weird there because it kind of sticks out from a lot of the normal fare that's there. Not that it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just very different. But the artifacts that are there, if a lot of people talk about the haunted objects part to it,
Mhm.
and yes, I believe some things because I believe in the stone tape theory and things like that.
Yeah.
But you got to figure that some of the stuff's going to be charged, and let me tell you something, it's charged. That
You can
place-
feel it just when walking in
Yeah.
the museum, which we've been to like multiple times now.
Yeah,
So yeah, I've never thought that we were going to get access to go in there. Obviously they don't do private, but because there's some individuals that are hosting an event there, we're able to get in and at least
Nice.
do
Yeah,
that. So yeah, we're super
Nice.
excited for that.
So cool. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just love everything about the Titanic.
Oh, it's amazing.
I do too. I do too.
Yeah, I remember, firstly, when I went to see it in the movies, people walking out and I'm like, why are they laughing? Why are they laughing? I almost had to be carried out on a stretcher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me as well.
Yeah,
And
and
what
we
do you
just got.
guys? Oh, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was going to say we just got done with a place that was kind of a bucket list for myself and Nicole.
Oh man,
Um,
yeah.
If you've ever seen the movie Shawshank Redemption,
Listen,
Yes.
I could tell you word for word of it.
okay,
Okay.
so we got to investigate Ohio State Reformatory,
Which is where they film
which
the
is where they
prison
filmed
scenes.
it, and it's in.
There was
More
only
of a source
8 of us. A couple of our friends rented
Right.
it and invited us. There was
Did that.
only 8 of us for the entire night.
and that
Oh.
place. Whew,
Wow. I am,
it's
see,
amazing.
Many first experiences for both of us.
Yeah.
It just there's so much.
we should house swap for a month.
I'll absolutely
Yeah.
sign up for that.
Don't touch her. She'll go in a heartbeat. Believe me.
Y'all can come over there and I'll come over there or go over there. And then, we get to do our places for like the month.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that.
I'll swap anytime.
Yeah,
Oh,
you'll have to watch the dogs though.
I've got 4 dogs and 2 cats. Come on now.
You have to watch the dogs and cats, though.
True.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think my chihuahua will come with me. My chihuahua will come with me. I remember last year Patrice was here in my home.
Yeah.
He stayed with me, and we did a call out, as you do. We did a call out. Oh my goodness, it was interesting. There was a few names being given out. I can't remember some of the names, Patrice. If you remember some of the names, but I think Owen was one of them. I'm not too sure. But there was a few names being thrown out, but we were using the spirit box. So, and I have, I don't know. I mean, I do have the recordings, but I don't know, Patrice, if you remember any of the names of who was called out in this house. But I do know of a little girl, and I'm like, where did you come from?
Right.
I remember one night talking on a show, and we're talking about the children, children, just black-eyed children, just children. And they said, Jen, if you're driving down a dusty road at nighttime and you've seen a group of children, like 2 or 3 children there, what would you do? And I'm thinking, do you know what my answer was? I'd run them over. No. And if it's a mistake, well, then oopsies. But no, I'm not doing anything when it comes to children. No, give me the bigger people one and whatnot, but don't give me the children ones.
Yeah,
I mean-
children kind of creep me.
Yeah, this is where I know there's children. I got it, but no. What
That's
would you
funny
do?
because I'm the opposite.
Yeah,
I like-
she's a children.
But I would for over 20 years I worked, in preschools and as a teacher and at private nanny. So I have more of a connection with the children, and it does come
Yeah.
through in a lot
Yeah,
of
it does.
locations. Yeah.
Oh, with the children, I'm good with the children. I will sit on the floor and I have toys with me already. So I'm
Mhm.
motherly type, when it comes to investigations. But driving down a dusty road,
No, that's a little different.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
My mind goes to hollow-eyed children that
yeah.
kind of
Hmm.
that are.
I think that the movies are responsible
Yeah,
for
they
that
are.
creep factor.
Listen,
The
I'll tell you
kids.
what. After seeing Weapons this year, that freaked me out too. So
Mhm.
kids, yeah.
Mhm. haven't
Movies
seen
always
that.
ruin everything.
Oh,
No.
Weapons
What we
is
do.
crazy.
Do you know what movie I've seen recently? Disclosure Day.
We haven't
We
watched it yet.
Literally,
We were
sat
getting ready.
down last night to watch it.
And then
We were,
we were doing something interrupted
happened.
us and we didn't
I
And what
watch
is
it.
Disclosure Day.
Disclosure Day. I know there's about 5. It's literally 7 people in the cinema. Why it wasn't put on the big screen, I have no idea. Because there's a few screens, a few cinema rooms in it, and you have the big screens. I'm like, why isn't Disclosure Day put into the big rooms, But
Right.
I know I was the only one that was crying at it.
I really want to see it.
I'm not going to tell you anything about it, but I did look up the reviews of it. And one review was it, and I kind of understood what it said, but what it meant. But it was kind of like it's kind of speaking to you.
Mhm.
It's telling you, when I listen to, oh Jesus, take the wheel. When I listen to the words, people like us
Right.
will get it. And I
Okay.
cried at it. Oh my God, did I cry at it? I mean, who cries at Disclosure Day? I do. But it was very, it was a great movie, a great movie. It's a must-see movie. I did cry at it. I thought it was, I tell you, the humanity and so on. But what they said, Steven Spielberg, because he's less than Encounters of the Third Kind. That when the ships came down and they
100%.
Mm-hmm.
You should bring my phone. My phone is the tunes of the spaceships going.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Swear to me, that's my ringtone.
You guys investigate everything, and talk about. I mean, you've had what 150.
I think we're at 165 or maybe 66 now, something like that.
Don't even know.
And you go ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, everything from A to Z. I was just looking at the shelf behind you, and I'm like, everything's.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, I was going to say something about Steven Spielberg. Like we found out, like if you go back to some of those old movies that we grew up on, we did an episode on. Remember, like there was a certain year, it was like the 50s and 60s that there was
67 or 68.
There was how many accounts that all happened in 1 month, like all of these UFO accounts, and in one of them. The entities described looks just exactly like what ET looked like in the movie. And I'm like, I remember turning to him and being like, Steven Spielberg heard this account somewhere, and that's why he made ET look the way he does.
The dialogue.
Betty and Barney were two of the first that came out that they were abducted.
Well, we talked to Kathleen. It was last year, I think.
Yeah, which is their
niece. It's Betty's niece.
Betty's niece.
Yeah,
and talked to her pretty extensively about it. But she
wrote a book about their encounter.
Really?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
When you watch the movie, and let me tell you, the dialogue is that you will read in between the lines, and it will hit you. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, and I was with my partner Kelvin, and I was with my two children. And I was like, they looked at me and I said, I know I'm crying. You know, there's a message in between what he was saying. Like, my name is Billy Hunt. It's not bleep bleep. We know.
Yes.
And there's a line in it that I'd love to tell you, but I won't and I can't, even though it doesn't give anything away.
Well, I'll message you when we watch it, and then you can let me know which one it is.
Absolutely fun. Now you would love it.
I can't wait.
It's what we would get.
It's going to be a blast. But yeah, Nancy, kind of getting back to what you were saying. I think sometimes I laugh. I'm like, we're kind of like a paranormal talk show. It's like we talk to so many different people from so many different genres of the paranormal. That's about the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So I think we're more of an experiencer podcast, more than just like like than just like ghosts and things like that. We've had past life regression people on. We've had good Lord, NDE. Man, we've really kind of ran the gauntlet a bit.
The Bigfoot stuff, which is just fascinating.
Yeah. You talk to some of those guys, and it's like, to me, all that stuff is sort of like we're all in the same hotel, just different floors. So right, because to this day, there's a lot of people that, obviously, there's people that believe all sorts of different things when it comes to UFOs and how it could possibly be related to, paranormal activity. There's the hot spots. You look at what's in New York, the area in New York that's kind of known hotspot. It escapes me right now, but there's a part of New
Hudson
York,
Valley.
Hudson Valley. Thank you. So the Hudson Valley area is known for just an immense amount of UFO activity, ghost activity.
We got tons of messages from people that live there, like, "Oh, I saw this, and I saw this, and I saw this." Yeah, all the time. And we did that episode
that was years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago.
You got to wonder what that's got to do with too, because you've got different pockets of the United States and all over the world, for that matter, where heightened UFO activity. I mean, what draws them to that? It's right. It staggers the imagination when you think about it, because it's like, how can all these people, average Joes, just going to come up and go, well, okay, I saw this, blah, blah, blah. Out of the blue. They've never had any
Mhm.
propensity towards anything like
Right.
that. And all of a sudden they're like, well, okay, I'll tell my story. And they tell these stories. I mean, they've got no reason to,
Right.
they're not looking for fame or fortune. They're telling you. Or they're
Exactly.
it's not like, well, I'm going to find somebody on the street and tell them some weird story and see if they believe it. These are people that are like, all right, I'm going to tell you this, but
Yeah, it
don't
actually
want to go on camera or what have you. They don't want fame and
Right.
fortune. They're just telling their story. They want somebody who actually believes them to listen
Exactly.
to them because it happened to them.
Yeah, Nancy, and
You know?
I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of them even do it knowing that there's going to be some detriment to them by doing it.
If somebody hears it. Yeah.
Right. If somebody hears it, like I've spoken to, law enforcement. We've spoken to people that were like, listen, I knew the second I come out with this, my career is done. So, is that a mass detriment for them? So you're like, there's nothing to gain for them. In fact, there's a lot for them to lose. So them coming out, it's sort of like, okay, look,
Dang.
I mean, the paranormal.
Okay, my
doesn't
family's
give a-
going to go, oh, here we go.
Right, yeah,
again,"
exactly.
kind of thing, right?
Well, and it's like the same thing all of us ever, Nicole and I laugh at this all the time, and Jen and Nancy and anybody else who's in the paranormal that's listening to this or watching, it's always like, you get those people like, yeah, I don't believe in that stuff.
Or they go,
And then,
okay.
but then they'll do, but there was one time
That
where
this and
happened,
this
right? And then
happened.
this happened, and it's like,
Yeah.
look, it's okay to be skeptical of things, but you also have to remember that there's so much unexplained stuff that happens that
Mhm.
just by saying that there's one thing that you're not jumping off the ship into,
Well,
Yeah.
and that's kind of our target audience as well. Like we started this for people that if they have seen something or heard something, but they don't want anyone to know that
Yeah.
they're questioning and
Yeah.
and searching for these things, they can go hide, put their earphones in, and listen to our podcast
Right.
or watch our podcast,
Yeah.
and they can learn about it without anyone knowing if that's what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
And
But
was
you guys are so normal.
Oh, we're just
We're
a
not
good act.
normal.
It's a good act.
I was there.
I mean,
was
just
checking the bus-
wholesome looking, kind
Oh,
of.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's all smoke and mirrors. It's not-
Oh yeah. Sorry,
That's
no, I'm writing things down here as we go along because there's so many to talk about. Gosh, I was going to say something then, and it's gone out of my brain.
That's all right.
It's okay. It'll come
Happens
back.
to me all the time. Listen, I turned 52 this year, and
Oh,
sometimes if I don't say something,
Same.
right? I'm like, and then
Mhm.
the
You
moment
have
may
to
pass,
say it
and
out
it's not
loud to
coming back.
remember it. Yes.
Right? Exactly.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
me, because I know I'm writing everything down, and even extra. I'm writing things down. Oh, Leslie, it'll come back to me. I should have used my pen and paper, but I didn't.
Well, and I know your mother was a paranormal person, correct? That she.
So my
say-
grandmother, yeah,
grandmother?
my grandmother was in our culture what we call a curandera, which is like, oh wow, that's layered.
Medicine woman.
Yeah, kind of
type.
medicine woman, kind of seer, shaman, whatever have you. Yeah. So basically, she was very gifted with that. She would do things sometimes when I was a kid that I'd be like, "Grandma, what are you doing?" And she'd explain it to me, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, "Well, that's kind of whacked out," I don't know what she's doing. But like, we would go. Obviously, she would sage all the time. She would do like if we moved. She had this thing where it was 3 bowls, and she would crack an egg in each bowl and say something. And then on the one that I remember for the rest of my life, I'll remember this. On the 3rd bowl, she cracked it, and the whole egg was bloody. And she looked at me and she said, "That's a cleansing ritual." So it's first of all, if you get into the real deep weeds of it being 3, and some people believe in the Trinity and all those sort of things too. But it's like a cleansing of that area. So once she got the blood, that was a cleansing of that particular home that we were moving into.
I've seen something like that before.
Yeah. But at like 11 years old, you're thinking to myself, I think my grandmother might have lost her mind. I don't know what's going on.
Dude, what's wrong with your grandma? I don't know.
but yeah, that's kind of how I was introduced to that.
That's crazy. I was just sorry, getting back to sorry for the UFOs we were talking about and experiences. I've had a lovely guy and a guest on my show before, Mike Heston Rogers from Fire in the Sky.
Mm.
Yeah, I know exactly who that is. Yeah, in fact, one of our guests we've always wanted was Travis Walton, which I'm sure.
Listen, I've done it. I've tried. I haven't done it. I've tried it for both of them to come on. But and I've had Mike on 2 or 3 times, and he's a fantastic guy, very funny. And I got him to say potatoes, cabbage, and ham, and a wee bit of parsley sauce, and a very good Irish accent. And God bless him, he did it really great. But I did say he did speak to Travis to see if he'd come on the show with him, and it's a no.
Yeah.
But if you can get him on, let me know. We'll be one.
Oh, if I can get him on, I'm letting the whole planet know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny thing was, sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there are certain people that that Nicole and I know that if we ever get the chance to have them on, I mean, it is a drop everything, reschedule everything.
Mm-hmm.
This person's coming on.
Yeah.
And Travis Walton is one of them for sure.
But we've gotten a couple, which is just surprising to me.
There's been some where I'm like, they want to talk to us.
Right.
You know, I'm like, okay.
Mine was Chris McKinnell.
Yep, we've had Chris on.
Yeah, we've had Chris on.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know me from Ireland, and he wanted to talk to me, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. There's been Bishop James Long, who I could talk to forever, all day, all night. Love his mindset of religion and what he does and how he does it. He's a great guy. He's really lovely. Oh gosh, Chris McKinnell, Mike Heston Rogers, funny guy. But I did send him. I was in Charleville Castle one day, and I was taking pictures for him, and I sent it over to him because he wasn't leaving the house. So I was sending pictures over to him. He goes, "Is that supposed to be haunted?" And I'm like, "Well, yes, I'm in Charleville Castle." He goes, "Paranormal's not real."
Oh boy.
Wow.
And I'm like, what did you say? What did you say? You know, and I'm like, just might be Mike, because we became good friends.
Sure.
And paranormal is the table, and he doesn't believe in it. And I'm like, well, holy crap.
Yeah.
I could send you on audio. I can send you on videos.
But there's some people, no matter what you do, they won't.
I found it fascinating. I found it fascinating that a movie and a worldwide trip was done of hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to, question, why would you say that? And, I want Travis's view on it as well. And I want to watch the show if he's on your show. And I want to know it, But,
right.
I think every good, I've always said to Nicole, and I've said this to other people, every good paranormal team that does this, not just obviously, because we all know that there's the ones that do the clickbait and everything, and that's fine. If there's room for that, you want to entertain, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But if you're doing it for the investigative process, every team that wants to do that needs to have somebody that is a full-blown skeptic, doesn't believe a thing with you, because not only is it one of those things where you go, okay, where they can kind of, throw their part into it, but it grounds you. You're like, okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that might have been.
The trouble is, every time we bring one of those people,
Yeah, I know.
we turn them.
Yeah, we do.
Not like that anymore.
I call them fresh meat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and it's
meat, and you love nothing. I've got 2 new people coming in with me in August to Leb Castle, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I have a
amazing.
side of me that just goes, even though I've seen what I've seen, and since I was a kid, it's the other side of me goes, oh, I call,
right.
it's, no way, no, or no.
But I think there needs to be a healthy amount
what are
of
they
that.
talking about? They don't know what they're talking about. They can't be.
Right.
That can't be. But the other side of me goes, oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it's almost so, you get, like we were just discussing a podcast we just put out.
Mhm.
We've been in this location twice, and we're very connected to this place, and we just got so much evidence. I actually turned to him and I said, no one's going to believe any of this.
Mhm.
Like, they're honestly going to think we faked
there's
half
too
of
much
this.
of it.
Because
It
it's
is,
too
yeah.
much. Because if you watch these shows, you watch other like they get here and there, but we got so much stuff at this location, but we're connected to that place and we're connected to those spirits. Yeah, and they actually said to us, thank you, like 2 different times, and thank you for listening and these types of things, because we always approach our investigations that way, And I'm like, but nobody's going to believe us. I said, we're going to become the target of you're faking this and faking this, because it was so much. It's honestly unbelievable, and that's what it is.
That's a good thing. You have a good rapport with the location, with the
Yes.
And I always say, when people say, Jenny, you're going back to the same place time and time and time again. Well, one is called research, because I
Yes.
just couldn't go to a location one time and be done with it. It's not easy to do it. I couldn't do it. So yes, I've been doing Redwood Castle for 10 years. I've been doing Leap Castle for 10 years. And it's becoming like, even one of the little girls spoke intelligently. And that was, I've never, to my knowledge, I've never heard an EVP like that from Leap Castle, as in one of the little girls. Maybe some did, and I've never heard it, but
Right.
I got it, and I'm happy to say I got it. And it's putting in, that's the place where I say I sit down with the toys, because I've got 2 daughters. And I sit down and, apart from my crazy side on investigations, which is very, I'm not stern, but when I'm doing audio, we have to be doing audio. New people that come, I say, listen, you will work in here with us. It's not an entertainment. You go watch at home and watch your TV for that.
Right.
I am working and you are a guest. So if you whisper, I'm calling you at 3 a.m. when I'm doing audio to wake you up.
Yep.
Whisper. Say Nancy coughed. You'll just say, for the sake of the audio, I coughed.
Right.
So it's not an EVP that I'm listening to. It's like, did someone cough? No, it wasn't me. I can't remember coughing. We tag it there and then.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We do that all the time.
I am calling you at 3 a.m. Will you look at me?
Yep. I mean, there have been times where, and it's interesting because, the States were still a pretty young country when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, like with Ireland and some of the places, out away from the U.S., but in the world, yeah, thank you. My brain just
in the world.
Yeah, in the world. But anyway, so when I would imagine when you investigate, and I know that while we were there, I think about how long that lineage is
That history.
in that history in one given area. You look at like you said, Leap Castle. Even like Ardgillen. We went. All the places that we went to.
Ardgillen's about 20 minutes away from me.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Oh, it's so beautiful there.
Or like Hellfire Club. When you go there, you're like, this place has lived a lot of lives. It's layered.
Yeah. One of the girls that I was in investigation with a few months ago, she showed me a picture from Hellfire Club, and I'm thinking, oh my God, there's not a picture she doesn't take with her phone that she doesn't get on her phone. There's not a picture. I wish they were mine, but they're not. But there's not a picture that she doesn't get. That it's not like I'm at this 19 years and you get in.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? But the Hellfire Club one, and I was like, I can see this. And the phone was up to my face, and I'm like long-sighted, so I wouldn't really see it too well. But when the phone was taken away, and from a further space away from me, and someone else was looking at it, and I looking at the picture, and I was like, oh, what the? There was this tall black figure walking down this. You see the legs, you see the body shape, you see the arm, and I'm like, and all she was doing was wearing her body camera. And they were leaving, and she turned around to have one last look. The camera picked it up.
Wow.
Around until they went through it, and she got that. I wish you could see what I have in my mind and what I saw, but just visualize that last flight of steps coming down, and you have this 6-foot tall black figure that you can see the body shape. And only when the phone was taken away from me from a distance, then I can see the bigger picture. I was up there a few times, and I remember I was with 2 other people, and they were taking one. I was on the 2nd floor looking at the middle window, and these 2 people who I was with was walking out, and they were walking out further, and I'm like, come back, and they were like, we're just looking at the sights and so on. They left, and I was like, okay, and then I thought, I'm a woman in the Hellfire Club by myself, and whatever I said before, I didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Really
Pardon me. I'm just leaving.
I actually looked out the window to actually, now this is no lie, I looked out the window to look down to see how high the drop was, to see if I could make it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't.
I would have stayed away from the window, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of like fight or flight, and I was turning around and I was like, I can go back, I can go down the stairs, because these 2 people are now dots. And I'm like, remember I said it's not a man's club anymore, it's now going to turn into a woman's club and you're not invited? I didn't really mean it.
A little backtracking on that. That's okay.
Yeah.
that.
But I was going to go down the flight of stairs, and I thought, and I've heard and seen things there too a lot, and I was thinking, if I go down, it's going to be a fight or flight, and they're going to find me on the 2nd staircase, huddled like a fetus position in the corner of the stairs, sitting in the wet and whatever. Um, so yeah, I was in the Hellfire Club on my own. So big up me. I didn't
Yeah,
have
that-
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
Not to pull away from this, but there was
Sure.
something I wanted to ask. It's called the Drombeg? Drombeg?
Drombeg.
Drombeg Stone
Yep,
Circle.
Drombeg Stone Circle.
Mhm.
yeah.
It's in County Cork.
Mm-hmm.
County
Right.
Cork.
Cork is a big place for that. Did
Mhm.
something happen to you there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's wow, that's powerful. So long story short, I was in the military, US military for a long time, and I've always had a small bit of ringing in my ear.
Hmm.
Well, about
I
5 years
understand.
ago or so,
Yeah.
I had a brain bleed, and when that happened, I hit a brick wall with my head and had a massive concussion, and it just made that situation much worse. So I've lived with this ringing in my ear for a
Since
very
then.
long since then, and I have to have
Loud.
noise constantly, because if I don't, I will go insane because of the
Yeah.
ringing.
Yeah.
So we go to Drombeg, and it's beautiful, by the way. It's a gorgeous area,
Mhm.
and especially as Americans, we look at some of these stone circles and we don't necessarily always know the breadth of it.
I know, I'm
and
obsessed
the
with it.
history of it.
Yeah.
And you think about all the different people that may or may not have been there, like the Druids and people like that. And so we go in this place, and we're kind of walking around and making sure that we're trying to be respectful of a lot of different things. But then I stepped into the circle, and I went to the middle,
Oh.
and I'm sitting there talking to Nicole, and we're filming something for the show, and I noticed something wasn't there. The ringing had completely gone away. And anybody that knows me, I'm not afraid to be an emotional person. That's not me at all. But I've been through some stuff. So for me to cry, it's gotta be
Big. Yeah.
gotta be substantial.
Yeah.
And I fought breaking down into tears. No, I think I actually did.
You did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because I had forgotten what it was like to not have it. It was so impactful. Right. Silence.
I have that
And-
too, really, really loud. It makes it
Yeah.
hard to hear, which is why I have to wear these in order to hear you guys. I can't turn this up all the way, and I can't hear it unless I have it directly in my ear.
Mhm.
That
I'm right
silence-
there with you.
That
And it-
silence, crazy.
It was silent, and I remember looking at her, and I'm like, okay. And of course, the skeptic in me is like, well, different elevation, different country. Maybe there's something to do with that. And then there's at some point you got to say to yourself, okay, you got to take account where you're at. You are in a very sacred site where I don't care what you believe, what your belief structure is, whatever it is, people were there and they prayed. And anytime you get a group of people believing in the same thing and praying and putting energy into the ground and stone, it is going to have a residual leftover. It's going to be part of it. And it floored me that I was there, and I took it in. And I told Nicole, I said, I'm not sure I can leave here, because it is the most comfort and the most serenity I had in I can't even think of how long. And of course,
silence sounds.
Yeah, it was silence. And I'm like, I've forgotten what this was like. And so as we're walking back to the car and we're walking towards it, I'm thinking to myself, okay, one of two things are going to happen. Either it's gone or it's not. And we get back in the bus and we start driving, and no kidding, about 30 minutes later, I shook my head and I'm like, Nicole, it's back. It's back.
The only thing that I've ever heard to cancel that out, cicadas. You know what a cicada is? When they go in the trees, they hit that high note.
Yes, they do.
Only once, but like they come every 4 years or so. And that's the only time that I've heard silence, because that it's not actual silence, because that noise is still going on, but it cancels it out of your ears. Yes.
Yeah.
Only time. And it's like,
well, imagine that same feeling without any additional input.
Wow.
But the other thing too is we did this thing that we were told by Mike Ricksecker. I don't know if you know who Mike Ricksecker is, but he's fascinating.
Yeah.
but he had went there, and we had interviewed him long before we ever knew we were going to Ireland, and he had talked about this place that he had went, and he talked about the reverberation of his voice bouncing back at him, and how they had tried this pendulum right in the middle, and if you just hold it there, it will spin one direction, stop itself, and then spin the other direction. So I wanted to test this, and it absolutely did it. I had other people test it. They didn't even know what they were doing, and it would do that. It would spin, stop, spin back. I couldn't believe it actually happened.
It's
so
strange.
what's going on there? I don't know. And the other thing I remember Chris walked up to us.
Yeah.
And he's like, guys, I got over here in the middle, and I just got this voice saying, look up. He goes, I think there was UFO activity here.
Yeah.
So that was interesting too. So we put all three of those things together. I mean, who knows what's going on there?
It's very common. It's very common. Even Newgrange, which is 12 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
I can walk out to Newgrange. It's 12 minutes away. And I got into the tomb, and it was just amazing. And that's older than the pyramids.
Yeah.
And it's crazy when you walk into it. And it is a little tight in some areas. So you're kind of like, people say if you're claustrophobic, whatever, it's going to be a little bit hard to go into it. But, then, I don't like, I don't like big crowds, get away from me. But, you go into this place. You go into it. And it's just fascinating. It's just amazing. It's like literally you could throw a stone and hit the wall. It's right beside. I live in a great historical town. Fantastic historical town. I'm very lucky to live here. But Newgrange is literally 12 minutes away from me.
That's amazing.
On my doorstep. Boyne River is right beside me.
That's somewhere she's wanting to go.
I know we didn't have time to see it while we were there. I was so sad. Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. It is. It's you get the they have the bus to brings you up to. I know Patrice. I took Patrice there as well. But it is fascinating to see the writings and the engravings on the stones, and then you just have a little walk around and you touch the trees that we do, and it's just. It is a beautiful place, yeah. It is a fabulous place. I love it. So many.
So cool.
When I have friends coming over from America, I literally just spend a day or 2 days doing a tour of Drogheda with them.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. You don't even have to leave Drogheda to do an investigation outside of town. For a long time, because there's a lot in Drogheda. Another Mellifont Abbey, which is a monastery abbey. That's another great place to go to, which is about 10-15 minutes away from me, and by car. Say about 20-25 minute walk, which is easy. It's summertime and so on. But that's the French monks had built it, and they didn't like it, and they moved back to France and so on. And it's like, okay, but there's a lot in Drogheda. There's another place I wanted to ask you about, Ardgillan Castle. Again, 20 minutes out the road from me. Great place. I go picnic there with my children. I take my dogs walking there. Malahide Castle is the same place as well. I take my to Malahide Castle and we picnic there. I remember in my before my 20s, about 18, 19, 20, something like that, me and my twin would go there, We pretended to walk around, pretending we were wearing Victorian dresses and walking around saying, oh, I wish they would hurry up with the tea,
Yeah.
Hurry up. Pretending that we lived there in Malahide Castle, but Ardgillan Castle was the same thing as well. You go there for picnics, you go there to walk your dogs, watch it. So we investigate. Ardgillan Castle is in Balbriggan, which is about it's in County Dublin, but Dublin is only about 45 minutes from where I live. So 45, 50 minutes from where I live. So in the center of all of it. But Ardgillan Castle is a place that we've investigated a few times. I know the owner. Oh my God, he used to be my boss. He scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, Ardgillan is
just beautiful.
Yeah, the grounds alone. I mean, just looking out at the ocean, getting to see, that sweeping kind of grass knoll right into it. It's funny because that was the
our
very
first
place
stop.
we went. Yeah, so we're already like. For Americans going over, we're already kind of like sleep deprived a little, and and the whole bus ride there, where I'm thinking to myself, God, I'm freaking tired.
Yeah.
But as soon as we got there and we kind of started walking towards it, immediately perked up because it's just it's like wow,
the adrenaline takes over.
Right,
Yes.
the adrenaline kicks in, and I think what the first thing that I remember kind of being taken aback by is talking with Chris about was it the photo that somebody took, and then there was
Uh-huh.
a good chance that the gentleman of the home was in the reflection of the mirror.
Mhm.
You know which one I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah,
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Right. So I got to see that up close because we had seen it on TV and stuff like that. So I hadn't really get a good glimpse of it. But when you get close to it, you're like, holy crap! Yeah,
We did
that
a
is-
reenactment of it. We tried to do. We had a photographer with us at one point, so we're trying to do a reenactment of it.
Mhm.
It just wouldn't happen again.
Yeah,
But I do know the picture. Yeah, yeah.
it was fantastic.
Yeah.
And then we had gone to
I think that room, the first place, I mean, we weren't there very long, so we didn't get to do like a major investigation or anything. But we went into that side room where I think the maid or something was
Yeah.
supposed to have lost her child or something. That room off to the
Bedroom.
side,
Yeah, the
the bedroom.
I know.
I know the K2 was going off
Yeah, it
like
was-
crazy when we were
Yeah,
speaking
yeah.
to her on the bed, and there's no reason for it to be doing that.
Right,
No.
I totally understand, Nicole. Yeah, we got the same thing, and there was 2 cat balls on it. And for me, cat balls are kind of an entertainment thing, but I need to
Right.
document. I need to document. I need to
Yes.
see if I ask something and it happens, then I'm like, okay, scratch the head, okay. But I need more. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah, we're the same way.
right.
Yeah,
So one cat ball was going off, and I'm like, okay, can you set the other one off at the same time? And normally it takes about 5-10 minutes for it to go off. It went off immediately when you asked. It's on
Wow.
videos. It's on video. But that room is. There's a lot of video footage I don't have from that room. Somebody else, well, I own it, but they have it. So what can you do with these people? You know,
Right. Yeah.
But I own it, but it's like it to me. But it wasn't my equipment that recorded it, so I don't have it.
Right.
Unfortunately. But I know what happened. But there was one of the girls that took a liking to one of the I'm going to say boys. I'm not going to say men, boys.
Mhm.
And I remember sitting on the bed, and I said, I'm going to sit in the bed. And somebody was doing the SS method at the same time. So when I'm saying I'm going to sit on the bed, so the person lying in the bed, no, actually, sorry, I'm wrong. The person lying in the bed was doing the SS method. And I said, I'm going to sit on the bed. And it was like, I'm warning you, get up now. And I'm like, oh, no. I was like, okay. But
Yeah.
it was
Mhm.
great. It would have been a great, and those who have it, keep it. I remember it, but keep it.
Yeah. That happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, well, you get them everywhere. But that room is a very active room, into my knowledge of being in that castle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little did I know that I'd been investigating it, which was lucky.
Yeah.
I know that castle has is such an obviously many places in Ireland have such a long history, and it's just it's amazing. But and we'll get to what happened on the outside.
Well, do you remember when we went? I don't think you remember this when we went down.
Yeah, actually, I was
towards
just
the
about to talk
kitchen?
about that.
Yeah.
So I'm walking down there, and Chris and a few people are ahead of me. And as they kind of cross into, so you go down those stairs as you're getting towards the kind of where they would make the food and everything.
Yeah.
And then like the pantry is off to the left.
Yep.
Well, I'm kind of walking around that area. Chris and some other people had already gone into we'll call it the kitchen for lack of better words,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And I'm walking and I see something in the pantry.
Yeah.
Literally, it's a shadow. And granted, like I said, I'm sleep deprived. So my brain's like, oh, maybe I'm just, half asleep. But I see a full shadow mist just take off towards the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was running after them. And I'm like, Chris. And he's like, what? And I'm like, dude, you're not going to believe what I just saw. And he's like, a shadow? I'm like, how in the did you just know? He's like, yeah, we've seen it. It's happened before.
Well, he
in
saw
there.
it on the show.
Right,
We
he had seen it
we
in
had
the show.
forgotten about
Right.
that.
And he's like, oh yeah, it
Same
happens all the
place.
time. And I'm like, God, that was crazy. And
Yeah.
it was, and I said, what got me wasn't because we've seen shadows, we've seen all those sort of things, but the speed that this thing went from that pantry into that kitchen area,
Yeah.
it was so fast that there's no way I could have swung a camera. There's no way I would have caught that because it moves so fast that I'm like, maybe it was just catching it something with my eye,
Yeah.
But then getting that validation, like, no, that's kind of a known thing here.
You know yourself, he'd filmed there before, so he got that. We did all the
Right.
reenactment. I've watched the shows as well, and
Mhm.
just letting one of them with Chris and the Castle, episode 4.
Mhm.
But I know he's been to that Gillen Castle, which is
Mhm.
it's a beautiful, beautiful spot.
Yes.
And we tried to do the reenactment of the jug on, you know, on the cabinet, and the, I don't know, we call it cabinet, and it was swinging. So we tried to kind of sit there, you know, around the table and ask for the same thing to happen again. But
Mhm.
you know, if you ask for these things to happen again, it's, you know,
Yeah.
They're like, I've already performed once.
Yeah.
I'm not doing
right?
it the second time.
Yeah, you gotta be. It's kind of a once in a moment where you catch
Yes.
it.
For sure. And you don't want to be that kind of investigator that's like, perform,
Do it
come
again.
on, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's so, first of all, I've never been that kind of person, but you think we all believe that's us in the future or whatever, somebody crosses over, you know, on that side, they're like, hey, you know what, go F yourself. I'm not going to sit here and perform like a, you know,
You get my
Like
EVP.
hanging around all
Right.
day
Yeah,
just
what-
to please you
Yeah.
and do what
What
you
am
want
I-
me to do. You do it.
I think of like Joe Pesci. What am I here to amuse you? I mean, it's like,
Right, right.
you know, so
If they get my EVPs, they're going to like not put any of them up because it wouldn't be, you know. And I normally mute myself at this point because my EVPs won't be with the bleep, 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 you know.
Yep.
What the bleep. I would, and then when I say a particular word, they'll say, "Ah, that's Jenny. That's Jenny." There's one particular word I say all the time, you know.
yeah.
My little sayings and my little Jennyisms, you know. Yeah, that's my name, Jenny Hunt, not blah blah blah. You know? Yeah, that's Jenny.
Where is Blackwater?
Oh
Castle?
God, I'm gonna let you talk about Blackwater because I know that's
Blackwater.
Yeah.
It is in County Cork.
Yeah.
I can't tell you more than that because we were driven around. So I don't know exactly where in County Cork. I just know it's in County Cork.
County Cork is on the west, the southwest.
Mhm. Yes. It's a very small town. It's actually Castleton Roach, right?
Yeah, Castle
My
Roach.
family's from originally is Cork.
Cork,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, mine too. Part of mine, one side of mine.
Yeah.
But it is an amazing place. And of course, it was
Yeah.
on the Spooked Ireland show, which is where we saw it. And I became obsessed with it immediately for forever. Like I rewatched that episode over and over, and I don't know why. Like I just
Oh.
had some like connection to this place.
Okay.
And then we knew we were going to go on this tour, and it was supposed to be the surprise location, but I already knew it was going to, like, I knew that was going to be it. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. And then we get there, and there's this whole, I mean, the history goes back really, really far, and there's tons of different things that happen, but there's the castle was sieged, and this Lady Roche is the one that defended the castle, and they ended up taking the castle and executing her.
Wow.
So they have this bedroom that's very close to the tower. So it's a big tower. It's got 3 levels. Is it 3 in the
Yeah,
top?
I think so, yeah.
But there's like a stone spiral that was put in there later that they say she was locked in and before they executed her. So on that level where that room is, if there's like a door right off to the left, the very next room is one of the rooms you can, rent to stay there. And they, they do weddings and all these different things. They've got all these rooms. So we were there for 2 days. And I really I was like, I want that room. I want that room because Ryan O'Neill of Haunted Scotland, on the show, of course, he stayed in that room and he had told it because we had interviewed him the year before about all his experiences in that room.
Sorry.
And I was like, please let us get that room. Please let us get that room. We get there and we get handed the key.
Yeah.
No.
We get
And
that
I
room.
was just like, because I was silently in my head, I was like, give us the room, give us the room. They call it the Lady Roche room.
Mhm.
Wow.
And as soon as we get handed it, I'm like, inside my head, I'm like, I got this big smile and I'm like, yes. And I just look at him and he's like,
Yeah. I knew we weren't getting any sleep.
because we knew what was, reported in that room. It lived up to its
Yeah,
name.
Absolutely.
Really?
It lived up to its name. Yeah. The first night, he went to bed a little bit earlier than I did. And I stayed up investigating with some of the other people.
Yeah.
There's so much. I don't know how long you want to talk about this, but
Oh, forever.
it was
Oh, good.
it was amazing. So, but before we went to bed, it was just us and Chris and another investigator that
Mhm.
stayed up. We
Yeah.
were hearing the doorknobs jiggle. There was child voices coming from the kitchen. A rock fell out of nowhere,
Yeah, it was crazy.
like onto the steps. It was a little strange. But he went to bed and I stayed up investigating, and I'll let you tell what part happened to you while I was downstairs, and then I'll finish.
So it's funny. At the time, I thought I was the only person up there, but here we are. First of all, Ryan was there that night, and I was talking to him. He's like, so you got Lady Roche's room? I'm like, yeah. He goes, good luck. I'm like, Ryan, come on, dude. You can't just say that to me. And Greg and everybody's just laughing at me. So I'm like, okay. Well, then she's like, okay, well, you're tired. You're going to go upstairs. I'm like, yeah, I need to get some rest. And I get up there and I get ready and I lay down in bed and it hits me. I'm like, I am the only person up here. Okay. In a very reportedly haunted room in an incredibly haunted location. And I'm like, you tell yourself, okay, you've been here before. You're an investigator. It's okay. You're fine. So I start to try to fall asleep. And right behind me is that hallway. So like the head of the bed is against the hallway that goes into that room.
Yeah.
And it sounded like there was a parade route going back and forth and people walking back and forth and walking back and forth. And I'm like, I know I'm the only one up here, and even though later when I found out I wasn't, the other person that was up there was dead asleep. So
on the other end
of the hallway.
Okay.
And it was nonstop. And it's funny because we're talking, Patrice has been talking to us, but so she was in the room in the middle. So it was like our room, then there was a middle room, and then there was another room. And so that's where the gentleman was staying.
Yeah.
And that entire area just sounded like a parade route. And it was not, I could not sleep. All this knocking and all this stuff. And it was just, I'm like, okay, if you're not going to let me sleep, at least let me catch a couple of winks, or let me just try to rest. And I just fought the flip flop of a fish, trying to sleep, and it just didn't happen. And then she comes up.
Yeah. So I had been downstairs. I don't think I came up until about 3 a.m.
Sounds about right.
So he was there that whole time. But we were downstairs and there's a room at the very far left side that's like I guess I would say a banquet room. It's got a very long table.
Yeah.
And we were just going to do investigations on the inside because it was kind of getting really windy and starting to rain. And it was actually had turned kind of cold.
Mm-hmm.
But we kept we just kind of wanted to peek our heads out at the back.
Mm-hmm.
And it sits up over the Blackwater River right there. And so you're just seeing treetops from where you can see this out of this room. And we start seeing these flashes of light in the trees. And we're like, is that lightning? But it wasn't lightning. So we couldn't understand what was going on. And to preface this, Chris and another investigator had walked outside to go do some investigations. Okay. So there's only 3 of us awake in the castle right now. And the other 2 were outside.
Awake. Well, I just wasn't out there.
As far as we knew, downstairs. So it was just us 3. Patrice is one of them. So she'll remember all this stuff. But we were like, okay. And then we start what is this? And then we start hearing a cannon sound. And I'm like, that's not thunder. Okay. What is that? And these flashes of light. So we just suck it up and kind of walk out there. It's cold, but windy, and just flashes of light in this cannon. What is going on? And I already know the reported things about, the siege. I know that on the show that they had heard the cannon fire and drums and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we go back inside, and here come Chris and the other guy coming in. And I'm like, okay, maybe they were walking down behind the castle with the flashlight, and that's what we were seeing. So I go over them. I'm like, were you guys walking around the flashlight? Well, yeah. I'm like, did you have it pointed up? Because obviously we're sitting up higher.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we had it right on the ground, right in front of our feet, just so we could see where we're walking. I'm like, well, what were you 2 doing? He's like, oh, well, we were way over here. We weren't behind the castle. And he said, Chris asked if we could hear the sounds of the past. And I said, did you hear anything? They're like, no, we didn't hear anything. So he asked it, and we heard it.
Oh,
which was just insane in itself.
Chris asking the questions on the ground.
On the ground, and we heard it. And we were seeing the light flash of cannons, I'm guessing.
Don't you see?
Yeah, so that was that first night. I go up to bed, but then I remember I came to bed and I asked the spirits, I said, I want to experience you. Said, so feel free to do whatever you need to do tonight, as long as you're respectful.
Yeah.
Of course, then I heard the walking back and forth. He didn't say anything to me when I came up there.
Okay.
But we heard the walking back and forth all night long. It was just like they were marching in the hallway. Just we woke up and the bags under our eyes. We were so tired. And that was that first night. The next day we did some, stuff with, nothing that notable, but we were trying to talk to the Fae and stuff like that. Because obviously, being from America, we don't get that kind of stuff. We don't get to investigate that type of stuff. Yeah. So We got some responses that were pretty chilling on the Frank's box that sounded like high pitched little kids like talking. It was interesting, and they said Faye. I don't know. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And we actually went down to the river and got some stuff that not anything huge or notable. But we had left to go do another investigation, came back to the castle, and I'm like, okay, we can't stay up all night because I'm already exhausted from the previous night, right?
Yeah.
So we all go to bed fairly early. I'll say like 11:30 or 12.
Yeah.
And we go in our room, and they had Chris and one other person had said that they were going to try to get access to the tower because it's not always open, like they have it locked.
Right.
To do some night investigation. And that's what we knew when we went to bed, like they might be up there. And so when we laid down, and I was just like on the brink of sleep, you know, when you're just about ready to fall asleep, and all of a sudden we hear this dragging sound coming from the tower. It sounds like a huge piece of furniture, like an armoire or something, is being dragged across stone. And it woke us both up. I'm like, what is that? Right. And so I messaged the guys. I'm like, are you guys up in the tower? Because I'm thinking, okay, it's just them doing something that who knows what they're doing. And don't get a message back. And I'm like, I don't know what that was. And then we try to fall back asleep. And then I hear these 3 knocks come from underneath us. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of us in the, castle. So maybe somebody's down there doing something, you just think that. And we start to go back to sleep. And then we hear this high pitched woman's scream come from the tower.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And I'm like, okay, that's not Chris. Like, that is not him. And I'm like, okay. And I was at this point, I was so exhausted. I think it was like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. Because I look at the timestamp when I messaged them. And I said, okay, I know I asked for this, but I'm going to politely ask you to not bother us anymore tonight, just so I can get some sleep.
A lot.
Nothing. The rest of the night, no footsteps, nothing. It was dead silent, and we got some sleep. So the next morning at breakfast, when Chris comes down, he sits down, and I look at him. I said, and he looks just as tired as we do. Yeah. And I said, Chris, were you up in the tower investigating? And he looks at me like I was crazy.
The Chris look.
Like, and I'm like, he's like, no. He goes, the tower's locked. I said, well, I know, but you were talking about going out. He goes, no. He goes, I was so tired. He goes, I didn't want to sleep in my bed, so I was downstairs on the couch trying to fall asleep. He goes, I kept hearing all these noises come from the door to the tower. He goes, and then I heard these 3 knocks. On the door. So that was like, I was like, oh my God. It was the same 3 knocks. And he goes, I just went over there and I said, you're not getting out tonight.
What was the name of the castle? Was it Roach Castle or Blackwater Castle?
So it's Blackwater Castle.
I've just written down to someone's gone away for the weekend.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you absolutely should. And I mean, after that, I was like, okay, everything we heard had to be paranormal because there was no one up there.
Everyone else.
So what was all that?
Yeah. I am going there. And I've been in Cork many times, but I am going there.
Yes, you absolutely should.
I'm going to mail my group and say we've got somewhere to go. And I know we're busy from now up until December. I think we have December again. We're back in Lepp again in August and December. Yeah, I know. We just can't do it without it.
No, but it is extremely active.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know how to explain it. There's some energy there that is a place like I've never felt. Including Lepp.
Lepp is my baby.
I know, and I love it, but I don't know. It's just like it is a supercharged area, And I was talking to someone else. It almost feels like when you enter the grounds of Blackwater Castle, it's like it's in its own time period.
Yeah, right. Vortex
like,
kind of thing.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly how it feels.
Well, that's interesting.
Hard to explain that.
I'm looking forward to going. I will definitely be going 110%. I know we have a few locations coming up. But there, definitely. I'm going to make tomorrow's Sunday, so I can't do anything tomorrow. Monday, I'm going to make a few inquiries about it.
Yeah, you should.
You absolutely should.
And I'll even do a live. I'll do a private video with you.
Yes, and it's gorgeous. And there's a trail that goes down behind. You can go down to the actual river, and you should definitely check that out as well.
I've been doing all of it, all of it.
Yes.
I mean, I knew it was crazy, but I didn't know it was
Oh,
that
it's
crazy.
insane. Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
in Redwood Castle, what I do as well, and it's very slow to start off with from the beginning, like say 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's building and building and building up even more, and it
Right.
doesn't let you down. And it's the only place I would sit in by myself because I don't feel anything negative from it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's in County Tipperary, but I don't feel anything negative from it. I wouldn't sit in Lep Castle on my own. You know, like
Right. Right.
Even though, I would sit in it for maybe half an hour by myself, and I'd be cool and calm. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but no more than that. You know, we don't need to do any more than that. You know,
Right.
and I'll be
Yep.
in one spot downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And, you know, I always tell their investigators, I never tell anybody else how to investigate. It's what you do is your process.
Yeah.
Right.
But Blackwater Castle is one of those places where you don't have to try. Just
Absolutely
be there.
not.
Just
be-
show up.
Be there now. Just allow the building to come to you because it will.
Okay.
100% will.
Yeah. I said
But it
it.
has a comfortable feeling.
Yeah,
I think like
I
I
thought
was
so, yeah.
Yeah.
actually I was torn up to leave. I actually cried. There's actually another person on the trip with us. Both of us women cried leaving. Like I just felt like at home there.
Yeah.
And I always had that connection to the place. I don't know why, but there was some weird stuff that happened, and I could go back and just spend my entire Irish
You're
trip
drawing.
there.
You're drawing to it, and there's something.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's something there that has you like.
Mm-hmm.
Like just when you said that, Nicole, where I've said it before on different shows, saying, do you ever go to a place and you just feel at home
Yeah.
and you cry, genuinely cry when you have to leave?
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to a lot of locations in Ireland and whatnot, but there's one place that I did go and visit was in Italy. And it was for a wedding. Now, listen, I didn't do paranormal then as I do now, but the wedding was in the Florence Mountains in an old monk's monastery.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
beautiful! I bet.
You'd walk in and the bathroom was like, hello, hello, and everything. What opportunity I had. Even my friend we stayed in the town part of Florence, and she stayed in the monk's monastery. And she goes, Jenny, I woke up and I knew there was someone standing over me. And I was paranormal then, but not. I was in it deeply all the time. But I knew when I was leaving Italy, it wasn't a holiday to me. It was, I'm home.
Mm-hmm.
I am home. Italy, you know, if I was
Yes.
ever going to leave Ireland, I'm going to go to Italy. I've been to many different countries.
Mm-hmm.
It was the one that I cried leaving. And I remember doing a show one night with these two, husband and wife, they were witches, and, you know, my dog is growling in her sleep, it's okay.
Yeah.
But they were witches, and, you know, they would kind of mediumship and whatever. I spoke about this. So when I go back in my lives, when I'm talking and they're saying nothing, you'll have a female coming in. Don't you love that page when you have a female coming in, listen, and saying something, but I don't understand what she's saying. Because I was talking about Italy, but it's just like you were saying, Nicole, about you feeling
Yes.
you're home in this place. Like you must
Mhm.
go back to it. No matter what it takes, you must go back to it.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is I watched it the first time on that show, and ever since then,
You just
I felt pulled
you have a
towards it.
see,
Mm-hmm.
you just don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
That's-
Yeah, and
that's-
I'm pretty sure if I ever won the lottery, we're buying it and moving there. And I've already been told that. So
Yes,
Oh, really?
that's what will happen.
that's your home from home. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
that when
And
you-
you know, I have a lot of ancestry in Ireland and Scotland and Wales. I mean, but why is it that place? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
you must do your family history tree.
I have, but I can't get too much further back. Like, I found the ancestor that came from Ireland, and it was in Donegal, I think. But
Mhm.
past him, I can't really find it. But I did find. So my maiden name is Callahan.
Irish.
I bought one of those little crest things, you know, there
Yeah,
that
like the
talks
family
all about the
crest.
crest.
Mhm.
And what's interesting is I didn't look at this until after we left Blackwater, which is close to the town of Mallow, I believe.
I think
Mallow.
so.
But
Oh, yeah.
in the crest description of where the family moved to
Okay.
all over Ireland, they were located near the Blackwater River in Mallow.
Girl.
And I just like cried. I was like,
I
is
know,
that
I
why?
know. I am now infested.
Yes.
And you have to. You must.
Yes.
There's a
Yes.
reason behind something, and you're thinking, how will I get this? I might not go back that far. Someone will know something. Somewhere, someone, somewhere. You ever see that program, Who Do You Think You Are?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Mhm.
Contact them, and someone will know.
Yeah.
Someone
Well-
will go further than what you think.
I'm hoping to go, come back, of course, and then be able to actually research there
Mhm.
about my family line, because it's kind
I
of hard
think
to
that would
from
be
here.
amazing. Hiya, Lawrence Lovey. I think that would be amazing. I'm now
Mhm.
very infested, and I'll be on to every single week. Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
I need that motivation
Yeah.
as we stay busy.
Because I get that feeling when you're kind of like, I don't know why I'm crying, but it wasn't because I was crying. I was going home back to Ireland. My daughters are home here. I
Yeah.
want to go home. But I said, I didn't feel like a tourist. I actually
Exactly.
walked down the streets by myself without caring, saying, I'm a tourist. They're going to see me. I'm a tourist. And I get very, nervous. I'm walking somewhere that I don't know. And, but I felt like I was at home. I
Yes.
was one of the local people, and I'm talking to everybody. I'm
Yes.
shopping for clothes, and yada yada and so on, and eating chili ice cream, and in this
Mhm.
cathedral, I just felt like I was at home, eating the pizza and wine, and I'm sitting outside, not kind of like just chilling. This is what life is like,
Yes.
and I
Yes.
just kind of loved it. So, and yes, it was lovely, but I
Mhm.
felt like I was in Ireland, but I was in Italy. So,
Yeah.
and I never checked that out either. I never checked it out, and I should really.
Well, I even the day before we left, because the tour ended and then we stayed a couple more days, and we did one of those day tours from Dublin to go see the Cliffs of Moher, because we didn't get to do that before. So we did that, and
You wanna
then
go?
of course at this point we are just exhausted, and we're
Yeah.
riding back, and they start playing this Irish music on the bus, and it's raining, and I'm looking out at the scenery, and I just
Oh.
bawl like almost all the way back, because I know the next day I'm getting on
Yeah,
the plane.
hard. Yeah.
And we get to the airport, and I remember we were getting ready to go through the doors, and I just stopped for a second and like look around, and I was I was so sad, and I was a little depressed. A lot of the people on our trip were very depressed when we got home.
Yeah, I feel it now. I
it was
feel
just
even
weird.
emotional even hearing you saying that, because I know what it's like to keep your feet on the soil just a little longer
Yes. Yes.
before you have to leave, and it's great to get home. It's great to get home. But
It
you know,
was,
you
'cause
need
our
more.
dog's here, our
Yeah,
family's here, our
yeah,
life's here. But I was
yeah.
like,
You need
you
more.
almost like, I don't care. I don't even want to leave. Like, it was that feeling.
If my daughter wasn't home, I would have been living on the streets in Italy.
Yes, exactly the same.
I would have lived on the streets in Italy. I would make it somehow.
Yeah.
Only for my daughter, I came home. Other than that, no, I would have ripped my ticket up and not go home and just stay where I was.
Exactly.
Oh,
the
we've
same.
definitely been at that point where we're like, we've got some pretty good connections in Ireland. Maybe I would just go there. I mean, the heck with it, sell everything and just show up and be like,
Yeah.
hey, somebody let us in.
I don't have a lot of room, and I got dogs, but bring your dogs over. My cat's frightening the life out of me. Mimi, come on, Mimi. Hello.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Aw.
That's Mimi. She's about 15 years old. She's about 15.
Aw.
But I know what it's like. Nancy, have you ever been anywhere yourself that you felt like you didn't want to go home? Like you felt it was your second home?
There.
Nancy, can you hear me?
Yep. Now I can.
Oh, you all right? Have you ever
Yes.
been?
Yes. I was expecting company. They came a little early. They're fine.
Bring them on.
They're fine. I'm not worried about them.
Have you been? So I was asking you, have you been somewhere that you haven't been to before, but you felt like it was home?
Have I
Yeah, like you've
been
been
somewhere that? Say that again. Have I been somewhere that what? No.
Like for me, it was Italy. For Nicole, is Ireland in Blackwater Castle. For you as well, have you ever been anywhere that you haven't been to before, but you felt like you've been there before?
The only place I can think of was I was probably 15, 16 when we took a trip to Kakabeka Falls in Canada. They call it the miniature Niagara.
Okay.
And I was up for some reason in the middle of the night. The we were camping there. It was with a friend and their sister and her sister's husband or something like that. And we went camping there, and for some reason I got up in the middle of the night and I didn't even remember getting up. I was ended up right near the falls, and was walking around inside of the fence, not where you're supposed to be, but inside the fence, and just wandering down this odd path, going this odd way, and was kind of woken up by somebody who was standing there going, "Hey, I think you're going the wrong way. You're going right towards the falls. You know, you don't want to go over the falls." And I'm like, no, there's a path right over here that goes down, and there's a set of stairs down there that goes down.
Yeah.
And I'm describing it, and he goes, and it was one of the park guys, and he goes, "Nobody's allowed to go down there. They haven't been allowed there in years. How would you even know that was there?" And I'm going,
Wow.
he goes, "Are you from here?" I said, "No, I'm from Minnesota, like St. Paul." No. And he goes, "We've never had that open here since we've opened the park." I'm like, "Oh,
Wow.
well, okay, then I guess I'm going back to my tent." And I had no idea. I had no idea. It was, I didn't even remember getting up or anything else. It was just as if I had just woken up right then and there and went, and I have no idea where I was going, what I was on my way to. But yeah, it was, the whole area was marked off. I wasn't even supposed to be in that area. So everything was closed off. I don't know how I got around the fence, got through, I don't know what I did. No idea.
Mm,
Go on you, Nancy.
Yeah.
that's
It was-
interesting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was, I actually had to have him show me how to get back to the tent area. I had no idea. Yeah.
Wow.
That's an
Yeah,
easy
but he
way.
had a really cool accent. It was a French accent. It was just like, oh.
Oh. Yeah, and I'm like,
Right.
follow me. You go like this way.
Yeah.
You remember his accent though, but you don't remember how you got back.
Right? Yeah, no kidding. I mean, who knows where I would have ended up had I not run into that guy, like over the falls, or I don't know if the path was still there or not, or what.
Mm,
Do you ever look it up? I'm very much into looking into history, what was there before something was built there. I'm very
exactly.
annoying like that, but it's okay to, it's okay. It's natural to do that, I think, to find out what was there before that was
Right.
built there. Yeah, I'm just
Right. And being 15, 16, I didn't even think to ask. I was just like, okay, I don't think I was.
Yeah, no,
I
not
had that
that,
beer
no.
last night. It was a black beer. I don't know if that makes a difference, but okay, then I won't drink that anymore because dang,
Just gonna sit this cup down.
Right? Yeah. And I mean, you can actually stand a pencil and that stuff. That was the weirdest thing about it. Going, oh yeah, I have a drink of that. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great. There's one more location I want to talk to you about because I know there's many, and we'll definitely do another show. Wicklow Jail.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wicklow. Yeah.
That's a special energy in that place for sure.
Yeah. It's so what's interesting is there's a few locations in Ireland. We loved every last bit of them, but there was a few locations where you're like, when you're looking at the outside and then you go inside, you're like, none of this makes sense. Like from the outside, it looks like it should be a certain way, but when you get inside, you're like, where the F is this at?
Yeah.
It's like,
Mhm.
like, how the hell did that show up? And that was one of those locations where I thought, man, this place is layered. And that was just
Yeah.
walking in the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course, knowing that we were one of the last ones that are going to be in there.
I
Before they
know,
shut it
right?
down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Before they shut it
No,
down.
What are they doing? And
I don't know.
what are they doing for crying out loud?
I know, it's crazy.
This spoils my crap. And there's a beautiful castle as well in Dundalk, which is 20 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
There's petition to stop them from breaking this castle down to build a house and estate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we're
Go
like,
figure.
I think the Irish, and not the Irish, but the government is gone. It's gone like crazy, like that. Just, I mean, I'm not even going to say what I think because I'll be just bleeped off this show.
We understand.
They
Yes,
gave the go
yes.
ahead to knock it down.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like, and what I could say, but I'm not. Whatever I want to say, I'm not going to say it in live, obviously.
Mhm.
But I have a lot of things to say in it. A lot of things to say in it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness! But anyway, yeah, that's just me ranting off again. But yes, Wicklow Jail. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, it's just knowing that we were the one of the last, and knowing that it's such a special place, it carried its own levity immediately. We're like, okay, so we're going in here. And of course, God, her name escapes me, but the docent that's there that was on the show, and she's pretty well known there.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
she guides us through, and we're starting to talk, and you can sense the weight of they knew that this was going to be probably the last tour they were doing.
Yeah.
And I think the part that got us is in a place where we kind of needed it. We kind of expected there to be a lot of negative. I don't want to say negativity, but immediate like. I don't know, because it's a jail, and there's
It's
a
a
lot of bad
museum.
things that happen.
Heavy and rough.
Right, heavy and rough.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when she spoke so warmly about it.
Yeah.
Lovingly.
Yeah. And what's really interesting is we had a K2 next to her that because we were recording. And while she's talking
about something that happened before we got there.
Right.
I believe.
right, yeah. And that K2 is just bouncing
Flashing, yeah.
nonstop. And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay. And we're big believers where we purposefully do 3, 4, as many devices as we can get out at the same time,
Right.
so that that confirmation bias that okay, yeah, the K2 may have been going nuts, but I've got a REM pod and a few other things that did nothing, so maybe
Okay.
it's just the K2 going nuts,
Right.
but no, this thing was just nonstop, and we had just been using it at the location prior, so we knew it was fine.
Yeah.
But the way she was speaking about it, you can see this thing going up and down, and I'm like, okay, I got a feeling this place is going to be.
Well, we pointed it out to her. I remember her going,
Yeah.
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, that's right. She did say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So immediately we're like, okay. So we start going through all that, and we start walking through the cell block, and that's when things started to get really.
You could feel the heaviness
Yeah.
of I think just the history and the walls of the way people suffered in that place. And
Right.
yeah, oh my God. Like reading all the, the museum pieces talking about how,
Yeah.
and all the kids that were locked up there and the women. I mean, it had to just be horrendous.
The
in that place.
injustice and the people who were fighting for Ireland.
Yes.
And I remember being in one of the cells, and I had closed the door, and I think there was only 2 people up on the second floor. And I'm doing a call out, but some people were on a coffee break.
Mhm.
And some people don't realize there's other people investigating,
Yeah. We know.
That was scrapped. That was just scrapped. And so I keep my circle small and tight, and, don't have 20, 30, 40 people with me on an investigation. But it was, there was nothing to report on it because of the background noise. But from the pictures that I sent you guys of being in the basement,
Yes.
that was, I know, Nicole, you were saying, I thought it was a little bit malevolent because of the person who was said to be in that cell. And I'd be kind of like, yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it,
Yeah.
Got it. I'm okay. Please don't tell me, you can't stay here when you're not part of your group. You F off and do your own thing. And let me
Right.
go here and do my own thing. And they insisted. And I had a long weekend, and I was just too tired. So I submitted to it. And so there was selfies being taken, and then that's what was behind only me. Because I'm kind of like, this man is supposed to not like women and being aggressive. And these are hearsay stories.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Hearsay stories. So it's like, and I'm an alpha female, and I'm an alpha male. And it's kind of like, today's not the day, and I'm not the one.
Yeah.
I'll start in the cell with you. But then that shape was behind my back, and then just began the flies, winter come. But there was those little strokes there, which what I said, it was the person's beside me, her hair. So
Her hair.
But it was the I'm going to call it the word plasma, or
Yeah.
someone called it plasma before, so I went with plasma. That was behind me, and then was gradually coming out
Yes.
behind me. And I thought, well, I like that. Now, yes, of course, I'd love to go back into it.
Yeah.
But
I know.
they'll
I got sick. Actually, there was
A lot
more
of us
than
got
just, there was a
sick.
couple
Yeah.
people, but I got really nauseous. And that's something that happens to me when there's like a lot of energy, or I guess now I know, trying to communicate with me, tell me something. But it's interesting because It happened to me right when I got on that first floor near the museum part, talking about solitary confinement
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
the sicknesses and stuff that went through and it's just the museum that, whatever, the piece that's there. But I was right in front of that right when I got that feeling. And I just got I almost thought for a second there I was going to throw up.
Yeah.
It was so intense, but it didn't last very long. It was like 30 seconds and then it was gone.
Let you know. Let you know.
Let me know. And I'm like, I think it's just like, hey, we suffered a lot in this place, is what I think the message was. Yeah.
And that, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm done.
And that location was one of the very few places where I felt really on edge.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
obviously, every place we went to, Jenny and anybody else who's in Ireland or has been to Ireland, look, every place is magical. It seems
Mhm.
like there's so much stuff
For us, anyway.
for us, and there's so
Yeah.
much history and so much. I mean, I know that in theory there's probably the same amount of ghosts everywhere, but
Right.
in Ireland there's so much history anyway. Long story short, it's one of the very few places I walked into and went, "Yee, this place kind of gives me the creeps a bit."
Yeah.
So it just felt like everywhere I went, everywhere we turned around, it was just like an oppressive feeling.
Mm.
But there's a funny story to this. So we walked down to that basement.
Yeah.
I did not know that stinking video that plays in the background was going to turn on. So I walked down there
Like that.
and I look at Chris for a second. I'm about to talk to him, and all of a sudden I hear the corner of my eye. I'm like, "Hey!" And I'm telling you, my soul force projected for like a second, and then it came back to me.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
that. Yeah.
I looked over. I'm like, "Son of a bitch!" That scared the hell out of me.
you know, in 1600s and 45 and so on and so on. And it just
Yeah.
went on and on. But I knew exactly you were going to say that.
Just scared the crap out of me. But I think the fact that building, knowing how many bodies were
Well, yeah, and then they told us that there's bodies in the walls, and
Yeah.
at least they know in the basement.
Yeah.
They just started putting the skeletons in the walls. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god! Like
Yeah.
I was standing right next to the wall when she tells me that, and I just took a step away.
Yeah.
So I was like,
I know.
that's creepy.
Did you go into the workyard?
we didn't
we
go.
didn't get we
Yeah.
didn't get a chance. We weren't there very long at all. Maybe like an hour and a half, I think.
There's a huge wheel there that they
Yeah.
climb
The
on.
tread wheel.
The
Mhm.
tread- They climb and climb on, and they're stuck to it. There are ropes to it. They're not getting off.
Right.
And that's a
Yeah.
form of punishment.
Yeah.
We've sat out there many, many times, and it's very unfortunate. Is it the CPW, whatever they are?
Yeah. It's interesting you bring that up because when we were at Cork City Jail, they used the same thing there. And we asked about it when we were in the punishment room because I had the display talking about it. And we asked them, were you forced to use the tread wheel? We got a response. We all did.
Yep. We all did.
There's another one. I have something written down here now, and Lawrence has just come in and said the next place I was going to talk about had that similar feeling years back when I had a tour of Kilmainham Jail. I was going to ask you about, have you ever gone to Kilmainham Jail?
We have not.
No, we
I've
haven't.
definitely
Yeah.
heard of it. It's in Dublin, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, oh my goodness gracious me. I went for the tour, and it's something some place I've always wanted to go to because some of the most famous, Irish heroes have,
Mhm.
been there and so on. And oh my God, they played a song, Grace. And that's when they got married before he was, now, Lawrence, tell me, correct me if my names are wrong. Patrick, her husband Patrick, was being taken away the next morning into the yard to be shot. And so they got married and they sang a particular song. But Patrick, Lawrence, correct me on my names here. But all I remember is the song. And they played a song when we were in there. And I was saying to one of the person that I was with, and I said, I know I'm going to cry. I know I'm going to cry. I have no idea why, but I know I'm going to cry in here. Something just hit me in the chest. I know I'm going to cry. I don't give a crap. I'm going to cry in here. And we were sitting in the church where they got married. And the next morning she received a letter to say that he was, executed in the execution yard. That place just grabbing me by the throat, and it just chokes the living Jesus life out of me. I find it, Oh Lord, Count Markovic, who was there, she was one of the Cum Laban, who was one of the Irish, women army.
Mhm.
And then you have Michael Collins, and
Mhm.
you can look in and see these actual cells where these. And I've been to Glasnevin to their cemeteries, so when I take my children up there to say this is history, and they were younger, and there was two warm, and I'm like, what? What the next?
Right.
No. And it was hot, and I tell you, when we say it's hot in Ireland, believe us, it's hot.
Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah. For you, it's hot. Yeah.
it is definitely. So, teaching my children history,
Yes.
I tell you, they'll be turning in the graves the way the country is turning today. But that's a story for another bloody podcast.
All of us. All of us.
Used to stick that wheel. But I know we were walking down the corridor, and the youngest prisoner was there and was never picked up again was a 3-year-old boy. I was done. You could have been English, you could have been Spanish, you could have been American. Get the bleep out. I was so angry. This is the shit that
I know.
he took.
That happened.
He took an apple, and the parents never came back and picked him up.
Yeah.
And he was a 3-year-old boy in that cell. Oh Lord Jesus, take the way you look. Yeah, Lawrence. This place, I just burned me.
Mhm.
And I was so, oh God, I was so angry. Oh Lord. That just got me. Even now it gets me. Now even thinking.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I understand.
I hated it so much, and I knew, there was, people there. And then, can I say the word? Sorry, people. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. There was English people there, and I'm like,
Well, it's the history. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, our country had beef with them too,
Yeah.
right? That's why we became America.
I would never be afraid to say that, but those who know me, and those who
Yes.
don't will get to know me. But I was kind of like, and there was, and I even went to another a workhouse down in Tipperary, and there was like, I'm going to say English people looking at you. Oh, did we do that? Did you want? Did you want? Oh my God! You don't want to take me in any location when it comes to Ireland, but
Or maybe we do.
Listen, I'm the one that I don't get into more my filter's grown, but sometimes it's not fun with Jenny with a filter. Take it off. I didn't get things done because I kept my mouth shut. I got a lot of stuff done, really. So
Question.
yes, my darling. Sorry.
Just, and it's off this topic. Sorry. I'm just curious. I'm looking at these two, and you guys are just like the cutest couple. So
No.
I've got to ask, the investigations, do they ever end up affecting you two as far as your relationship goes, your differences, your investigative styles? I mean, has it grown your relationship, or has it had any effect whatsoever on it? I'm just kind of curious.
I don't think the investigations ever do. It's more when we're doing our podcast.
Oh yeah, that for sure.
Because it's a lot of work, and a lot of people don't realize how much work it is when
What
you
is
sit
it?
down to record, and then you got to edit everything. So it's just, I don't think it has anything to do with the spirits. It's just us being together for so long.
Right.
And there's those creative differences.
Yeah.
And when we're together all the time and we investigate together, there's not a lot of separation. Sometimes you can start to rub the other person the
Yeah.
wrong way, and it's just like it just happens.
I would say, as far as the investigation part, though,
We work together really well, actually.
we have a shorthand that just, I think, works really, really well.
Mhm.
I don't need a lot of input from her to know what she's thinking, and vice versa. It also comes from having 20 years of being together.
Exactly.
But
It's
I
a
think
yin and yang kind of thing.
yeah, it's yin and
Yes.
yang. And I can tell when she's not comfortable. She can tell when I'm not comfortable. And we are each other's kind of safety net for a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I think that helps out a lot with the
Agreed.
investigations.
Yeah. Mhm.
But I think for me, I think you're right. I think the podcast is
I
probably
think
our
it's
biggest.
doing the
Yeah, because it is. It's so much work. Anybody who does content, you just know that it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, between editing and then going through it. Like I do it on my own. So look, I do give out to myself. I really do.
props to you.
Yeah.
I do it all on my own. There's another thing I was going to ask as well, very quickly. I was talking to the group chat in WhatsApp, the group chat, and I was saying, do you ever think of something, and it's going to happen, even though you don't know if it's going to happen or not, but it happens, and you're thinking, WTF? Like, when I was saying to my partner, I said, women have sixth sense. Don't you get it wrong. Women have sixth sense. We know what's going to happen, but it's not going to. But my stomach is telling me something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. So this is it could be a coincidence, but I'll tell you, it could just be a coincidence. But last night I was in the bathroom and I was looking in the mirror, and what I'm wearing on my necklace is my dog's ashes, 2 different dogs' ashes. A goat heart in here, and then Hope's ashes, my Chihuahua. So I was looking in the mirror, I think it was not last night, the night before actually, and I was holding it like this, thinking maybe I'll just wear Hope by herself. Maybe I'll just, I'll have Zach beside me in my handbag, or have Zach beside me, but maybe I'll just wear Hope by herself. Then yesterday evening, I'm sitting on my bed and I'm like, where's the heart with his ashes gone from this? And I have this 2.5 years. It's gone. You can see through. And see that little gold thing in it? You have to twist it.
Wow.
Interesting.
And I can't find it in my house. It's like a small gold heart, which is ashes. No, I still have ashes here.
Sure.
I was going to put them in together, but Hope would probably kill Zach, because she's a Chihuahua. But you have to twist this. And I have this longer than Hope. And the first time ever, I cannot find. It's never came off. I didn't even think it could come off.
Wow.
That's weird.
I was looking in the mirror like this, thinking maybe because Hope was my, I have a huge picture like in black and gold frame in front of me of art that was done of her. And she was like my soulmate. Like my collie was my soulmate as well. He was like my boy. I needed he could read my brain and read my mind. He was brilliant. But I was thinking, and so on, and then all of a sudden, yesterday evening, that you can see.
That's
interesting.
That's odd.
And I'm thinking, holy shit.
Yeah.
Exact thing that I want to let him off my chest, but
Yeah. Huh.
Yes. Zach's gone about 2.5 years, and he's the one I showed you tonight before the show. Big Zach, collie German Shepherd mix.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, he was my ride or die. He was my soulmate, and Hope was my soulmate. And they were, of all the dogs. I've had many, many dogs, but these two are the reason for. Apart from my children, keep my children out of the equation of this, but these 2 dogs were my reason for being sane sometimes,
Right. Yeah, we understand.
Yep.
And then the heart is gone.
That is really odd.
That is weird. Synchronicities.
What the heck happened?
I know. Yeah.
Like, did he know? Did he know? Is he pissed with me? Did he know? Did I offend him? Did I hurt him? Did he say, okay, you have Hope by yourself? Like, I'm going through I overthink sometimes, but rational stuff, crap. Do I put some of Zach in with Hope? Even my daughter said, Mom, don't, just leave Hope by herself,
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I feel like that's a way to tell you it's okay to take that off. Because if the ashes aren't in there anymore, you don't have a reason to have it around your neck. You can just do what you originally thought to do.
Yeah.
Like that's a telling you it's okay.
But he's like my soulmate boy,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I do know.
But that's just oh.
Yeah, I think at some point you realize I don't think that I don't take much as just coincidence anymore.
It's
Exactly.
crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, did he okay it? But then I don't want to let him down. That doesn't make
Right.
sense. Does it let him down?
I don't think so.
No.
He knows that you love him.
Yeah.
And that's all he needs.
But
He's always known.
There's a place in Ireland, and I mailed them last night to say I want another one made. I want a little figurette of Hope, a Chihuahua with her hair in it and her ashes in it, so it looks like Little White Hope.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to get Zach back in his ashes and put them back on me because I'm not okay with it. Even though he was this boy, you didn't even have to talk to him. You just went like, and he would come over and sit with you like he was a trained collie.
Yeah. We have one of those.
Yes, we do.
No. So I think, oh my God, as much as you do paranormal and you believe and you're a healthy skeptic believer kind of thing, and
Yes.
run into one and say, this is real and this is not real. Like, I'm still questioning it. Holy crap.
Right.
did Zach know? And Zach did that. And then I feel like crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I
That's-
do. I've looked everywhere for the heart, and I can't find
That's
it.
the human part of our brain trying to
Mhm.
rationalize it. But I think
Yeah.
you already know the answer. You know what I mean? But then we try to talk ourselves out of it. That's just with anything. Like things
Yeah,
happen to us, and then we're like, I do it all the time. I'm sitting here telling you guys all this, but I do it to myself
Right.
all the time.
Yep.
Like, no, that's not why. And ba 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 ba.
Yeah.
It's just us trying to rationalize that this is something extraordinary that's happening to us, and we almost can't accept it.
I can't, because I don't want him thinking that I just want Hope and not him. And
Exactly.
I don't want him thinking I want just Hope and not him. Like he was, you know,
Yeah.
he just was. I didn't need humans. I just needed him and Hope. That's it. I didn't need him. Yeah.
I also
I
think though that
Nicole understands the whole do as I say, not as I would do. Here's what I would
Exactly.
recommend that you do, not that I would follow that, but
I'm very good about that. You can always count
Yeah.
on me.
I am so guilty of that. Going, I'm the cautionary tale, so that's why I do it. I can tell
Mhm.
you what not to do from my
Exactly.
experience, so you don't have to do that. This is what I tell my grandkids, but
Mhm.
I don't think they believe me anymore.
No, because you always have to go through your own experiences. Same thing with our daughter. I'm like, we can tell her all this stuff. She never does any of it. She's
can
got
do
to
it
find
my
it
own
out
self.
her own way. Then she has her own experiences to learn from. You can't ever take it from someone else,
Yeah.
or most
Right.
people don't.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's part of, when they growing up, I mean, from building immunities, eating dirt to, playing with
Exactly.
bugs to each of your own experiences form you. And if you're too sheltered, you don't get to experience, I think, what you're supposed to
Yeah. You have
in
to.
life.
Exactly.
And I mean, everything's out there for you. And I don't think that, no, you shouldn't let kids go willy-nilly. Like when I grew up in the 60s. I mean,
Mhm.
you had to be home by dinner, period.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody looks for you. But you can't do that now, but you can give them as much leeway as possible to experience as much as possible
Right. Yeah.
to form their own ideas on stuff. And you guys have a great approach to it where everybody's got their own style. Everybody's got their own style. Live and let live. And, the whole para-unity came about because people they're doing everything from A to Z, trying to discredit.
Mhm.
And, I get it. You want to get a leg up or whatever, but, I keep going, there's plenty of spirits everywhere. Okay.
Exactly,
There's enough
right?
for everybody to experience.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
do your thing. You want to get a leg up, you want to entertain, then list yourself as an entertainer and do it for entertainment purposes. And people will look at you for doing bigger, better, whether it's real, not real, AI, what have you. But
Right.
Yeah.
with the rest of it, some of us just want to find out what the hell is going on because
Exactly.
we've experienced
Yeah.
stuff and we're going, like I really want to go to that place that you went to I want to feel that. I just want to feel that just once because I've had this since I was young.
Try
And-
it.
Oh, and sorry, down in the Druid. What was it called?
Trombeg.
Drombeg Stone
Mhm.
Circle. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And William Shatner actually considered suicide at one point because they said because of the tinnitus in
Yep.
his ears,
Oh,
it drove
really?
him insane.
Wow.
Mhm. It can.
Yeah, when I'm concentrating at work, I am blasting, AC/DC,
Yep.
everything from A to Z in my ears because I can concentrate then.
Yeah.
Because you don't hear this. Like
Yeah,
you're
it's-
hearing now, I'm sure.
There's not a moment of silence for me anymore.
Right.
Whether it's in my
when
own
you
head
bite
because
down,
of
does
that.
it get louder? If you bite down
Oh, yeah.
hard on your teeth
Yeah.
right now, it gets louder, right? Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
And I know the doctors will tell you, well, there's nothing you can do about it, and I probably not, but it's just something that I live with. But I wanted to take a second and go back for a minute about the para-unity thing.
Mm.
I find it interesting because nobody has the complete picture. I don't care how long
Right.
you've done it. I don't know. I don't care what you've done. Nobody has a complete picture. The people that do are gone now.
I'll do it.
And you can deal with that however you want to deal with it. But I often find that in a group of people that are passionate about something, and especially something that's so subjective because there
Mhm.
is no real hardcore, I guess, objective or scientific base. We all agree on a lot of the same
Yeah.
things, the same principles.
Yeah.
That, some of this is electronic disturbances. Obviously, it
Mhm.
runs the complete gamut. We've all come to the table and said, okay, these are the certain things we all agree on. Yes. Okay. So in that, though, we all have different views. Everybody's got a different subjectivity to certain things that they see.
Yeah.
Jen, you and I and all of us could be at the same place, see the same
Mhm.
thing, and you would have a different story from every single one of us. It's just the
Right.
human experience.
Right.
And I often find that within that, there's there's going to be people that resist that, and there are going to be people that have a hard time with it. And I don't discount it. I don't try to say that if somebody were to come to me and go, Logan, what you got in here is a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
That's not the way I see it. At first I'd be like, yeah, dude, seriously, I'm not hiding anything. But then I have to also remember, this is my view of that particular incident. That may not be the same experience that they're going to have. And I have to be okay with the fact that I can be wrong about something, and I could have experienced something, and that's okay.
Right.
When you look at some of the tech that's used and you go phone apps versus this versus that, okay, I've got one phone app that I've gone to that actually, and it's this hokey little app, but it has been the most consistent with what I've seen and what I've heard, that I'm like, and it matches like what's on this weird app. Now they've taken it down because it was obsolete or whatever, and I'm going, I need that back. It was the closest to what I was experiencing, and it would tell me when, and it was like a ghost radar all wrapped into one, right? And it would when it would tell me that there was a certain color, it was only one of the colors that worked, and it was like, and I call it little blue, and I'm like, hey, little blue. And I got goosebumps right up to my ears. And it's like, you would get something back on it, or it would type something on the bottom of the app, and you're going, okay, it's too close to be wrong. I get it that it's not the right equipment. I get it that it's not the right anything, but it's got a weird vibe that works with me that
exactly.
I don't understand it. I don't need to. I don't even need to know that if it's fake, then it's spot on for being fake.
Fake,
you know what I mean?
Well, it's interesting because we have had, and I know what she's going to think about, because
because at first I thought it was bogus.
Yeah, I was ultra resistant to them, and then we had a session in where we had an app open, we had a portal, we had
which is a spirit box,
with the
SB7
reverb and the SB7, and then we had a few other analog things, and then I kid you not, they talked to each other. The app was talking to the entity that was in the portal, and then we were getting hits on, I think, the REM pod.
Wow.
And there was a conversation happening between an entity here and an entity here over two different types of mediums. One was on an app and one was on a spirit box. And I'm like, okay, that was the one point where I'm like, I took a second and went, all right, let me take what I consider to be a proficient device and realize that, look, I mean, if we're talking about electrical, we're talking about all these different things. Who am I to judge that it couldn't potentially come out of an application? So
that's quite interesting.
There's a guy out there that's doing research into this. He's like, he researches apps for different places, but he's getting them to talk to each other, and he's using really odd things like kids' toys and he's mixing this with that, and he does a ton of that. You should talk to him sometime. His name is Lurker, and he does extensive experimenting with that, and has gotten two different apps to talk to each other. One using one using another, and they talk to each other. And some of the stuff he's come up with is just amazing.
Yeah,
truly amazing.
We've gotten some amazing evidence, and even from this ghost tube seer, which I thought was bogus. I'm like, there's no way they can create pictures. It's just spitting out random pictures. And when I say we've gotten stuff matching other things we've gotten, which without saying the words, like there was nothing out loud to trigger the phone to create a picture, right? Is what I mean. So we're getting this picture on something that completely matches evidence that we find later after listening back. And I'm like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
And so we won't use it all the time. It's just like sometimes we'll pull it out when we're doing other stuff. And it is so crazy and phenomenal that we
Are you
like
using iPhone?
Yeah, we have iPhones. So I'm going to talk about the morgue one because it's super interesting. They were communicating with us, trying to tell us something. We couldn't catch what they were, and we just kept getting this picture of a train, and then we got the next picture of the inside of a train of a literal like old white sheet ghost in the middle of the train, and I'm like, okay, like they were trying to tell us they had passed away in a train accident, and then they show us this woman in this blue dress, standing like waiting for the train. And I'm like, I don't know what any of this stuff means. Like it doesn't, and this is like an Airbnb in our local town that we go to all the time. It used to be a morgue. It used to be a church. It was all these different things over history. And we know the owner really well. And so the next time we were back there, I said, is there anything in here? Because she used to have part of it open as an antique store. I said, is there anything in here related to a train and she's like, oh, I actually have like some, what was it? Train
railroad ties
in the basement. And we would have never known that because we don't get to go to the basement. And I'm like, okay. And I said, well, and I showed her all these little things. I said, I don't know that this means anything, but and she looked at the picture of the woman in the blue dress. She goes, I have a blue dress just like that in here that I had in the antique store.
No.
She goes, it looks exactly like that.
Now I'm dying to know what your favorite iPhone apps are for paranormal investigating. But
probably that one.
Yeah, I think that one for the most part.
Sometimes we use Vox.
Every once in a while, yeah.
Well, Vox.
Vox. But I think that's probably the only two.
I think the only reason I'm not it's nothing against the app itself, but because of the ringing in my ears, I'm not a huge fan of Necrophonic because it's
yes, thank you.
That
That's
constant
exactly
back
right.
and forth. It kind of it messes with my head a little bit. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm sure it's a perfectly good app, and that's fine.
I've never gotten the attraction to it because I don't understand anything they're saying on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. With
I would love to say stop. I would dearly love to say just stop ringing in but it will never.
Nice.
It doesn't day in, day out, 24/7. Has been I'll be 66 this year, so it's been going on since I was probably I think 15, right around there, and has not stopped ever.
Yeah.
It just gets louder. Like I can hear it over anything that I'm hearing right now, even my own voice. Yeah, it's loud. It's very loud.
I really think that if someone was able to go to Drombeg and test the frequency maybe of what's inside those stones, if that's possible.
Yeah, I can do that.
I feel like that's what it is. There's some frequency there that's canceling out that.
It probably
then you would think that you could put it into like they have the white noise that they say cancels it out, and no, it doesn't.
No.
Now if they could get that one note that the cicada hits, but then again, that's not a frequency, it's a note, and that's an actual sound coming in. So I would think if you've got one sound blocking out another, it's still a sound and it's still taking away part of your hearing. If you can get the right frequency to blast at it, that would be a negative thing, and it would take away all that sound and you could hear again, right? That's my theory anyway. Yeah, that makes total sense.
That's the thing that anybody else in Ireland could go in and do an experiment like that.
Right. And just listening to what Mike said about, because I remember him talking about standing in the middle. If you stand directly in the middle, there's actually a stone right there.
Okay.
If you stand on that, and he said that if you talk or sing, that your voice will bounce back at you off of those stones. So is it that the frequency is at a certain level there and it's bouncing off of all the
Going back and
stones
forth. Yeah.
and it's creating something,
Mhm.
maybe a frequency we can't match.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's just a theory, but
Right. Right. No. That
Yeah,
it's something
that's
that could maybe be tested.
Yeah, definitely. That can definitely be tested. Even like I said, anybody.
Yeah,
who
and
can-
two,
can
you know,
test
if
it.
it's a frequency, yeah. Like if
Mhm.
you're in a dome or something, it's all around you. How do you
Exactly.
recreate that?
Right.
They'd have my dollar.
Yeah. I know.
Somebody could figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, between me and anybody else who's watching, like that's in Ireland, can go down and do it, and then kind of do it, a few tests and so on.
That would be cool. I'd love to see that.
Oh, definitely. We're in July now, August, September.
I'm just so envious that you heard that silence, like complete and utter.
I'll
Yeah.
put it to you this way: if I could figure out a way to live inside the circle, I would
Yeah.
move my entire household there.
And what's
Oh my
crazy is it lasted because it's a little bit. I mean, what, maybe a half a mile, I think,
Mhm.
from the car park to walk to the stone circle.
Yeah,
So it's
about-
not very far,
Yeah.
but it's enough that if you're walking back slowly, getting on the bus and every, you know, waiting, and we're already driving, it lasted. That's the thing, is it lasted with him.
Yeah.
Were you so
until
crestfallen when it ended?
Crestfallen
Yeah.
would be a light way of putting it. I cried.
yeah, because I looked at him, I said, "Is the ringing back?" And he just, you know, and started crying.
Yeah. And I
Damn.
don't always get super emotional about stuff like that, but yeah.
Oh
it
no,
got
I
me.
guarantee you. The first time I heard the cicadas in the trees, and I canceled it out, and
Mhm.
I thought it was silence. It wasn't quite silence, but because there, you could feel that there was a piece of your hearing missing,
Right.
but you didn't hear the ringing, and that
Exactly.
was like, that's what silence kind of sounds like.
Mhm.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
so
that
for someone
that
like
to me was earth shattering, and then it stopped, and it came back, and I'm like,
right.
no, do it. I waited all day for like 3 days. I went outside and just sat outside and waited because you'd hear them in the trees a little bit, but they did not quite hit that high note.
Right.
Yeah.
Just a
Okay.
second, one more second. Come on, one
Yeah.
more. No.
I know.
Yeah, it very rarely
Oh my
happens now.
gosh,
You don't get the
complete-
cicada invasion like we used to, but you know.
Yeah.
Even for me, thankfully I don't have it, but I could be sitting in silence and I'm like, I need some noise. It's too quiet. I
It's
always
tough
think
too.
it's too quiet. You know, I think too much, or it's too quiet, and like you can hear a fly fart, or everything's too quiet. And I'm like, I need some noise. I need something, you know.
It'd have to be a big ass fly for me to hear it now.
Right,
Um,
right.
No, what's interesting is even as an investigator, it sucks too, because if you're in, you know, everybody goes quiet and they're trying to do an EVP session,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's not quiet for me. So, and then, you know, especially like with like a DR60 or something like that on the playback,
Yeah.
I have to wait until I'm in the studio and going through it for me to hear.
Right.
A lot of the times I won't hear it right away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And we've caught stuff where she's like, "Did you hear that?" I'm like, "Nope."
Yeah.
we'll
You
be doing
tried
video evidence.
using like I wear hearing aids to amplify sound, but you hear stuff that like it really amplifies sound, and I have not tried to do that, like doing any investigating around here. I haven't thought of that. I don't know that anybody has sat there and used hearing aids just for that, because you can't record on them. You know,
Right.
it's
Right.
only going to be for your personal use.
Yes.
Right.
So I was just kind of curious if anybody's ever used that as a tool to investigate with, because
No, but I got an
You know.
idea now.
yeah, and how do you record that? You can't. It would be
Yeah. There's a thing. There's one of these equipments that I had one before, but I took it for granted. This one piece of equipment that I had, and I took it for granted. You know, you had headphones with it. It looked like a gun, but it had a satellite dish on it,
Okay.
and you hold it, and you will hear
That's a parabolic microphone.
this.
Yeah.
This was, I mean, I kind of
Mhm.
flick it here and flick it there, and you know, throw it around, and didn't appreciate it as much now, because you will hear 3 floors up, seriously,
Mhm.
and it's like
Wow.
a satellite dish on it. And if you
everything.
turn and you hold on to it, and then you can look through the lens. I think it's like for hunting or something like that. You can look through the lens, so everything is magnetic up towards you, you know.
Yep.
And I had that, and I kind of like, you know,
A parabolic microphone's no joke, because they'll do that. So American football, right? They'll
Yeah.
have they'll have somebody on the sidelines with that parabolic microphone so they can pick up
You can hear on
You
the
know,
field and
right on
stuff.
the field. Yeah.
It's
That's
great.
no
the
joke.
first
They're
time-
strong.
Great to
The first
get.
time I got my hearing aids, I went outside and listened, and I took my dog out there. It was at like late at night, and he was kind of afraid of the dark, and none of the lights were on or anything else. And I put my hearing aids in and I turned them on. I'm like, and we're kind of near a freeway. There's a main street right over there. There's a mall way over there, and I'm going, oh
Mm-hmm.
my gosh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at the dog, and he looked at me. I'm like, let's go in the house, because oh my gosh, this is a noisy neighbor. I had no idea that this neighborhood was so noisy until I wore those outside, and I have not done it since, because I'm like, it is
Yeah.
way too noisy for me. Yeah.
That's why some of those paranormal devices are tricky, because, kind of like we were talking about, Jen, with the Zoom. The Zoom is probably one of the most powerful, because we have one. We've got the H4 Pro or whatever it is.
I don't know.
And it is so powerful that it's almost too powerful.
Exactly.
There's a thing called sensitivity and specificity. I know English, but I have words. But it's too sensitive. And then you get like a device like the DR60. I know I keep saying it, but where it sounds
crazy
awful.
prices, like crazy
Oh
prices.
yeah, well yeah, it's ridiculous. But it's interesting. There's a whole thing about the DR60 that I have.
Working one time, and there was a team over from Scotland. And I said, "Give that to me, and I'll look after it for you."
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd never give it to me.
Well, that device in itself has got a really interesting history. But anyway, the specificity, I think I'm saying that right. My goodness, my brain. But that's the trick, is trying to find that I don't know, that happy medium between.
Yeah. There's one thing I want to point out as well that I will be using, that you guys said it tonight. I'm very intrigued, because I love, as we all love to experiment. Was the Spirit Box and the phone app.
It was crazy.
I know one of my lovely ladies on our investigations uses the necrophonics.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like, when I'm doing audio, I kind of need it turned off for a little bit, because I'm doing audio, and I'm like, everything is audio for me. Audio, you can give me videos, and I love that. You can give me pictures. Seen a few amazing pictures. I'm audio, so kind of like, and I know I have new people coming with us, and that's great, because we're not entertainment, watch that on TV. You're going to continue on the work that we are already doing for the last 10 years. So
Right.
We will get you involved. We will show you the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
If you whisper at one point, it's understandable, as your first investigations. I'll just, kind of tag the audio myself, and, just, blah, 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 we're doing a call out. And so everyone works together on the night.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody works together on the night. When it comes to audio, is to teach them, you can go with Billy Hunt, but you can go with me, show you how to do it properly. God, I'm going to get lashed for that now. I want.
Yeah, honestly, it was crazy, and I'll be perfectly honest. It is difficult for me still to this day to be super invested in the app. I mean, we use it.
We use it as a side thing. Yeah,
it's definitely a companion piece. But when you get a phone app to talk to an analog device and they have a conversation, I can't. I have no explanation for that.
It's quite interesting.
Yes.
It's like me and another girl one night did the SS method. She did reverse and I did forward.
Okay.
Have the headphones on, blindfolds on, sitting face to face on the floor, doing a live. Now, when I watch, and I told the people who are calling their questions, or the one person, write down your questions. Write down your questions. Don't say what our answers were. Write down your questions. It's not that hard, and then write down our answers. We will see it from video as well, from the live and XYZ, but write down your questions and answers and so on. And quite surprised with some of the answers, where she was in reverse and I was forward. And the Spirit Box, SB7, rewind and forward. Then when I look back on the live, then you will have a male voice coming through. When some of the lives I've done, you will always hear a man, not always, but randomly, but someone had said, Jen, I can hear somebody, responding to your question. I listened back, I watched back on the live, and my goodness gracious me, it was. I said, "Do you want to play another game?" I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you want to play a game of cards? You know, have a whiskey, have a game of cards, poker, whatever. And obviously I didn't hear it, but the person watching, a friend of mine watching on the live said, "He's from Scotland, Jenny. You must go back on that live and see the youngster, Jenny." So I said, "Okay, I will." You know, Nancy, you know who I'm talking about, Jenny. Oh, Jenny. So,
Oh, Jenny.
so the answer was like, yes. Now you don't even have to wear headphones for it. You will hear.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
got a big voice.
We did another show one night here about 3 a.m. in Louisiana, and so on and so on. And I think I sent you this. Did I send you this video clip? Like my name was, well,
Yes, you did.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
that too in my living room. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, I'm sitting here now, and I've got my chihuahua beside me. Like, she's, my God bless her, in the bottom drawer. She sleeps in the bottom drawer because we have no room for her. Yeah, the man in my house, and so on and so on and so on. So it's always interesting and watching, you know, you can hear something coming through. And the fact that I only heard it from my side, and then no one else heard it. But that with the ITC, listen, the ITC is my go-to. The phone to a phone, different parts of the location with a recorder in with the phone. And then I think that's the one I sent you with the girl's voice.
Yes.
That's the one that I do. That is my go-to. I love it. But I will be doing the SB7 and the phone app and the recorder on the same area.
Mhm.
Not too close to it, so not to disturb.
Yeah, obviously you don't want it to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. And I will let you know when I'm doing it, and I will definitely, and I will note. I always note down if I'm doing a live or if I'm doing a video on it. I always note down where it came from. I always recognize people for.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, I do it all the time. It's a must. It's a must with me that you must. You know, some people don't have to do it, but I do. I never say, "Well, this is what we're going to do tonight." No, I recognize Paranormal, Logan and Nicole, you know, on the show, and we talked about this, and we're going to try it again. We're going to try it for ourselves tonight. So I always put that down to stamp where it came from. It's integrity, it's respect.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
100%. I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Is there any one location that you haven't been to that you want to go to?
Well, we're going to Scotland in October, so yeah, so we're gonna hit that. Really, I don't know. I mean, there's so many. I don't know. You know, it would have been Lepp, but we've been there now, and Blackwater, and we've been there.
Yeah.
Waverly Hills, but we've done that.
I think at least here in the States, Trans-Allegheny Sanatorium.
Yeah, that's one we haven't been to.
Try
that I know we really want to go there. You know, the place that I think I really want to go is and I hate saying it because it's the only English way I know how to say it, but the Dracula Castle place that
Romania.
in Romania.
Yeah, and the Romania one.
Yeah.
There was one in there that I think there's they call there's like a devil's pit or something in it or something like that.
Yeah. Oh,
that place I think I really would like to go to. And we've done some international stuff. I would like to eventually go back to Port Arthur, which is in Tasmania. I went there while I was in the military, and it's a very, very well-known haunted place, but this was before I was in that life. I'd love to go back there too, but I think that place would be somewhere I'd really like to go, because we're going to check a lot of blocks in Scotland that I know I've really wanted to go, and we're going to get to go to them.
Wow.
But aside from that,
I don't know if there's specific places, but specific countries. Like, I definitely want to check out Wales.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Italy. We've got a good friend in
sure,
Italy. France. I mean, really, I'll take anything if I can get there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Jennifer, write down your pen and paper, because I was going to say another question there. Is there any place that you wouldn't go to? I know there's one place I would never go to. I don't care. And I've asked people this question many times, and they would say this place. This is gone back years ago, and they say the same place. And I'm like, but why? It's in Japan.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
You're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. That would be difficult to go to.
I wouldn't go to it. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The forest. Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
Honestly, I think for me, as far as just being haunted, no.
Right.
I think it would be more of a, if it's dangerous just to my physical body, I probably wouldn't go. Like, I'm not going to do this extreme,
Yeah.
you know, jumping off a cliff to try to get to somewhere. Like, I'm not going to do
No.
anything like that. But I think the only thing that I wouldn't want to do, just because of all the activity and it's so unknown and crazy, is Skinwalker Ranch.
That would
Because
be-
there's so
yeah.
much radiation and stuff
Yeah,
coming from that place.
That's the part.
And we don't know what's going on there. There's cryptids,
Right.
there's UFO, there's, I mean,
Oh,
people have
wow.
gotten hurt, like physically hurt, and had to go to the hospital trying to investigate that stuff. I don't know that I want to step into that.
And that's
Just
where
let
I
them
missed
tell the
where you
stories
said-
and you just-
Skinwalker Ranch is in it's Utah,
Oh,
right?
Utah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let them tell their stories, and
Right.
say, okay, love that for you. Thanks so much
Yeah.
for checking
I
that
love
out.
that journey, but not for me.
Like, it's interesting, it's super interesting, but I'll watch it from afar. I don't want to get myself physically hurt trying
Right.
to step into that.
Not walk
'Cause
into
I-
like a demon lair or anything like
Right.
that.
Right.
You know that there's stuff there that you should not.
Hmm.
Exactly.
And they've
Exactly.
named it after a skinwalker, so
Exactly.
you know
Exactly. I
not
mean,
the friendliest entity on the planet. So
Oh, okay.
if it was like Casper the Ghost Ranch, I'm in. But no,
yeah, exactly. When
I
there's
think-
animal mutilations
Yeah,
and
that's
stuff like
rough.
that going on, I'm like, I'm not gonna
yeah, that
give
wouldn't be
myself
for
up to
me.
that. No,
Yeah,
no.
that wouldn't be for me at all. What about yourself, Logan? Is there
I
any?
think for me, I don't go anywhere because of the fear part. Well, you put me in the belly of the beast, I'll go. I don't care.
Yeah,
For me, it's more along the lines of, and I will be extremely respectful in how I say this. It's not because of the reported hauntings or the location itself. I won't go somewhere where it's not respected and it's made a spectacle,
yeah,
and somebody has done disservice to the location, and it's kind of turned it into a dog and pony show.
yeah.
I won't give my business to that. Not because I listen, I've got no problem with somebody trying to monetize and do all these things. Listen, if that's what you need to do, you need to do it. I don't care. But if you turn it into if you turn it into a spectacle, and because there's a location here that, listen, we wanted to go to for a long time. Then there's a location we went to that we'll no longer go back to because of
Okay, I get you.
of
Yeah.
who owns it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But there's a location
Yeah,
that
yeah. Oh, I think I might know what you're talking about.
right. Well, there's a
Mhm.
location where there was an axe murder, and I'll leave it at that, where it was dressed up gaudy, and there was people with axes and blood. And
Making a mockery
Making
of
a mockery
the
of it.
spirits
like
and
that here. Yeah, I know. what
that
you're
was
talking
at a house. I was there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which one?
I was there a couple of years.
Which house?
Last year, the year before last.
yeah,
Which
Yeah.
house, Nancy?
If they're talking about a house where there
Yes.
was,
there was
yeah,
an
I
axe
was
murder, yes.
there, but I did not go
Yeah.
in. I just stood across the
Mhm.
street. And
There's so many houses that I've got so many houses in my mind, names in my mind, and I'm not too sure which one it is. But
Yeah, I won't say it because
We'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll let you know privately, but I think it's just because of that. I think that it's
I think if it recent news.
no,
no,
Not
Not
really.
about that place, no.
Oh,
No.
okay, I got you.
But I think it's just that it's the respect level. I wouldn't want to go somewhere where it was made to be a spectacle and not something that is respectful to not
Oh,
just
and
the
I
entity,
watched
but the people
groups
itself.
go in and
Oh.
like big groups of laughing,
Mhm.
joking,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yelling, drinking kind of people going in for the
Yeah.
whole tour thing. And I'm
like
like,
it's not
Mhm.
entertainment. It's listen. Like I said, if you want entertainment, stay at home.
Exactly.
There's plenty of teams that will give you entertainment.
Absolutely.
Knock yourself out. There's TV shows you can get yourself your big beer or whatever you're drinking and
Mhm.
your popcorn and do that. When it comes to me, we work hard. We play hard.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's just it.
Work hard. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not above having a good time.
Like, we
Anybody
have
who's
friends that we laugh
investigated
in
with, yeah, we-
places, but it's
But
we have
that's
a
what-
blast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
it's
That's
like this disrespect of, like, there's people that take pictures of like getting murdered and stuff in a place that people got murdered,
Yeah.
and you don't want to
Karma.
I mean, if you got to think about it, these spirits are sitting there watching you laugh about the fact that they got killed. I mean,
Mhm.
what why would you do that?
And then if you have people who know about this home and they're, relatives and so on, and you see, oh, Jesus,
Absolutely.
and you see them
Exactly.
doing that. But it's all about the organizer. You've got to know who you're taking on. Vet your people, know who they are, And
Yes.
sometimes when I take people, and I don't normally take people that I don't know with me, but if I talk to them and we get on well and so on, I say, listen, you can come and X, Y, Z with us and so on.
Mhm.
But I run it. Well, do I need to be told, Jenny, shut up talking? I'm like, okay, I'm talking too much. Yes, it does. There was one time I was nicknamed Hitler on investigations. Why? By someone who doesn't like me, and that's okay.
Mhm.
But I was called Hitler on investigations, but they were very happy to spend 2 or 3 years on my team. So okay with that. And because I'm kind of like, because when I'm doing audio, it's kind of like, respect the owner, respect
Yes.
the location,
Mhm.
don't leave your rubbish behind. So I'm called a Hitler for that. Well, good luck on your next one.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
But and that's okay. I take it because I take it with pride, because I
Exactly.
work hard and I play hard,
Right.
and
Yeah.
and that's okay. And I know when we were talking earlier on about para unity, and it does work sometimes, but I think it's an absolute. I was going to say something there. I'm glad I didn't. And oh my God, Jennifer's filter's working tonight.
No,
But
we kind of agree with you there. Like it's good to collaborate and
yes,
get
yes.
along, but not everybody's all going to get along all the time, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's got to be okay.
I think it's a horseshit word for people who use it are the ones who are bullies in the paranormal.
We
they use
found
it
that.
right-
We've
Yes.
run into that. Yeah.
I've been there with it. I've been on the receiving end. So those who sing it and preach it, that come to us if you need to talk to us. If you're being bullied, come to us. And yet, these exact group, not just one, but a lot of them here in Ireland,
Mhm.
were targeting me by myself when I was in the middle of going through life, when I was grieving over family debts and other debts, and they thought it was okay. So the para unity word can go kiss my ass.
No, I get it.
We understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's not that I wouldn't get on with everybody, and I do, but as you said, Nicole, when we meet new people and so on, we work together, we get on the night and so on and so on and so on. And then you meet lifelong friends.
Yes.
We will have some people who are like magnets, opposite ends. Yet,
Yes.
it's your aura. It's we're
Mhm.
human beings at the end of the day. Whether you
Right.
connect, whether you kind of like, no, I'm glad it's only like a few hours, then that's okay too.
Yes,
That has
absolutely.
happened, that has happened before.
Hmm.
So I know a lot of people are going to come to me about the para unity.
Well, I think the thing is, I know that I'm not everybody's cup of tea.
Same
I'm
here.
okay, and I'm
Mhm.
okay with that. And I know that vice versa has got to be okay on the other side. I think when it comes to para unity for me, it's not that I don't believe in the word itself. I think that there could be a lot of unity in what we do.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just think that sometimes it's used as a vehicle to, it can get kind of, and I'm probably getting in trouble for this, but it can get kind of clicky, and it can get a little bit like,
There's too much competition.
yeah, there's a lot of
Oh
competition
my
built into
God.
it.
I'm glad you put clicky because, yeah, I agree
And-
with 100%. But you see, because we can't say it now because we're going to be comfortable, but there's people who preach para unity and never going to be, they're going to come for us now because we said, para unity is a horse shit. And then you're saying, people are like clicky in the para unity, but the para unity people are going to come for us now. So listen, it's called freedom of speech.
Yes.
So
Yes.
opinions are like AH. Everyone has them, everyone has it, so we can have it too.
Right.
Well, just because it doesn't match with yours, we're not calling them out who are I love para unity. And so don't call us out because of our opinions, because everyone has opinions on what they think para unity is.
Exactly.
So,
Right.
and I do find the ones who come for the ones who say para unity is this and that. I know I will be condemned for it because, oh, see what I'm saying? She's anti-para unity. And I'm like, you know what? How do you sleep at night? Naked with my arse in the air so they can all
I think for me, I just don't need a word to be good to another person.
Yes.
I don't need it to fall under a flag. I don't need it to fall under some
Absolutely,
pretense that everybody says it's got to be this one particular thing. No, I just treat everybody good as well as they treat me. And that's just as simple as it needs to be.
100%. 100%. Respect. When you have people with you as your friends, as your guests and so on, every guest should respect each other no matter what they think. They should respect each other. It is your event and they must, don't make someone else feel uncomfortable on your event. They are guests too. So no matter what you do, you're a paranormal team, whatever. If you're making someone who's not a paranormal team uncomfortable, I don't care who you are. Don't do it. You will be asked to leave. Don't do it.
Right.
You know, I want everyone to work comfortably, because it is, you know, I want them leaving saying, well, holy crap, that was great. Love working with Jen and Emerald Isle, and, you know, and so on and so on. Then that's good. Work hard, play hard. Everyone just get on, you know. It's like for a few hours, you know, put your ego at the door, you know, they said, and so on, you know. And I always, there was a time when I started off with the paranormal, I was kind of like, you know, don't do this and don't do that, and so on and so on. Now I'm kind of like, Jen, can we do this? And I'm like, you do whatever you need to do. You know, can we go down here for like 2 minutes? And I'm like, yeah, here's the radio, go down, be safe, and so on. So just let you know, we're doing a call out up here, you know, kind of like keep it down to a minimum. And you know, normal stuff.
Right.
Yeah. But if I'm doing a call out and you get up and walk out the door, why?
Right.
You know, if I'm doing a call out, you know, and you're getting up in the middle of a call out and listen, I'm going to the bathroom.
Right.
And that's okay, that's grand. But if you're waiting, I've got a bathroom, and you just get up and walk out the door, then my audio at 3 a.m. is going to be
right.
Yes.
bang of a door. So, you know, it's just normal for people who do EVP work, you know.
Right.
You don't spend an hour and a half or 2 or 3 hours mailing everyone
Right.
about the same stuff. It's just, you know, and this is how we, you know, teach people. And another question I want to ask you as well, what is the age limit you would allow to run investigations with you? The lowest age.
Oh, the lowest age?
Aye.
Oh, wow.
I know it's a controversial with a lot of people. Yeah.
I think it would depend on where it is. If it's an unsafe location, like you're going to an
Yeah.
abandoned building, I think I would raise that age limit a bit, because you don't want a super young kid stumbling and hurting themselves. But if it's in a locate, let's just say Ardgillen, right? Everything's taken care of. You're not going to hurt yourself. I would say probably like 12. I don't know if I'd go much younger than that, just because they're still young enough that maybe they're not going to fully understand what's going on and might get rowdy, and you know, I think I would do 12.
I think for me, it also has a lot to do with the parent. You know,
Absolutely, right? The parent is going to be there.
Right.
The parent has to be there.
And it's got to be an understanding that, look, this is some real stuff that can happen. It can be very, very scary for somebody who doesn't quite understand it. Shoot, I barely understand it sometimes, but I think for me, I'd say probably early adolescence. It'd be really tough for me to try to explain to somebody, you know, and I'm not saying that there aren't, you know, an exception to the rule. Obviously there's going to be, but it's hard to explain it to, you know, an 8-year-old or something. Look, this isn't I hate to use the D word, but this isn't a demonic possession. This is just a really pissed off entity. And to know how to distinguish between the two at a young age would be really difficult. And it would be so frightening that it'd be hard to kind of help them, you know, kind of talk them off the ledge a little bit.
Right. You have to, like, I know a lovely girl, and I love her coming investigation with us. She took her 15-year-old daughter with her to one of our locations. And that's fine, because it's a safe location, I find it. Now we're back to Leap Castle, and I said she unfortunately, you know, her daughter cannot come with us, because even I'm a little bit, I don't know what's going to happen in Leap Castle.
Right.
You know, so I have to say, you know, locations that I think it's okay, but I can't monitor her. I need to be on my job.
Right.
I monitor every adult, but I need to be on my job. And, you know, if something stops or something happens, you know, I have to be, you know, and I will say at the end of the day, it's work. And I got to do the work, you know, and that's just me, you know. I can't, but I can't have, you can't, Lovey. I can't have at Leap Castle. And plus, the owner, you know, I'm in Leap Castle 10 years. I don't want to lose my place in Leap Castle because I've taken a minor with us.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, but one other location that I find safe, she came with us and she was lovely. She was great.
Yeah.
You know, very respectful, you know, and both are great. And I have no problems with her coming with us again on particular occasions. But I think 15, I mean, I had an 18-year-old with us who was an absolute gobshite. Gobshite. An 18-year-old, and I thought, oh, you're more of a hindrance than you are, and a liability than you are of someone who wants to work in paranormal. And I got rid of it.
Right. Yeah. it definitely is a parental thing. I
And
think.
also the
Yeah.
personality of the kid,
Yeah.
because that can vary
Yeah,
very much so, and how they've been raised. So it just depends. I
I
think it
have
depends on the
experience of both.
kid.
Yeah, I've experienced it both. One's an absolute,
Yes.
absolute bloody gobshite, and the other one was like, "I'd take if you're older, I'd take you on my team because you were great."
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's just like you said, Nicole, the parent role.
Mhm. Like some of these small locations, you know, that you can have a few people. I would do like 12, 13, something like that. You get
Yeah.
a bigger location, depending on what it is. They need to be a little bit older. It just depends on the personality. Because there are some,
Mhm.
I mean, I've worked with kids most of my life. So
Yeah.
there are some really intelligent young kids that are probably better than some of the adult
You're right.
investigators
For sure.
I've run into.
Yeah.
So I think it would depend on that. Whether you can know that beforehand is the question, you know,
Well, that's
before you
a
bring
friend
them
of mine
in.
in the UK. She runs her team, and she joined with another team, and they have taken teenagers on to show them. And if you want your teenager who wants to explore this field and so on, that like Afterlife Paranormal, Tracy Day, one of my very good friends, like my sister in the UK, she's been to Left Castle with us many times, and I think she's coming over in October. I hope she is.
Mm.
But she will be very respectful. She's just great. I worked with her in Left Castle, and I sat down and listened to what she was saying, and it's great to learn from other people. But she would be, and her staff and her group would be very the right people to have your teenager son or daughter to work with them, because they will not bull crap around the field. They will make sure you're okay, teach you the right way of doing an investigation.
Yes.
And that's what I would want it to happen. And like I said to a friend of mine, you know, one of the girls who comes on a location, that, you know, sometimes, you know, our work is clean, sometimes our work is tired, or, you know, we get tired, we get lazy, we get, you know, we sit too long and talk too long. We get that. It happens. We're not kind of like us soldiers and up and, you know, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you know, blah, 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 and kind of get it all done. Sometimes we sit too long and we talk and so on and so on. But we, you know, if you're going to learn the right way, and there's no, I'm not going to say another word there, but I filtered that out, no crappery going on, then absolutely bring them. But it depends on what locations we go to.
Yes,
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, and you mentioned, you know, some time ago about provoker. I'm not a provoker, but I am a protector. And if I'm in a group where I think somebody's being, you know, singled out, or something's happening, and there's some, you know, I mean, case in point, Waverly Hills, the body shoot. There's stuff down there that is, you know, I wouldn't say it's evil, but it's angry.
Yeah.
And I would want to protect people from that anger, because it's just kind of what I am. But
Yeah, I wouldn't take a kid down.
yeah,
there.
I don't know that I'd take my, you know, like my nephew. I have a nephew that I think I got a couple actually that are ridiculously intelligent, but even still, I would not put him in that vulnerability. So yeah.
Right, and at that age where they are vulnerable, and that you know, gosh, I remember this little boy in my friend's house in Dundalk, about 20 minutes from where I live, and he would always talk about his granddad, what he loved, what he didn't love, and what he liked and what he hated, and so on. But he never met his granddad. And my border collie, they had about 4 or 5 dogs. And my border collie, when I moved in here, my house was too small for this border collie. So my friend took the collie up to his home place where he lived with his parents. And I know this dog. I've rescued this dog from 8 years of age, 8 weeks of age, and so on and so on. There was something about this boy, and I swear to you, if I did not see it, I would never have believed it. I would have thought, like, okay, that's a little crazy. But if I didn't see it, I'd listen to the story, but not see the picture of it. I was sitting in the kitchen, the conservatory was there, the sliding doors were there, there was curtains in front of it, this boy was here. Family relation, you know? He was about 8 years old at the time. And he was talking about his granddad and before. This is like many different times and so on. And my dog, Blue, his name was Blue, and the curtain just opened up and Blue could see this boy. There was a family function going on and Blue could see the boy. It was like the Omen. This dog was banging. He was a beautiful, long-haired, black and white border collie. And he was banging his teeth and spit on that glass to get to this dog. And I'm like, and I worked with dogs. I'm like, and I knew this dog had changed. And I'm like, Blue, what the heck, Blue, you know?
Yeah.
And I was worried for my dog because he was like, oh, and this is not the first time. Only the first time that I've seen it happening. And he was banging his teeth off the glass, and you can see the breath and the spit, and he was gone. My dog Blue was gone for this boy. We were all we left the kitchen, went into the living room. The door was open. Blue, for whatever, these dogs, they're all collies, slightly open with their muzzle, got in. Of all the people that's in that living room, he went beeline for that boy and nipped just below the cheek of his arse.
Wow.
And he didn't break the skin, but he made the blood come to surface. Now, everyone was going, oh, the boy. And Blue was just pissed. And I know my friend was saying, it's not the dog's fault. And I'm like, I'm with you on that. But I am thinking as well, someone who works in rescue and animals and so on, is kind of like, you shouldn't have done it. But what just happened? What just happened?
Right.
Then another different day when he was there, and we were saying goodbye to him at the door, and he said to me, which I'm so glad he didn't say the other way, but he said to me, bye, Jenny, see you in heaven. I'm so glad he didn't say it the other way, bye, Jenny, see you.
Right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Jen, sorry. I've got, my work is calling me. I'm on call this weekend, and they've been calling me for an hour now. So I'm.
No, take the call, my love. Take the call.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to jump out or anything, because these guys are like.
No, don't be silly.
I sit and talk all day to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I know us for talking, but no, you're Nancy. Don't even explain.
Well, no, I told him I would. Yeah, I'd be done by.
And my darling, you're grand, of course.
I know, but.
They sly off. No,
Nancy, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
Guys, I would love to talk to you longer if you ever get a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I have so many questions, and I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but I have to, because now my boss is calling me. So
well, you better run to it then.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
You guys, you take care. All right.
You too. Nice
Thank
to meet
you
you.
so much for letting me join this.
Nancy, you're my co-host, my darling, of course, all the time. Thank you for being here always. Really.
All right. I will talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, word. Yeah. So, what do you think about when he said to me, "Bye, Jenny, see you in heaven," and then to say he doesn't remember a thing of it?
You know, I think there's some we all have different energy and auras around us, and I think sometimes, and I felt this just around kids because I've worked with kids for so long. I say, not that this is like, because some people look at like, oh, he's evil or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I think, I've been around several kids that have autism and stuff like that. They have a weird energy. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just, but maybe the dog picked up on that and didn't know how to process what that energy is. And turned it into, oh, this is something that's negative and I need to do something about it.
Right.
Because, their brain is wired differently than ours. Everybody's really is, but especially those children with like autism and different things like that.
Needs. Yeah, she's intellectual disability.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And their energy does, if you can feel energies like we all can,
right,
doing this,
mm-hmm.
They do have an off energy. It's not negative. It's just different.
Yeah.
And I think animals pick up on that for sure. And maybe it just is just like, oh, I need to protect everyone else from this.
Yeah, he was, and like the boy now, like he's a man now, and he's kind of like, I haven't heard or seen or the family, some of the family members passed away, and I don't speak to the rest of them just because life has moved on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know. I still speak to one of the people there, so I could text him and say, listen, how is this guy doing? Like, is he working? Life is moving on?
Mm-hmm.
And just for me to find out, has he any abilities? Just for me to satisfy, for myself now and knowing your question, had he anything then?
And I mean, there's something, not I'm saying that this boy is this way. I'm just saying that, some of these mass murderers and these serial killers, you can see that in them when they're kids. They go out and kill animals and they do these things, right? Usually the parents don't know about it. And that's the first indication that they're going to become like this.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm not calling this guy that's what he is, but I mean, if he did something like that as an adult, maybe he had that then.
I can find it all right.
Yeah, that dog is picking up on it.
Yeah, I'll just be like, hey, haven't spoken in forever. How's this little boy man doing? Is he working? Is he working, a good job? What's his
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
thing? What's his,
Or just mental health issues. I mean, it could just be that.
Yeah. But he it's like these, the children, and we know like children are so open and innocent to this field that we grew up and grew out of.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have to relearn it.
Exactly.
We listen for ourselves when we're younger, but we never do, until we're older. And then we have to relearn the stuff that, I know as when I was a child, gosh, I come from a family of 11. So
Oh, wow.
there's always that one in every family, and I'm that one,
Me too.
You said them before, yeah. That
Yep.
I one, hello. If you don't remember what I look like, you'll always remember me, what I sound like, what I said, and what I did and what I didn't do. But I was that different child, and I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I was a different child. I don't know what it was. I think I could put a lot of labels on it, or a lot of. I could actually say, but not. It's very private. Even I wouldn't talk about it on live. But I don't know. I think I just kind of closed myself off to people, and I didn't like people anymore, and I just kind of went into it the vulnerable side.
Yes.
I think, and there's a lot of questions I have. Oh my gosh, God bless Bishop James Long, because do I burn his ears off? Yes, I do. I really do. And he's great answers. He's very, he's the only one I would listen to when it comes to religion. And I'm, not a religion person at all, but he's kind of, my daughters are Christians and whatnot, but he's definitely one that I would listen to. My partner's he's a Christian, so I kind of listen.
Sure.
But I don't know. There's a lot of, I always say the table is very wide when it comes to paranormal, very wide. Religion, UFOs, cryptics, folklore, and so on. There was only something I found out last night, and I probably am the last one on the earth to find out about. Watching something. Oh my goodness, I forget what I was watching, but the Lilith.
I know what you're talking about. I have not watched it.
I don't think I know that.
No, it's not even. No, it's not even a movie. It's the folklore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
She was the one who was with or married to Adam. Adam and Eve. Married to Adam before.
I told you about this.
You did?
Lilith. Yeah.
Okay.
Lilith, yeah. And was married to Adam, or was with Adam beforehand, but wouldn't be submissive towards him. I'm like, what's my nickname? And kind of went against him and so on, and then ended up to be that succubus.
Yes.
So I only discovered this last night.
It's interesting when you start diving into that type of stuff.
It's like the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. I mean, there's rabbit holes even with what's his name that we interviewed? The pastor.
Oh, Michael Carter. Yeah, Reverend Michael Carter.
He compares UFO stuff with petroglyphs and scriptures in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
He's so interesting.
You should have him on.
He is so interesting, and he would definitely do it. Michael Carter, and I can send you his information. And he's a reverend, which is so interesting. And he preaches in a church and everything, but he goes back to scripture, and then he matches it with petroglyphs in the area where they're talking about stuff and how they, like one of the things is talking about how they saw angels with golden light and stuff. But he's like, think about it for a second. If you've got these people at this time period seeing this stuff come from the sky, what do you think they're going to think it is? Right? They're going to think it's angels, it's whatever, because at the time period they're all, religious Christian stuff like that. And if you even go to the petroglyphs and stuff over in the hieroglyphics in Egypt, and they've drawn out stuff, he goes, think about it. These prehistoric people leading up to now all drew what they saw. So why do we have petroglyphs of these alien-looking creatures coming, giving food and showing them how to farm and all these things? And he's just fascinating to listen to.
He really is.
I love all of that. And I remember when I had Bishop James Long on the show with me, and there was a time where I know Lawrence, right? There was a time where I was kind of, gosh, you couldn't talk to me about religion and paranormal or religion about this and that. There was a time about, say, 2-3 years ago, something like that. You couldn't talk to me about religion. And I had Bishop James Long and I, people were saying to me, Jenny, don't do it. Don't do it. And I said, I won't. So, so we were talking away and so on. I said, I was going to ask you a question there, but I've been told by a lot of people saying, Jenny, don't ask this, don't say this, don't say that. He goes, no, Jenny, no, you should get him on. I swear you should get him on. He's great.
Okay.
And I said, no, I won't. He goes, no, Jenny, what is it? I don't judge. Tell me what it is. And I said, are you sure? Are you sure? No, I was going to say, are you sure, Father? And I said, are you sure, Bishop? Are you sure? He goes, yeah, go for it. And I said, I actually hate priests and nuns. I actually hate them. And he laughed and said, yeah, me too. And we became best friends after that. Seriously. Yeah.
I mean, the whole subject, I mean, it can be a really taboo subject to talk about when you mix religion with the paranormal. I think it's because it questions everything. It questions everything that's in the Bible. But in my view of it, at least our view, I mean, I was raised in religion, and I just see it as it is all the same thing. What religion is just the human's way of describing things they don't understand and trying to put a name to it.
Absolutely.
I think it's all the same things, spiritualism, religion. The religion is just us trying to make sense of it as human beings.
Of it, right?
Right.
It's what
it's changed all over the history of time, right?
Yeah. It's whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
not comfortable going to church. I don't want to go to church. I will not go to church. God, no, I won't go to church.
Well, and even the Christian religion has, you've got Baptists, you got this, you got this, because they didn't like what one part of it said, so they changed something and then became this next thing.
Yeah.
So if we are capable of doing that just in our time period, what have they done over the history?
Yeah. Right.
Back to the Egyptians, we know even with the Druids and stuff. I mean, think about how much our spiritualism has changed.
There was one lady from years ago, and she worked in the church, and she put fresh flowers, she cleaned the church every single day. Very religious, and I loved that for her. But one of her family members were going out on investigation, and she's saying, like, what are you going to that for? I don't believe in that. That's bad stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. Don't let Jenny get up by herself. And I was like, what do you say? The Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. You can't win this stuff. And that's when I kind of say, stop being that bloody person. Stop being that. I get it. And maybe you're afraid of it. And I understand people that when it comes to religion, and I know, like you say, Nicole, it's a very taboo subject. And God, have I been picked up on it for many times. But and like I say, at the end of the day, it's my show. And if you don't like it, switch that button off and don't watch it. Give out to me and so on. I'm paying for it. So if you don't like it, then give out to me if you want to. And that's fine. www.blablabla.com.
Yeah.
So, and that's the bloody truth when it comes down to the end of it. And I've been in this field for a very long time, and I'm not a teenager anymore. And I will always speak up and speak out. Everyone has, I was going to say something else there, an AH, but, and I was saying, I love that for you, that, you're giving out about paranormal. The whole table is paranormal because some people don't understand religion. Some people don't understand God. Some people don't understand we're going to heaven. What is heaven? What is purgatory? What is hell? We don't understand it until we get there. So for you to create, and I don't like people, I will say, yes, I don't believe in what you're saying, but I'm going to listen to you.
Exactly.
And we're okay with that. I wouldn't, agree to disagree. So this woman, this is when I was in my middle stages of doing paranormal, and I was so bloody annoyed with her. But, you're saying this in the Spirit and Sky and the Holy Ghost, and these are kind of things we look for.
Yeah.
Ghost of the Spirit and whatever you want to call it. But I just thought she was very, I don't even know the word I'm trying to use for it. Hypocrite. That's the word I'm trying to use. Hypocrite. Hypocritical. Sit down and be quiet and come on an investigation with us. I can play you audio, I can show you video footage, I can do all of that for you. But can you do it for me? But some of these experiences are personal experiences. So maybe if you had a religious personal experience, and then I love that for you, and I'm happy for you.
Absolutely.
If you're going to not judge people, then please don't judge us. It's just it works both ways.
Absolutely.
I'm going to reply to it, and you might not like my reply, but I'm going to reply to it. So it works both ways. So people can say, "You shouldn't say that, Jenny. You shouldn't say it." Well, listen, I will say it with respect, but I will say it.
Right.
And this is what Loris is saying now. Why is it when it comes to exorcism, it's the Catholic Church that is sent in Catholic busters? Right?
I don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah, I've been quiet because I'll be perfectly honest, I wasn't really raised as far as religion's concerned. So I never want to put any of my own opinion out, I think, because I don't know anything about it. But
and I mean, I wasn't raised Catholic, so I don't know the answer to that. But I think maybe it was the only sect of Christianity that was maybe trained to do stuff like that, and with the Latin and everything. I don't know the answer, and I'm okay to say that. I really don't know why they're the ones to call, because maybe it's just the only one that's trained to deal with stuff like that still.
And I
take your lead with it, because I'm an idiot when it comes to this. So
well, I just, even when I was going to church, it's because I think my mom was fed up with 11 kids in the house, and she goes, "You're not going to church on a Sunday morning so she could have some peace." We did not go to church. We went down to the big green grass banks, and when the church was over, we'd go up and take a leaflet saying, so we know what the priest was talking about. We didn't go to church, but did we go sometimes? Yes, we did. My teachers were nuns. We had to go to church. They weren't all nuns, but I went to a school who had nuns in it. So yes, we were there. Gosh, I've got these little things that I still have when I was in primary school. At this stage now, they're antiques. Because my teacher, who was a nun, would have had it when she was in America trained to be a nun, and she was in her 40s. So this thing that I have is probably like 90 years old.
Wow.
It's a little thing, and it's called Jesus in a Can, and it's like a tiny little thing, and I won it. And I still have my rosary beads that a priest came over from America, and we were all like, "Oh my God, he's American. Oh my God, he's American." We all loved it. And he had a box of rosary beads, and it's still in the car of my ex-husband's car. So I still have it from primary school.
Wow.
These are all bloody ancient stuff that I have. But I think now with Lawrence's question, when it comes to why is it when it comes to exorcism, it's the Catholic Church that is sent in, Catholic busters. I think they know a lot more. Like, we know stuff. I think they've seen it and know a lot more.
Absolutely. They've got information that is locked up in the Vatican, I believe. You're
right. That's my place. People said if I ever had to investigate somewhere, it would be the Vatican. Why?
Oh, can you imagine?
But I want the Vatican. Holy crap. But I think we know more the darker side that we don't want to see. I don't know. I could be just, thinking too much out loud.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. I really don't.
It's a throw out guess,
Yeah.
But if they don't,
I gotta admit, I opt out on that because I don't want to.
I wasn't raised Catholic either, so
no
I don't. I mean, I know some of it, but I don't know.
I'll always give my opinion on it. No matter what, I'll always give my opinion on it. Yeah. But I think that they know there's something there. I mean, they do. They really do. Correct and right. What part did I say correct and right? Because I don't get that often. So I want to know what I was correct and right over.
That we don't know.
We don't know the dark side. We don't know the dark side. That one too. We don't know.
It's so hard to be both correct and right all at the same time.
Not often. So I'm going to take a picture of this. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you. But they know more what they're saying. They're letting on.
Yeah, that I definitely agree with.
Yeah, you ever see that story of the we all know of the Emily Rose.
Oh, Emily Rose. Yeah.
No other religion does it.
Well, we live in a state, and we live in Missouri, so it's right in the middle of the country. If you don't know where that's at, but St. Louis is where the actual exorcist, they made the movie The Exorcist, but that actually happened in St. Louis, Missouri. And it was with a boy instead of a little girl.
Oh my gosh.
And the
Mhm.
hospital that he was actually taken to a hospital when this happened. They tore that whole wing down.
So it wasn't a girl, it was a boy.
It wasn't a girl.
Mhm.
They switched enough so nobody would know, who it was.
where
his
where
family.
it would lead to, the link to.
But I was actually born there, and my family was raised in St. Louis. So my life, it's always been, don't play with a Ouija board, like all
Yeah.
things like warning, don't ever do any of that stuff, because it was this warning because they had heard the story their whole life. That the house that they lived in is still there in St. Louis,
Does
and he was
anybody live in
taken to an actual hospital when the exorcism stuff was happening, and the priest came in the house. Now, obviously, it's a Hollywood movie, so they took liberties.
They put more into it, yeah.
But the boy, came out of it, and he grew up and
Yeah.
moved to another state. I don't know exactly where.
Out
But
east somewhere.
yeah, they shut that entire wing down. I think they
Really?
tore it. They tore it
Yeah,
down
they tore it down. Yeah.
afterwards. Mm-hmm.
Did they
Mm-hmm.
see, give me a little hole with it, Rob.
And the hospital is creepy looking. Like, it's a really old I couldn't tell you what year it was built and stuff. St. Louis is an old city, but obviously nothing as old as in Ireland. But for us, it's
Oh,
old.
gosh.
But yeah, it's a creepy looking hospital.
I write everything down so I can look everything up.
Sure.
Mhm.
I do
It's
look everything down.
It's pretty interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I think some exorcism cases are just really bad mental health issues, that like schizophrenia and stuff. And
I'm still with you on that. Yeah, I'm
yeah, if you think about it, if you're putting energy into something and that energy is crossing, it's going to come out
Yeah.
like it's a demon. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Have you ever done private cases, private homes?
a couple.
Yeah, that's
And-
the one where we're.
Do you take any precaution with it? Because I did one a few weeks ago, and I thought,
We did,
I-
but I don't know. We've never run into anything demonic as of yet.
right. Even the owners, like your safety questions, and I know I did one a few weeks ago,
Mhm.
and it's someone that I know very well. So I said, right, I'll go up to the house for an hour. 11
Mhm.
hours later,
Yeah.
11 hours later, and this person had left me for like 2.5 hours the first time, and like an hour and a half later the second time around. And I'm like, it's a beautiful day out. I want to be home with my partner, my children, be in the sun. I don't have time to be sitting in your home, when you're out having lunch with your friends. And I
Right.
was getting a little bit annoyed at this point, but I'm okay. You took someone else in before me. So as an ice cream van says, you try the rest, now try the best, Why
I've
am
used
I,
that line a few times in my life.
you try the rest, I try to, like, why am I here? You think my time is not valuable? So
Right.
I did. So the person came back, and we had to go to the store across the road. So we were there for like an hour. So I set my recorder up for like an hour and a half that we were away, came back. They were going to for a walk on the beach. And I said, I'm just going to stay here, have, a cup of tea or a glass of wine or whatever, and listen back to the audio. So I did all of that. Yada, yada, yada. The time goes on and so on. This person's husband, didn't entertain it, but, subdued the wife and XYZ.
Mm-hmm.
And, and she was getting very upset and telling me what was happening, sending me pictures of bite marks on her fingers, and I'm like, but every finger has a dentation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm thinking, is it B12? Is it medically something,
Sure.
And
Right.
this is me just thinking me.
Right.
And then there's people crawling on the ceiling and crawling on the floor. And there's one particular figure shows the picture, the face of her daughter. So, and I'm like, well, that's a lot, that's a lot. If they're crawling on the ceiling, on the floor, you're in bed, and, gosh, let's see what's happening. But I just kind of like take it in the stride as you do. You can't kind of like, oh my God, let me go investigate your house. I was, brought up to the house. Anyway, it got to a point she wanted to hold a Sacred Heart picture. The Sacred Heart picture. And I'm like, that's fine, we can do that and so on. Then sitting on her chair, she can feel the chair vibrating. Jenny, feel the chair, feel the chair, feel the chair. So I'm feeling the chair, and I said, it's not vibrating. It's not vibrating.
Yeah.
So she asked me to video some of it, and I did. And I did say to her jokingly in video, and you'll hear it, saying, you do know your husband's going to sign you in, don't you? And she goes, yeah. I do. I will say those things. And I said, I don't feel the vibration. Anyway, so yada, yada, yada. It got to a point where she'd called another person in. I'm like, well, it's just been 7 hours here, but I don't know why I'm here for. So you're welcome. And I said, if I was charging you by the hour, it's like 100 euros per hour. So, you know, I'm going to invoice you for using my day up because you don't listen to what I'm telling you. You know, I'm not doing it for 19 years and like I know jack shit about it, you know.
Right.
Right.
I'm getting this for, you know, for nothing. And I don't charge, but I could have charged her. But so this person brought up some chalk. Sorry, you're going to say something? Sorry.
I was going to say I think one of the main reasons I wouldn't say avoided it, but we're very cautious about it is probably along the same reasons of why we don't do a ton in our own home.
Mhm.
It's the last thing I want to do is go into somewhere, stir a bunch of, you know what up, and then say, well, I don't have a ton of answers for you, but here's your house back. Enjoy. You know,
See, right?
that's the part that worries me is that my own personal integrity and the integrity of what we do as a team is worth more to me than that sort of thing. And just not being able to help the homeowner.
Mhm.
Now,
Right.
if they are okay with the fact that we're going in there just to document and to, you know, just to at least give some more information for it, hey, that's fine. As long as you know that there's a good chance that whatever we're going to do could cause an uptick in behavior.
Yeah.
And it,
Stuff. Yeah.
right. And it could be something that you don't want. As long as they understand that and they're okay with it, then I'd be more open to it.
I do the whole waiver thing. You
Right.
read this, you sign it, you keep a copy. I keep a copy, the time and date and everything in it. By this, you're taking me in by your own free will. No one has held your, you know, hand behind your back. Waiver
Right.
all the time.
Yeah.
Waivers. You have, you know, take a picture of even them. I'm joking about this part, but take a picture of them holding the waiver, saying I signed this. You know,
Yes. Yes.
you know that they have asked you into the house to cover your back.
Mhm.
Right.
And you-
I think
you-
even
you
still,
wouldn't hide
though,
anything else.
yeah, and I'm with you on the waiver thing. For me, I think it's more along the lines of, I know that like I said, I'm not a provoker. I'm a protector,
Mhm.
and especially if I know that the entities and everything can be a little bit difficult for them to deal with.
Right.
It just I want to make sure that there's an understanding and yeah, I know it, you know, an instrument like that, you know, a waiver and everything protects you legally,
Yeah. Yeah.
but for me it's more of like I don't know, the human element to me means a little bit more to me. Like you can give me waivers all day long, that's fine.
Mhm.
And I know that there's no legal recourse to do anything against me
Right.
or us, that's fine.
Mhm.
That's not the part that concerns me. What concerns me is that human level of, hey, I'm about to come in and basically, you know, in an ethereal plane, knock huge holes in your wall, and I'm not even going to put up spackle. I'm walking right out, and
Right.
whatever we get from the end of it, you
Right.
still have to live here.
That's a great metaphor or example of it. Actually, now the way you said it, it's very a great
Mhm.
example metaphor for it. Yeah, definitely. That's really.
And that's the part that always worries me is that I don't have a problem doing residential. Like I said, that's not the problem. It's
Yeah.
knowing that
Mhm.
that the potential collateral damage, waiver be damned,
Right.
that can happen.
Right. That's a great way of looking at it.
Well, I
That's
don't know if it's the right way. I just know that it's the only way. to
No,
look
Yeah.
at it.
no,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
you said was actually perfect. What you said.
Yeah.
They can go in and knock the walls down, but you're not going to fix it.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. That's really actually. I'm going to take that one with me. That's actually quite good.
By all means, yeah, absolutely.
That's brilliant. Yeah, 100%. That's brilliant. I know with this person that I was helping, and like I said, it's someone that I know very well. But my word wasn't enough. My word was not enough. Not enough.
Yeah.
So she'd called someone else in, and I'm still there with a piece of chalk with a metal or a magnet in it, and she had to kind of like dab it on all the furniture and the floorboards and this and that, you know, and go into the attic. And she wouldn't go into the attic, into the loft. And so I'm like, give it to me. And I'm walking up in my flip-flops and my dress, and I was like, I'll go into the bloody attic, you know, because at this stage now it's like 9 hours. I'm a little tired, so I'm dabbing everything. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what it's doing, but if it helps her, it helped her.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
All of that. So I did all of that, and I dabbed everything, and then she'd call another person in, and they come up with a relic and did blessings, and I had to go bless the door and so on. And I'm like, I get it that I can't do all of that.
Right.
And I want you to be okay with it. I want you to sleep well tonight and so on. And I want that, because you just don't know. But I did ask her during the day, are you stressed? Are you depressed? Are you taking medication?
Right.
And I do ask these questions, and I don't care. You can't ask me, then I'm not doing your house.
Right. You need to find out.
I don't care. I'm not doing your house. I get it. Right. I'm not doing your house. Medication. Are you taking any drugs? And I know this person not taking any drugs. Are you on any antidepressants? Is your electricity wires done? Is your gas leaking? Jenny, your house just being done up, blah, 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 blah. I don't give a shit your house just being done up.
Right.
I don't care. I want to know that these are all signed off before I go into your house and do this.
Right.
And then sign your waiver. You have to protect yourself.
Yeah.
They can sue you if they say you drive them crazy or blah, blah, blah. I don't give a frick what's in your house. But I need to be looked after me.
Right.
I need to be pulled up from. I'm doing this because I love it, and I will never do something that I'm not 100% on. But I will give you my truth.
Right.
That, and you don't know how much of that actually impacts the activity too. I mean, if you're walking into a house that potentially has a gas leak or a place that has high EMF because of wiring, that has physical symptoms. We've already proven that.
Yeah.
Right.
It has a lot. Yeah.
Right. And it could cause
hallucinations.
Right. You can think there's paranormal activity when the reality of it is you're having
stress.
Right. Exactly.
All that will add together. And
absolutely.
And if it happens, it happens. That's just the way it goes. And like I said, it was a lot that day. It was a lot. And everything I said was not heard or listened to. My time was not heard. I spent more money that day than I even wanted to spend that day. And then when this person, when these people had left and gave her the relic and the cross and doing the prayer and whatnot, and I'm blessing the door because she gave me oil to bless the door. And I think, I don't know if I'm doing this backwards, across, what's the right way or upside down. I have no idea how I'm blessing your door. So people come up with to put into the ley line. There's a ley line in that road. And I'm like, I actually need a gin and tonic. Holy crap.
Yeah.
There was one particular bang in the kitchen area that I was like, okay, I don't know what that was, and it shouldn't have happened, but I'm not putting it down to anything for an hour and a half. It's something that happened. It was a bang in the kitchen. Nothing was out of place. I don't know. You'd have to do it more than one time to get it again.
Right.
So when these people had left, and there's one particular person she rang that I'm calling for 6 months to get an appointment with her. And I'm like, you just ring her and she's with you in 10 minutes. You owe me a favor. She's like, medium. You owe me a favor, and I don't do mediums, but these two people are, I want to dissect the brains, but that's phenomenal. And I'm very hard when it comes to mediums, but these are proper phenomenal. But anyway, when they left, so she sat in the chair and she said, Jen, the chair's still vibrating. I said to the person, it doesn't stop automatically. It takes a few hours for anything that was vibrating, and you have the house cleansed and you have it blessed. It takes a few hours for it to settle down, for you to calm down, for the house to settle down. Everything needs to settle down because you're heightened and you're feeding what you think is here. And I didn't say you're feeding what is here. I said you're feeding what you think is here.
Yes.
And you're feeding it, and they feed off your fear. So everything, you've got the best people in, and that wasn't even including myself by saying, well, it is, but she won't even listen to that. So I said, it would take a couple of hours for this to settle down. She's on the phone, to the person saying, what happened, blah, blah, blah. I could hear him on the phone saying exactly the same thing that I said. And I'm like, holy crap, I said this fucking same thing. And that's like 11 hours. That's like 11 hours. I'm here. And I'm like, and I looked at the person. I said, okay, we don't get many sunny days in Ireland, and I would like to be at home in my
right.
I like to be in the park with my dogs or in the beach, whatever. Right. But I'm here wearing black jeans, and I had to go buy a dress just to get out black jeans, and and to do the stuff. But you don't take my word for what I'm saying. I'm not doing it 19 years. I haven't done 2 TV appearances because I know jack shit of what I'm talking about.
Right, exactly.
I own what I talk about. The people who've gotten in, have they been, you know, you don't be on TV because you're a Billy Big Balls or a gobshite. You know, you're on it because
Right.
you're on it because you've got experiences and knowledge of these places. And I said, and you rang another person to validate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, that kind of really undermines me. And I really don't like that. I'm gonna say I don't like it. I don't like it. Normally I'd walk away and say nothing and just gonna let it be. Oh Lord Jesus, no, I didn't the next day. Nope, no, I didn't.
Yeah, it sounds like she's got majorly high anxiety.
Yeah.
and
And
she has.
she's probably creating some of that stuff, is what it sounds like.
Yeah,
to
you
me.
always got to be worried about
Mhm.
the part where people can create an egregore is
The power
you
of our
know,
own brains
yeah.
is amazing,
Right.
and we've seen it happen.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
seen it happen.
And I know the person very, very, very well. She's a family
Okay.
member. She's a family member.
Okay.
I know them very well, so I know a little bit of the thing. And she goes, Jenny, don't say this, don't say that. I said, my professionalism is I don't say what your name is, where you live, who you are, X, Y, Z. That's not what we do. That's not how we do it. But I
Mhm.
will use you as an example of why people like me must protect themselves going into places like people like you.
Yeah.
You waste our times. And she said to me, Jenny, you've just experienced your first exorcism. What?
Mm.
Interesting.
No, it wasn't an exorcism. Trust me. And I'm like, holy crap, you know, Lord,
Yeah.
okay, I've had worse experiences in an exorcism that I experienced in this house tonight. And I said to her, this house is clean, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Tangina.
Yep.
Yes.
Nice throwback.
Yeah, I like that.
I
In fact,
did, I did.
it's right up here.
I see
Yeah.
the TV. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I love it.
Little laser disc.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's what I said. This house is clean. And I'm thinking, I was too tired, and I'm like, I felt, you'd think I'm still 15. But
Yeah.
I'm not 15.
Mm-hmm.
You and me both.
I'm older than 15, but I'm not saying what I almost let my age go there, but I'm not doing it. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 15 anymore. You know, I'm not 13 or 14 or 15 that you can just, use and blah, 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 drop whatever.
Right.
Because if I work hard on what I do and how I do it, and, I really do look into and research the crap out of everything. And for you to think like I'm 15 years of age,
Yeah.
I am not the one. I am not the one. I'm not the one. So yeah, that's like when I go, people laugh at me when I say it means like I want to say something, but I can't say it.
Yep. It's the polite way.
The filter.
Yep.
That's my fault when I go because I was going to say and find out. But yeah. Anyway, we have waffled on for 4 hours.
Yeah,
It's easy to do when you get talking about something.
Yeah.
that you love.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, and our dogs know it too. They're getting ready to go.
No, my dog's still in her drawer.
No.
That's an interesting sentence.
My dog is still in her drawer. Look,
Yeah, I know.
oh my wee girl. And she'll just stay there forever until I move with her.
Yeah.
God bless her. And you know what? What time's over there with you guys?
7:30.
Yeah, 7:30.
Do you know what time it is here?
Probably 11:30. No, God, it's way past that.
We're 6 hours
6,
ahead,
yeah.
right? Right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's pretty late.
I think it's more early in the morning for you.
1:40 a.m.
Oh, look at that.
But this is what, this is part of the course because we are hours apart and whatnot. And this is part of the course, so I don't even look at time. I just kind of like, I know a friend of mine from New York was ringing me a few days ago and it's like, ringing me. And I text back saying, oh my God, there's a thing that we do here in Ireland that, a thing that we do 6 hours ahead of America. It's called sleeping.
It's a new thing. They just came out with it.
I know, imagine. God sleeping. And I can take it in when I can get it.
Right. It's us too.
But it's been absolutely brilliant. It has absolutely been brilliant. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been wonderful.
I've loved being on.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us on.
Listen, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it so much. I am so intrigued with the Castle Blackwater.
Oh, please go.
You gotta go.
So intrigued. And when I do get to go to it, Nicole, if you don't mind, with your permission, if I could call out your name.
Yes, absolutely.
and then maybe even have you in a call, and you can do a call out by yourselves, and we stay quiet, or we leave you in a room with the phone and a video, and leave a recorder in the room, and you can do your own private call out.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you're at Blackwater. Absolutely.
I'll make sure I'm going to make an appointment. If not this year, definitely next year. But we hate saying next year because it's so far away. But I'll see what I can do. I'll see what
It goes by fast, though. It goes by so fast.
I'll see what I can do this side of the year.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do, and then have you on call, let you know, and then if I make it happen this year, then we can do that.
Okay, that sounds great.
Give the room by yourself and give you the video by yourself, and you just do your own thing, and we'll be away. That no disturbances will be done.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
And you can have a recorder on your end, and I can have a recorder on my end, so we can do that.
That's great.
That would be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll see what I can make happen this side of the year.
Yay! I'm excited.
I'm excited to go. I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been there. I've been in Cork, but I haven't been there. But I'm definitely excited to go. There's so much. Would you come back on again? Because there's so much more.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, anytime.
That'd be brilliant. And I wouldn't talk as long as I always have to put my pen and paper away, because when I think of a question, I write it down, and I got to stop doing that.
No, it's a good. I was doing the same a minute ago. So yeah.
Mhm.
I have another question, but I don't want to. Not even a question. It's just something happened to my twin. People have been saying, Jennifer, hang up, for God's sake, hang up. Lawrence is in Belgium at the minute. Are you, Lawrence? It's 2:40 a.m. Oh, it's 2:40. Oh, you're an hour ahead. You're in Belgium. Nice. I love Belgium. But there was one time, a long time ago, my twin was living in the UK, and she was living with her now husband, and they lived with the boss, the ex-boss. And they lived in her home. The girl's name is Sharon. And so my twin, Vicky and Noel, lived there. So there's a few things happening in the house, and so on and so on. And Vicky was saying that when they were, when it was our birthday in September, they would leave the home to go to the pub that you could throw a stone and you could hit the wall. It's so close. They live in the countryside of the UK. And when they came back, all of her birthday cards was on the mantelpiece of the fireplace. But the mantelpiece was an old one that is like so high up, you need a ladder to get up to it. Those really
yes.
high wooden ones? And all of her birthday cards was there. And then coins were stacked up and sitting on the lampshade that's hanging in the middle of the floor.
Okay.
So I know, obviously I know my twin, I know if she's bull crapping, but every time she told me this, she'd be like, she'd have a lump on the throat. She'd go, Jenny, hold on, I'm going to cry, because it frightened her so much. Then my other sister went over to the UK to visit them, and they never said anything to her. And I said, that's a good thing to say, say nothing to her and whatnot. They were all out in the balcony having a few drinks, and having, smoking and having a few drinks and so on. So my brother-in-law went through the kitchen. There's a heavy wooden table and chairs. Went through the kitchen into the living room.
Mm-hmm.
And the TV went on. And this guy's name was Hank. They named him Hank. The owner of the house named him Hank. And I remember the story like it was said to me yesterday. So he puts the TV on. So my brother-in-law said, Hank, stop it, turn the TV off. So Noli turned the TV off and so on. Then the TV went back on again. And me being me, was it plugged in? It's a wire in there,
Mm-hmm.
It's a battery sitting on between the cushions that the unbutton is off. It's just me being me, but this is going back about 20 years ago. And then, do we even have remote controls 20 years ago? We probably did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 20 years ago. Yeah.
we did. But then when he was walking from the living room through the kitchen to go back into the balcony, the thing that caught me was, and I said, this is bull crap. This didn't happen. And she goes, Jenny, I wouldn't, Jenny. And she's like, I wouldn't. And I said, Vicky, you know what I do? I would call bullshit on it. And XY said, she goes, Jenny, no. You couldn't. And the way she's talking that she's being legit. And I'm like,
Right.
How did you undo this, what your husband had seen? That the heavy wooden table and chairs, the table was fine, but the chairs were on top of the table, but they were stacked on top of each other.
Mm.
I know. Right?
Oh.
And I said, how did you undo that?
Yeah.
Are you watching goddamn movies? Like, how did you do that? And she never answered me, but she didn't. I know when she gets this chest feeling where she's very anxiety over what she's talking about. When you're talking about something that really happened and your breath takes you away,
Mm-hmm.
like that. Then, so my sister who stayed there from from Ireland in the UK, she stayed there for a few nights, and they never told her anything about it. And then on the day she was leaving, she goes, "Vicky, I swear to God, I'm never come over to you again. I don't know what's in that house, but something's in that house." But what Vicky and Noli could hear is like, she goes, "Jenny, I swear to God, we got used to it." But she goes, "Jenny, we were kind of nailing each other like every night when they first moved in. It was like chairs being thrown down the stairs every night.
Whoa.
Stomp, up. And then chairs being thrown down the stairs every night." I was going to say another Irish word there, but I thought I can't do that. Like, even though it was like 4 hours later, who's watching? But like throwing the chairs down the stairs. So they told my sister at the end of the visitation, "Yes, there is something there." And she goes, "I bleep, 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 and bleep, knew it, you bleep and bleepers, and bleep, bleep, bleep." But everywhere that this lady had moved to, this person had followed. It's nothing to harm her. It's to protect her. What they thought. By putting Vicky's cards at the top of the mantelpiece, which is too high to reach, it's like to honor Vicky. To have the coins that are kind of like size organized on top of the lampshade on your living room floor, you know, the lampshade, the skinny part, to have it on there. And I'm like, and the table and chairs, and I need to ask her again tomorrow. Sorry, Vicky, for giving you traumatized and PTSD, but I need to ask you another question, the same question again. How did you all get those chairs down? So I'm going to remind her tomorrow, but she's not going to expect it. But I want to give her PTSD tomorrow and say, "Vicky, how did you get all those chairs, you know, taken down?"
That is just crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right? And you know by her voice and by her breathing and the deep chest and whatnot, you know if they are, you know, lying, you know, yourself.
Right.
But you know, when you tell people story that you could see, but you didn't film it or record it, that you're like, even I do, and I'm like, and you take a breath because you know what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
So now I want the same, you know, I want to question my twin tomorrow about how did you just think back like 25 years ago, Vicky, how did you get those chairs off that table?
Wow. Maybe they wanted to mop the floor.
Yeah, but you never know. Yeah. Maybe they're just super into geometry and they just wanted to try something.
It's like Legos for them.
What's the balance of these chairs? You know, what's the balance of these chairs?
Yeah.
But I will ask her if she tells me, then I'll let you know. But it's intriguing. But I want to say thank you so much. I know it's going on like, gosh, Lester, I told you the Irish, we hardly talk.
That's what I've heard.
It's true. I need to get rid of my pen and paper because I swear to God, we talk about something and I write everything down. So my pen and paper is closed down and closed off. I want to say thank you again so much for coming on tonight. It's been an absolute honor. It's been amazing to hear what you have heard. Blackwater Castle is my new location to go to. And if I go there, we're going to do what I said we will do. Come back over to Ireland.
It's on the list to come back over. Yeah, absolutely.
I know that there's a world of paranormal out there, but definitely come back to Ireland.
100%.
Well, Ireland has my heart already, so I'll definitely be back.
Oh, Cork, I love it. Anyone who's watched, liked, shared, thank you so much. Nancy, my wee darling, sorry that you're working tonight, but Nancy stayed as long as she could, bless her heart, and she's my fabulous co-host. So anyone who's watched, liked, and shared, watch it again tomorrow, like and share it again, send it out, send it to everyone. We are going to close this down now. And we will catch up, and I will send over a few of those videos and audios I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, awesome. Absolutely. Yeah, That'd be great.
All right. Slán Lat.
All right. Have a good evening.
Goodbye.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.